The Immortal's Wine Store. Chapter 150, Broadening Horizons. Zhu Shen and Xia Xinyu were already at the 7th level of the mysterious cave, and the traps were also becoming stronger and deadlier as they moved deeper, but Zhu Shen's expression was still calm. He could have been at the 10th level of this cave by now if he was just moving alone, but with Xia Xinyu following him, he naturally had to protect her from danger, making this exploration a bit longer. At the moment, the pair was now resting in front of a bonfire that was set up by the sensible Xia Xinyu. Of course, she had to use a fire element treasure to build this bonfire because she was not proficient in fire elemental spells. After all, her Ice Cloud Sword sect only focused on water and ice elemental spells and cultivation techniques. Zhu Shen could actually make a much better bonfire with his power, but he didn't want to dampen Xia Xinyu's mood, so he just allowed her to do as she pleased. Furthermore, the coldness inside the mysterious cave was of no effect to him with his present cultivation level, so he didn't really care much about the coldness. Lord Sect Master, the traps here are getting more and more dangerous. Just what kind of expert was able to build this entire place? Xia Xinyu's complexion turned pale as she thought of the dangers that they had faced in the lower levels. She knew that she would have already died many times if not for Zhu Shen's protection, and she felt useless during the entire journey since Zhu Shen did everything on his own without even needing her help. Zhu Shen, who had his eyes shut tight a few moments ago, raised his head to look at Xia Xinyu. Looking at her terrified appearance, his gaze softened as he replied in an indifferent voice. The owner of this cave is a bit special. Although he is just an origin god realm cultivator, his attainment in array formation making isn't that low. Just that, the power of the array formations inside this cave has already weakened after thousands of years of inactivity. Since Xia Xinyu was already one of his people, Zhu Shen decided to tell her the truth. Besides, he also wanted to broaden her horizons by telling her this. Xia Xinyu's gorgeous eyebrows knitted in confusion. Origin God Realm? What is that? Lord Sect Master, what is this Origin God Realm that you speak of? She asked as she eagerly looked at Zhu Shen's face. She didn't know what the Origin God Realm was, but she could tell that it was definitely a higher level of cultivation, so she wanted to know everything about it. Zhu Shen reclined on the chair that he brought out from his space earring and placed one of his legs on top of the other before speaking in a lazy tone. With what I've seen so far, the cultivation levels of the cultivators in the profound dragon continent are divided into 9 levels. First rank warrior. Second rank elite warrior. Third rank crusader. Fourth rank knight crusader. Fifth rank spirit. Sixth rank king. 7th rank emperor. 8th rank divine. And 9th rank saint. However, do you know what is after that? Zhu Shen fixed his nonchalant gaze on Xia Xinyu's face. Xia Xinyu was stunned when she heard Zhu Shen's question, but she still replied, albeit with a perplexed look. After the 9th rank saint, isn't it the 10th rank god? 10th rank god? You're not entirely wrong, but you're not correct either. Zhu Shen shook his head lightly. He then continued. After the 9th rank saint, a cultivator will face their lightning tribulation. Everyone's lightning tribulation differs depending on their strength, and after one survives this, they will be promoted to the nascent god realm, gaining tens of thousands of years of additional lifespan. Xia Xinyu's beautiful eyes widened and her jaw almost dropped to the ground, making this pretty lady look silly. Lord Sect Master, you mentioned that the owner of this cave was an origin god realm expert. Could it be the next realm after the nascent god realm? She asked with shining eyes. This was quite shocking to her since she thought that the 10th rank god realm was the final phase of cultivation. Zhu Shen nodded his head calmly. Indeed. After the nascent god realm is the origin god realm. I'm just curious how Nuar was able to give birth to such an expert with its thin amount of true essence. Perhaps this planet was once a place with an abundant amount of true essence and cultivation resources. Just that, how did it devolve into this after merely a few tens of thousands of years? Zhu Shen muttered to himself with a pondering expression, but his voice was still loud enough for Xia Xinyu to hear. Zhu Shen's words made Xia Xinyu tremble in shock. How can Zhu Shen speak these words so casually? And how come he knows so much about this as if it was the back of his hands? Could he be? Xia Xinyu's scalp tingled and her thoughts were now in disarray after hearing all of this. The way she looked at Zhu Shen also changed and there was even more respect and veneration in her violently flickering eyes. Lord Sect Master, we have a few books that recorded the presence of 10th rank God Realm experts during the Great War between the Demon Race and the Alliance 50,000 years ago. However, the details about these experts are only so few. Xia Xinyu shook her head regretfully. She had read those books before, but it didn't mention anything about what Zhu Shen had just told her earlier. According to Zhu Shen, the experts at that level had more than several 10,000 years of lifespan, but why did they suddenly disappear without a trace in the profound dragon continent? Some of them should still be alive, but she had heard none at their level throughout all these years. The strongest that she knew were only the Alliance leaders of the Alliance, but they were only at the peak stage of the 9th rank saint. She could sense that this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed to be, and there might be a hidden conspiracy about this. Lord Sect Master, what do you think about it? As far as I can remember, the strongest in the profound dragon continent is only at the peak stage of the 9th rank saint. Xia Xinyu glanced at Zhu Shen who was still absorbed in his own thoughts. At this moment, the image of Zhu Shen suddenly changed in her heart. How could a normal person know about all this? Zhu Shen shook his head and sighed in his heart. He wasn't an inhabitant of Nuar, so he truly had no idea about what might have happened many years ago to this place. There's no use in asking me about this since I also don't know, but we might be able to get a few clues from this cave. Zhu Shen replied calmly. Now, he was even more curious concerning the history of Nuar. Xia Xinyu's eyes shone when she heard that. Right. The owner of the cave was an expert at the Origin God realm, so he might have written a few things about events of their time, but it was still not certain whether they can get any clues regarding the era of those experts. Let's go. We've rested enough. It's time to go to the 8th level. Zhu Shen stood up from his seat and put the chair inside his space earring as he said those words. Xia Xinyu nodded her head with a solemn look. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The Immortal's wine store. Shui Yangkai and Shui Yangkan followed Xiao Hua to the second floor of the store with cautious looks. They didn't dare put down their guards since the possibility of them being ambushed at this point wasn't low. Suddenly, the pupils of the two old men contracted when they saw the figure of Ren Zhuang standing upright outside the entrance of the second floor. They could not see through the ladder no matter how hard they looked, and this alone made the both of them greatly alarmed. An expert. Shui Yangkai and Shui Yangkan were both experts at the early stage of the 9th rank saint, so they were surprised that they couldn't read the strength of the man standing outside the second floor. Guests, please follow me inside. Xiao Hua smiled at the two old men as she opened the entrance of the second floor. And the moment she opened the door, Shui Yangkai and Shui Yangkan immediately felt an abundant amount of true essence hitting their bodies. The faces of the two old men brightened as they stepped inside the second floor. They even momentarily forgot about Ren Zhuang after feeling the dense amount of true essence inside. They didn't know that right after they entered, Ren Zhuang, who had his eyes shut tight the entire time, suddenly revealed a cold grin, but it soon reverted to his usual calmness. What a good place for cultivation. Little lass, you didn't deceive us indeed. Ha ha ha. Shui Yangkai and Shui Yangkan exclaimed as they glanced around. Xiao Hua smiled proudly as she replied. I told you guys that this place won't disappoint you. Now you know why I'm confident. Hee hee. Shui Yangkai and Shui Yangkan glanced at each other and smiled amiably. Chapter 151, Destroying Undead with Ease. At the 8th level of the mysterious cave, Zhu Shen and Xia Xinyu were surrounded by a little more than 100 skeletal warriors. Each of them was wearing a set of steel-plated armor and they were also holding a huge broadsword in their ghastly bony hands. Looking at the more than 100 7th rank Emperor Realm skeletal warriors, Xia Xinyu's eyes exhibited a trace of worry, but when she looked at Zhu Shen's calm and indifferent face, she felt a bit relieved. However, she still put on a vigilant look as she held her sword tightly in her hand. No matter how strong Lord Sect Master is, he will still succumb under this many 7th rank Emperor Realm skeletal warriors, but if he can break past their encirclement, he might be able to come out alive. After thinking about that, she then stared resolutely at Zhu Shen's side profile and muttered with a slightly quivering voice. Lord Sect Master, you don't need to protect me. Throughout the entire journey, I've only been a hindrance to you, so there is no need for you to waste your energy in protecting me. I just hope that you will help Solon in bringing our Ice Cloud Sword sect to eternal glory. Actually, she didn't want to die, but facing this kind of circumstance, she would feel guilty even if she managed to survive since she was just a burden to Zhu Shen in this whole exploration. Zhu Shen lifted his eyebrows in surprise when he heard her determined voice, and he could not help but take a clearer look at the beautiful face of this lovely lady. He didn't think much about her during the entire time and merely treated her as a subordinate, but upon sensing her resolve, his impression of this woman changed considerably. Do you think that these puny undeads can stop me, Zhu Shen? Zhu Shen chuckled in an amused tone. Xia Xinyu sensed the disdain in Zhu Shen's voice, and she could not help but become bewildered in her heart. Just where did he get his confidence? Facing this many undeads at the 7th rank Emperor realm, even Emperor Elik wouldn't be able to say such bold words, so how can he still remain calm in this kind of situation? Roar! Roar! The skeletal warriors roared as they pounced towards the pair while lifting their broadswords. Their loud roars shook the entire cave that even the bravest of men would surely be terrified by it. Xia Xinyu's legs almost buckled at the stifling aura they produced, and the hand she used in holding her sword trembled lightly. Zhu Shen's silver eyes flashed and turned golden in color as a pair of inky black wings sprouted behind his back. His calm and indifferent expression suddenly changed as an incredibly cold smile hung on his devilishly handsome visage. The dragon tattoo in his right arm suddenly turned into a wisp of black smoke before it turned into an ordinary-looking black sword. Roar! An ear-piercing draconic cry reverberated like a clap of thunder, stunning the group of undeads that were about to attack Zhu Shen and Xia Xinyu. Their hollow eyes lack a sense of sentience, but strangely, they exhibited a trace of horror when they heard the dragon's roar of Zhu Shen's baleful dragon sacred sword. The appearance of the ordinary-looking black sword in Zhu Shen's hand slowly changed, and in not less than a few seconds, it turned into an incomparably threatening and malicious-looking heavy sword that looked even more imposing due to the ancient patterns on its blade and the lifelike dragon engraving that intertwined on its hilt. The lazy and casual aura of Zhu Shen can no longer be sensed, and only an awe-inspiring and peerless air of a top expert can be felt around him. Xia Xinyu's eyes widened at this sudden change that she even forgot the situation they were facing. Is this his true strength? He looks so cool. And without waiting for the undeads to recover, Zhu Shen's figure flickered as he dashed towards them with his baleful dragon sacred sword in hand. He then flapped his wings and brandished his sword with a set of graceful movements. He didn't look like he was attacking at all, instead, it was as if he was an immortal that painted the scenery with a flawless sword dance. Bang! More than a dozen skeletal warriors disintegrated after being hit by Zhu Shen's sword strike, and their weapons were not even spared, breaking into pieces as if a block of brittle glass. Xia Xinyu, who had already willed herself to die, suddenly felt that her words earlier were somewhat laughable to Zhu Shen. To think that there was someone this strong in the Silver Wing Empire. I wonder how strong he is compared to the alliance leaders of the alliance. She thought in her heart as she looked at how Zhu Shen dismembered more than 107th rank Emperor Realm skeletal warriors as if they were a bunch of hapless chickens. It was truly shocking that her eyes glittered in admiration at the sight of him effortlessly destroying those creatures. Bang! 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 On the other hand, Zhu Shen didn't want to waste any more time in this place, so he hurriedly finished off the remaining skeletal warriors. The bunch of them were not even able to get near Zhu Shen before they became a pile of dust under his overwhelming sword strikes. The baleful dragon sacred sword in Zhu Shen's hand turned into a wisp of black smoke as it went back into his right arm. Zhu Shen retracted his pitch-black wings and his pair of golden eyes reverted to its natural silver color. His lazy and apathetic temperament once again returned, making Xia Xinyu almost believe that everything that happened was but a fleeting mirage. With a slight turn of his head, he glanced at Xia Xinyu's face with a calm but milder look. Seeing Zhu Shen's indifferent gaze fixed on her figure, Xia Xinyu smiled in embarrassment. "Let's go. There are still 2 levels before we can reach the end of this mysterious cave," Zhu Shen said with a poker face. Xia Xinyu nodded her head, but she could not help but grumble after not even seeing a single treasure around them. That Origin God Realm expert is so stingy. After going through 8 levels of his abode, we didn't even encounter a single treasure. What a miser! Hearing her words, Zhu Shen's lips curved upwards to form a faint smile, but Xia Xinyu was now looking elsewhere, so she didn't see this. "Stop complaining. If I'm not wrong, the treasures he left behind should be on the final level of this place. Just that, don't expect too much since so many years have already passed by. Some of his treasures might have already turned into dust." Zhu Shen muttered as he walked away, leaving behind the stunned Xia Xinyu, who immediately sprinted towards him. She was afraid that there might still be a few skeletal warriors along the way. If she wouldn't stay near Zhu Shen, then she would only be courting death. After knowing Zhu Shen's strength, she was now sure that she would be protected as long as she was near him. Xia Xinyu also became excited at the thought of him suddenly becoming their sect master. Only a few days have passed, but she was now wholeheartedly devoted to serving this man. She was certain that their Ice Cloud Sword sect would be feared throughout the whole of Nuar just because of him. "Lord Sect Master, you seem to be proficient in array formations. Could it be you are also a high-level array formation maker?" She stared at Zhu Shen with a curious look on her face. Along the way, they encountered a few array formations, but they were easily cracked by Zhu Shen. Her Ice Cloud Sword sect also had a few array formation maker, but they were only 7th level array formation makers, and they surely wouldn't be able to discern the array formation inside this mysterious cave. Looking at Zhu Shen, who was presumably an alchemy saint and a top cultivator, she found it hard to believe that he was also a high-level array formation maker. Was there really such an all-around genius? However, the proof was already right in front of her eyes, so she could only ask Zhu Shen to satisfy her curiosity. Zhu Shen stopped in his tracks and his face became imperceptibly unnatural. High-level array formation maker? Perhaps, only in this world was he qualified to be called as such. "I merely studied a bit of array formation making, and my attainment in this field is mediocre. I am only a 9th rank array formation maker." Chapter 152, Golems. Mediocre? 9th rank array formation maker? Xia Xinyu didn't know whether to laugh or to cry when she heard his answer. And looking at his serious expression, Xia Xinyu could only roll her eyes secretly. Since when did a 9th rank array formation maker become weak? Xia Xinyu felt a bit agitated in her heart. She couldn't be blamed since array formation makers are rare in Nuar and they were even rarer than the alchemists, that's why they were treated with respect anywhere they go. Even in their Ice Cloud Sword sect, the number of array formation makers could only be counted with one hand. And now, Zhu Shen was actually telling her that a 9th rank array formation maker was weak. Just who was he? Lord Sect Master. Xia Xinyu's face twitched, but she didn't know what to say after seeing Zhu Shen's calm but handsome face. In the end, she could only sigh and shake her head. Zhu Shen ignored Xia Xinyu and slightly frowned when he felt the situation in the 9th level of the mysterious cave. Upon seeing the serious look of Zhu Shen, Xia Xinyu suddenly became tense. Throughout the whole journey inside this cave, she had never seen Zhu Shen react that way, so she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous when she saw his expression. She immediately took out her sword as she surveyed their surroundings with a wary gaze. In front of them was a massive stone door that was about 10 meters tall and 5 meters wide. The surface of the stone door was covered by a layer of dust, signifying the number of years it was left unattended. After looking at this stone door, she didn't realize that anything was amiss, but she was somehow certain that behind this stone door was very dangerous. What else could make Zhu Shen look perturbed? The reason why Zhu Shen was displaying this kind of expression was because he felt the fluctuation of a few life forces behind the stone door. It means, there were living beings behind this door, but what kind of creatures could survive for tens of thousands of years? He placed his hands on the stone door and pushed it with all his strength, making the huge stone door emit a sound. Not long after that, as if it could no longer hold against Zhu Shen's strength, the stone door slowly crumbled into pieces. Huge pieces of broken stones crushed the place where the stone door was previously located. Bang! 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 Zhu Shen grabbed Xia Xinyu and lifted her away before they would be buried by those huge stone debris. Dust and smoke enveloped the place ahead of them, but Zhu Shen could now clearly see the creatures in front by using his spiritual power. Golems? I see. He muttered with a bit of a surprise. Golems were stone creatures with sentience, but their intelligence was only similar to a 3-year-old kid and their procreation level wasn't comparable to humans, making golems very rare even in the primordial god realm. However, the golems in the primordial god realm were not weak and some even had developed their intellect to a certain extent. Some stronger golems could even speak like normal humans and their strength was also unfathomable. After the dust and the cloud of smoke subsided, Zhu Shen and Xia Xinyu saw 5 gigantic creatures made from several stacks of stones. Xia Xinyu's eyes widened when she saw the golems since it was her first time seeing these strange creatures. What an ugly creature! She muttered unconsciously as she stared at those golems. Zhu Shen smirked when he heard her words. He then took a glance at those golems and discovered that their strength was comparable to a body enhancer at the 9th rank Saint realm. The thought of taming them suddenly came inside his head, but he hurriedly discarded the idea since taming these creatures would be hard and needed quite a long period of time. He didn't want to stay longer in this place just to get his hands on these creatures. Furthermore, he already had a few strong subordinates working under him, so he didn't really need to tame these ugly creatures. After sensing the arrival of the intruders, the red eyes of the 5 golems suddenly flickered and their stone-like faces revealed a look of fury. And with a stomp of their foot, they madly charged towards the pair, creating a massive disturbance within the cave. Rumble! 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 The cave shook as if there was a strong earthquake after the 5 golems initiated their attack. Seeing this, Zhu Shen's figure changed once more as his silver eyes slowly turned golden and a pair of pitch-black wings sprouted behind his back. However, Zhu Shen didn't take out his baleful dragon sacred sword this time since physical attacks were useless on these golems and they would only regenerate themselves. Only elemental attacks were effective on them. Xia Xinyu didn't wait for Zhu Shen's warning and she hurriedly distanced herself several dozen meters away. She wouldn't be useful in this fight since these creatures were at the 9th rank Saint realm, so she sensibly backed away to avoid distracting Zhu Shen. A golem pounced towards Zhu Shen and lifted its huge mountain-like fist, causing the air to produce a violent swooshing sound as its fist struck towards Zhu Shen. Swoosh! Zhu Shen flapped his wings and evaded the attack nimbly without a change in his expression, causing the golem to hit the empty ground. Bang! A huge crater was formed where the golem's fist struck. The 4 other golems were not idle and they hurriedly lifted their gigantic fists to punch Zhu Shen, but he was able to evade their attack with great ease. Bang! 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 These golems might be strong and had tough bodies, but their speed and mobility was its weakness, making it more vulnerable. Just that, one needs to have a strong elemental prowess if they wanted to kill these creatures. Zhu Shen waved his arms in midair producing hundreds of black flames that caused the temperature of the entire place to rise higher. Too bad I'm in a hurry. If not, I would have chosen to bring you guys with me. Zhu Shen muttered as he fired those black flames towards the golems. Chapter 153, Final Stage. Raging black flames enveloped the figures of the 5 golems, and they could only emit devastated roars as they slowly melted from the intense temperature of Jushen's black flames. Although these creatures were equivalent to 9th rank Saint Realm body enhancers, they seemed like ducks and chickens being mercilessly incinerated under Jushen's violent and brutal black flames. The golems twisted their stone bodies vigorously, causing violent movements inside the 9th level of the mysterious cave that shook the ground like an earthquake, but in the end, the 5 golems still powerlessly slumped on the ground before melting into a lava-like substance that emitted a cloud of black smoke. Not long later, not even an ash was left behind from the golems' humongous bodies. Looking at this scene from afar, Xiaozinyu could not help but gasp in fear and veneration. The eyes she used to look at Jushen were now twinkling like stars as she muttered silently to herself. Lord Sect Master's power is too strong. Perhaps, he is a nascent God Realm expert. Because she could not sense Jushen's strength and also from the overpowering battle ability that he showed during the fight recently, Xiaozinyu thought that Jushen was a nascent God Realm expert. OM. A 2-meter-tall portal suddenly appeared in front of Jushen, making him a bit surprised, but when he recalled that the owner of this mysterious cave was an array formation maker, he calmed himself down and turned his head to look at the stunned Xiaozinyu. Follow closely behind me. If I'm not wrong, behind this portal should be the final stage of this cave. We'll see what that deceased top expert left behind before his death. His indifferent voice rung beside Xiaozinyu's ears, waking her up from her stupor. She hurriedly dashed towards Jushen, who had already stepped inside the portal, and after the figure of the two could no longer be seen, the portal produced a ripple. OM. A faint vibrating sound echoed from the portal before it slowly vanished. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jushen and Xiaozinyu looked around them and they realized that they were no longer within the cave. In front of them was a vast expanse of rocky terrain. No trees or even a blade of grass could be seen, and only an ancient stone coffin was hovering just 100 meters ahead of them. The stone coffin emitted a sacred light as if a great personage was buried inside of it, but Jushen scoffed disdainfully in his heart when he saw it, since he knew that this was merely an effect created by an illusionary array formation, so how could he be impressed by this? This guy actually wants other people to believe that he is an almighty figure. Well, he could be considered as a top expert here in Nuar, but still, to think that he wants this kind of vainglory. What an egoistic fellow. The two of them didn't get closer to the stone coffin because there was still a conspicuous-looking statue beneath it, and Jushen felt a dangerous vibe coming from this statue. It was the first time that Jushen felt this kind of sensation after he transmigrated here in Nuar. It was a stifling kind of feeling that he only experienced every time he faced strong opponents. Looking at this statue, Jushen's golden eyes revealed a strange glint. He then silently gestured for Xiaozinyu to back away. Xiaozinyu saw the trace of solemnity in Jushen's eyes, and she could not help but take a clearer look at the statue beneath the hovering stone coffin. It was the statue of a middle-aged man with heroic facial features. His muscular upper body was naked and was riddled with battle scars. The lower part of his body was covered with thick battle armor that seemed to be made from a high-level metal. On the hands of this middle-aged man was a huge stone axe that was at least twice longer than this 2-meter-tall statue. The blade of the axe looked imposing and threatening with its sickle-like edge. After seeing that Xiaozinyu had already distanced herself, Jushen summoned his baleful dragon sacred sword. Roar! Jushen's sword emitted an explosive draconic cry as if it was announcing its arrival to the world. However, the lifeless eyes of the statue suddenly sprung open after the baleful dragon sacred sword produced its sound. A pair of purple orbs flickered incessantly within the statue's hollow eyes. A puppet made from array formations? Interesting. Jushen muttered as he glanced at the statue of the middle-aged man with a rare serious look. Crack! 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 Cracking sounds echoed as the statue slowly twisted its limbs as if it had awakened from its slumber. It then looked at Jushen with an emotionless look as it slowly walked towards him. Its steps were steady and unhurried as it left deep footprints on the rugged ground. Nascent God Realm puppet. Zhu Shen exclaimed in his heart. If it was in his past life, he wouldn't care about a measly puppet at the nascent god realm, but currently, he was only at the late stage of the 9th rank saint realm, so he still has to be cautious when facing this statue that had the strength of a nascent god realm expert. Zhu Shen's muscles became tensed as the puppet came nearer to him. He hasn't encountered an enemy as strong as this puppet since his arrival here in Nuar, so his battles mostly ended after just one attack from him, but this time, it might be different. Looks like I'll have to use my sword techniques now. What a nostalgic feeling! He muttered as he slowly lifted his baleful dragon sacred sword. As if it had sensed that Zhu Shen was preparing for an attack, the puppet who was just walking casually before suddenly pounced towards Zhu Shen while lifting its huge axe with both its hands. The air rippled as Zhu Shen suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. He quickly tapped his feet on the ground and he also flapped his pitch-black wings to fly in midair. Bong! The rocky surface where Zhu Shen had once been now had a huge and deep hole on it with spiderweb-like cracks all around. The puppet emitted an enraged roar after seeing that it had only hit the empty air and the pair of purple orbs in its eye sockets flickered wildly. Roar! Its vicious voice didn't sound human-like and it was correct to say that it sounded more like the cry of a beast. Fleeting sword heavenly slash. Zhu Shen silently muttered as he spun in the air before producing a keening sword slash that struck towards the puppet like a blade of wind that ripped the air apart. Swoosh! A violent gust of wind abruptly followed behind his slash which seemed like a tornado in stormy weather. The puppet lifted its incomparably huge axe and violently swung it, meeting Zhu Shen's attack fearlessly. Boom! The figures of the two were hurtled away because of the strong impact from their attacks, and even the distantly watching Xia Xinyu felt the true essence within her body revolving crazily. How strong! This is definitely not the strength of a 9th rank saint. Did I guess it right? Lord Sect Master Zhu Shen really is a nascent god realm expert? Amazing! Xia Xinyu's eyes contained a fanatical light as she watched the battle between Zhu Shen and the puppet. Although she could hardly follow the figures of the two, she was still able to see how intense their exchange was. Violent explosions rang out as the two collided dozens of times, but only several seconds have passed by at this instant. The place around them was already in a mess with multiple craters and indents on the ground. Only the stone coffin remained hovering ceaselessly in midair while emitting a dense sacred light. Xia Xinyu's mouth widened and she could not help but cover her tiny mouth with her dainty hands as she stared at the battle with a stupefied look on her face. It was the first time she had seen a battle at this level and she would never forget this scene even after many years later. Zhu Shen narrowed his eyes as he looked at the lightly damaged figure of the puppet. He was one realm weaker than his opponent and he could battle evenly with it because of his physique and weapon, but the puppet's strength had also exceeded his expectations. It was actually able to regenerate itself like those golems from the 9th level of the mysterious cave. However, Zhu Shen has yet to use his full strength and stronger sword techniques and he was merely fighting with it casually because it has been long since he had a fight this intense. Even the dragon descendant Long Meili was not as strong as the puppet he was facing right now. He wanted to prolong this battle as it might take a few more years before he could find another opponent as strong as this puppet. Zhu Shen's golden eyes exhibited a tinge of excitement as he held his sword. Come on! Don't disappoint me! He muttered with a cold grin. Chapter 154, Fighting continues. The puppet seemed to have felt the excitement and disdain in Zhu Shen's tone, making it emit an ear-piercing roar that shook the surroundings visibly. Roar! After hearing its beast-like shout, Zhu Shen let out a taunting smile as he pointed his baleful dragon sacred sword towards the puppet in a provoking manner as he said with an imperceivable excitement. Come! Show me your full strength! Roar! The puppet cried out once more before it dashed towards Zhu Shen while lifting its axe above its head causing violent ripples in the air. It then furiously struck down aiming to split Zhu Shen in half. With a faint smile on his face, Zhu Shen's eyes glinted as he held his sword with both hands before brandishing it against the puppet's axe without fear. He actually wanted to meet the puppet's attack head-on. A keening sword sound echoed as the ancient carvings on the baleful dragon sacred sword in Zhu Shen hands lit up, illuminating the uneven ground with a bright golden light. Unaware of the changes in Zhu Shen's sword, the puppet continued its attack. Boom! After the two weapons collided, a thunderous explosion rang out, creating layers of huge ripples in the air. At the epicenter of this explosion were two figures stubbornly holding their weapons while glaring at each other. There were visible cracks on the arms of the puppet, but it was healing at a discernible speed. On the other hand, Zhu Shen appeared to be spotlessly clean with no noticeable injury. He was still wearing a calm smile as he looked at the puppet with a nostalgic gaze. More. Let me experience it once more. Zhu Shen's eyes contained the lust for battle. He had been confined for millions of years in the God-sealing tower, with his soul being tortured every day. He missed the days when he could freely roam the primordial god realm to battle with top experts and god beasts. Now, he felt as if he was back into his earlier years in the primordial god realm, making him crave for a more stimulating fight. The purple orbs within the puppet's hollow eyes suddenly flickered vigorously as if it was provoked by Zhu Shen's expression. And with a twist of its body, it spun towards Zhu Shen like a tumultuous hurricane, producing strong gusts of wind as it came nearer to Zhu Shen. Crack! 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 The rocky ground cracked following the puppet's violent movement. Looking at this from afar, Xiaozinyu felt dread in her heart as she glanced at the puppet that now looked like a meat grinder as it continuously spun at a rapid speed. Zhu Shen's eyes shone when he saw this, and he immediately did a casual and natural sword stance as he muttered silently. Wind-breaking sword implosion. The baleful dragon sacred sword in Zhu Shen's hands produced dozens of sword lights that streaked towards the spinning puppet as he brandished it in a fluid motion. He looked like a sword immortal that danced through the skies with his set of graceful sword movements. Bang! 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 The sword lights struck the spinning puppet, which slowed down its movements considerably. Bang! 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 More sword light struck it, and not long later, the puppet was flung away like a kite with a broken string. Thud! The puppet's broken body collapsed hundreds of meters away, but it was still tightly holding the giant axe in its hands. The puppet now had countless cracks on its body that it looked as if it would break into pieces any time by now, but the purple orbs in its eye sockets were still burning intensely. Zhu Shen looked at the puppet with an interested smile. He realized that the deceased owner of this puppet was a genius in array formation and weapon refining, since the puppet he created was actually so strong despite being left here for thousands of years. The puppet suddenly stood up after it had regenerated a part of its broken body, and it stared at Zhu Shen as if it wanted to eat him whole. Roar! It emitted a loud sound, but it seemed much weaker than before. The damage done by Zhu Shen's attack can be perceived by this change. The puppet abruptly leaped towards Zhu Shen, wanting to catch him unprepared, but the latter was already aware of its actions the moment it started moving, so with a flap of his wings, it looked as if Zhu Shen had barely evaded the puppet's strike. Bang! Zhu Shen gracefully landed on the ground before bolting towards the puppet while brandishing his baleful dragon sacred sword forward, creating a massive burning sword light that stretched up to 10 meters in length. It looked like a blazing giant blade of a scythe that shot towards the puppet, leaving behind countless flakes of fire in the air. Swoosh! The puppet felt the danger and it didn't dare face this sword attack head-on, but it could only move slowly as if it was greatly pressured by the incoming fiery sword light. Bonk! The right half of the puppet's body melted from the intense and raging fiery sword light. The huge axe it was holding just a few moments ago had now become a pool of lava. It can be seen how devastating the attack Zhu Shen had just thrown to it. The pair of purple orbs in its hollow eye sockets suddenly dimmed as it knelt on the ground. The right torso of the puppet was now gone, and the remaining part was now covered with melted lava, making it look very miserable. The awe-inspiring nascent god realm puppet was reduced into such a plight with Zhu Shen's sword attack. I'm done playing with you. Zhu Shen muttered as he swung his sword towards the kneeling and absent-minded puppet. Crack! The puppet's body broke into countless pieces after receiving Zhu Shen's sword slash. Zhu Shen glanced at the puppet's fragmented pieces before he turned his apathetic gaze towards the stone coffin that hovered ceaselessly in midair. He then flew closer to the stone coffin with a flap of his pitch-black wings. Flap. 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 After getting a clearer look at the stone coffin, Zhu Shen saw the array carvings on its surface that protected it from being eroded by time. He touched the coffin and felt its ice-cold surface. He then circulated his true essence to provide heat for his body. If it was anyone else, they would have turned to ice sculpture if they had touched the stone coffin without thinking, but Zhu Shen had the seamless deity physique making him invulnerable to such low-level coldness. After seeing that there was no danger from the stone coffin, Zhu Shen recalled his baleful dragon sacred sword. He then destroyed the array carvings on its surface before bringing it to the ground. Elder Xia, come here. There's no more danger. Zhu Shen gestured for Xia Xinyu to come near to him to inspect the stone coffin. Xia Xinyu quickly darted towards Zhu Shen. She was a bit curious about what was inside the stone coffin. Was the body of the deceased expert buried inside? Chapter 155, Beauty Doing Hard Labor. After Zhu Shen removed the array carvings on the stone coffin, the bright golden radiance it emitted suddenly died down, making it look like an ordinary stone coffin. Although Zhu Shen had already deactivated the array formation engraved on this stone coffin, he still didn't lower down his guard since there might be a trap laid inside. Without looking at Xia Xinyu, he said to her in a calm voice. Elder Xia, move back a bit. There might be something dangerous inside. Xia Xinyu nodded her head gravely when she heard Zhu Shen's words. She then took a few steps backward while looking curiously at the stone coffin. Zhu Shen fixed his gaze on the coffin and muttered to himself. The main material used in making this stone coffin is the purple obsidian rock, which can block the use of spiritual perception. With my current spiritual power, my spiritual perception still can't penetrate this stone coffin made from purple obsidian rock. Zhu Shen tried using his spiritual perception to get a glimpse of what's inside the coffin, but an invisible power seemed to block his sight. In the end, he could only pry it open to see what is inside this stone coffin. Zhu Shen slowly pushed open the lid of the stone coffin, causing it to emit a sound similar to the grinding stones. He relaxed his guard after seeing that there was nothing wrong with the stone coffin. And when he saw what was inside, Zhu Shen's eyes revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Inside the coffin was a partially dried up corpse dressed in embroidered purple robes. The corpse's hands were resting on its chest where an intact book with glittering silver cover can be seen. Zhu Shen ignored the book since he had already seen what it was. It was a book about array formation, and it was definitely the book that cultivated this deceased expert into a high-level array formation maker. Although it was precious, Zhu Shen had already read countless books that were many times better compared to that one. However, he would still take a look at the book on the corpse's hands later, as it might contain a piece of precious information about array formation. Finally, Zhu Shen's gaze rested on the space ring on the corpse's left index finger. The god crystals should be inside this space ring. After getting it, my mission here will be done. Zhu Shen smiled as he reached out his hands on the space ring. Xia Xinyu was nervously looking at Zhu Shen as he took the space ring from the corpse's hand. After seeing that nothing went wrong, she sighed in relief. Good thing this expert still had some conscience before he died. Zhu Shen inspected the space ring and saw hundreds of god crystals inside. There were also some miscellaneous items such as earth weapons, divine weapons, cultivation pills, and etc. Seeing this, Zhu Shen felt a bit excited since the system had already mentioned that the god crystals could help him in increasing his cultivation level. Although this amount of god crystals was minuscule in his eyes, it was still a good harvest for the current him, as it had many uses. However, he will keep it to himself since he had already planned to break through to the nascent god realm. He then took a casual glance at the book on the corpse's hands and read the contents of the book only to be disappointed. Book of Array Formation. What a low-quality trash. This can be found in every sect of the primordial god realm. I can give this to Solon so that she can train a few array formation makers for the section. Without hesitation, he placed everything inside his space earring, including the contents of the space ring owned by the deceased expert. He then tossed the empty space ring to the curious Xiaozinyu and said calmly, "The contents of the ring are useful to me, so I can only give this to you. Although it looks shabby, it is still much better compared to the common space rings in Nuar." Xiaozinyu caught the space ring with a surprised look. She became even more stunned when she realized that the space ring could actually increase the circulation speed of her true essence. It must be noted that if one's true essence circulation is fast, the time one needed to cast their techniques will be much lower compared to those with slower true essence circulation speed. With this, she would gain an advantage if she fought against cultivators with similar levels of strength, and even if she encountered cultivators that are much stronger than her, she could still escape from them. Aside from all of this, the space inside this ring was also many times bigger than the one she owned right now. The value of this space ring wasn't small just from the space inside. Not to mention its ability to increase its owner's true essence circulation speed. Xiaozinyu felt grateful in her heart as she looked at Zhu Shen's expressionless face. She didn't do anything during the entire cave exploration and she was even a burden to Zhu Shen, but he still gave her something with great value. "Lord Sect Master, thank you for your gift," she said as she bowed her head respectfully. In her heart, she had already vowed to follow Zhu Shen's orders faithfully. Zhu Shen didn't know that he could gain this beautiful lady's loyalty with just a space ring that he deemed as trash. He nodded his head at her and said in an indifferent tone, "Since we've already completed our mission here, we should leave this place now." Xiaozinyu bowed her head in obeisance. "Yes, Lord Sect Master, but what about the corpse of this expert?" Zhu Shen thought for a moment before looking at the corpse inside the stone coffin. "Since we have already taken his possessions, we should give him a proper burial." Xiaozinyu nodded her head in agreement. "Yes, Lord Sect Master. I will get this done immediately." After saying those words, she immediately closed the stone coffin before looking for a spot to dig. After finding the perfect spot, she started digging using her sword. Of course, she used her true essence as she dug out the ground, making the digging process fast, but looking at the scene of this beautiful woman doing hard labor, it would surely elicit anyone's sympathy and pity, but Zhu Shen merely glanced at this with a poker face. He then took out a chair from his space earring and watched Xiaozinyu with a look of interest after taking a seat on his chair. "This woman isn't that bad. She knows what to do," he muttered with an amused expression. Ding! Side mission, gather god crystals in the mysterious cave. Completed. Loading rewards. Received X2 fruit of cultivation. Zhu Shen heard the system's notification for completing his mission, making him let out a faint smile. With the help of the 2 fruits of cultivation and the god crystals, I wonder how strong I would become. His cultivation level was now at the late stage of the 9th rank saint. Although his strength is comparable to a nascent god realm expert with his seamless deity physique and baleful dragon sacred sword, he would still have to use a bit of effort when fighting against them. He might have defeated the puppet earlier, but its strength was only comparable to an early-stage nascent god realm expert. Not to mention that some of its strength was greatly eroded after the long passing of time. Just that, what kind of lightning tribulation would he encounter, especially because he has the seamless deity physique? Even Zhu Shen had no idea about it. Chapter 156, The Eye in the Sky. Zhu Shen and Xiaozinyu were still within the 10th level of the mysterious cave. Although the surroundings looked like a rocky terrain, Zhu Shen knew that it was merely an effect of an array formation that created this sort of false scenery. In fact, they were still at the deepest part of the cave. Zhu Shen was already eager to consume the 2 fruits of cultivation at this instant, and he pondered deeply for a moment before taking the 2 fruits of cultivation from his space earring. Since that little girl is still doing something, I should use this idle time to consume both fruits. It won't take too much time to absorb them anyway. Zhu Shen muttered to himself as he gazed at the 2 fruits in his hands with a hungry look. After a moment of hesitation, Zhu Shen moved far away from Xia Xinya before he consumed the first fruit of cultivation in just a few big bites. Although he was already familiar with the taste of the fruit, he could still not help but let out a satisfied smile as munched the fruit inside his mouth into pieces. After finishing the first fruit, he then swallowed down the remaining one and closed his eyes to perceive the changes within his body. A warm current passed through his veins and to every part of his muscles and bones, giving him a pleasant feeling. The true essence in his danshan vigorously circulated as if it was stimulated by the dense energy contained by the two fruits of cultivation. Zhu Shen felt every pore in his body violently sucking the true essence within his surroundings, which created a tempest of gentle wind around him. Zhu Shen calmed his breathing and steadied his state of mind. After sensing that his strength was increasing, he knew that his lightning tribulation would soon follow. If it were anyone else, they would have prepared for many days, months, or even years before they would plan to break through to the nascent god realm, but to Zhu Shen, he decided it on a whim as if he treated the lightning tribulation as a mere fart. Late stage 9th rank saint. Peak stage 9th rank saint. At this instant, Zhu Shen felt his danshan expanding by at least twice as if it was preparing for something. Zhu Shen's eyes remained shut tight as he sat cross-legged on the cold ground. Outside the mysterious cave, the sky suddenly darkened, enveloping Greenwood City with a stifling atmosphere. Everyone glanced at the dark sky with a look of shock and fear. A few minutes ago, it was still sunny and there were no signs of rain at all, but it suddenly became like this. Some experts' eyes shone with greed as they gazed at the blackening sky because they thought that a rare heavenly treasure was being birthed. On the other hand, some people felt a sense of trepidation in their hearts when they saw this scene. They haven't seen this kind of phenomenon in Greenwood City, so every one of them was curious to know the reason behind this sudden change in the weather. Suddenly, the space above the sky parted and a huge eye abruptly sprung open, causing everyone within Greenwood City to be stunned in extreme apprehension. The huge eye blinked once before it looked towards the mysterious cave. Its gaze was very threatening, as if it could see through all deceit and disguise, which seemed as if nothing could escape its sight. Everyone within Greenwood City shivered when they saw the huge eye casting its profound gaze down below. Although they were not the target of this gaze, they still felt apprehensive in their hearts, since the aura emitted by this large eye was ancient and mysterious, and even some of them could not help but kneel down in worship and fear, treating the eye above the sky as a god. What the hell is that thing? It's the first time I'm seeing this kind of strange phenomenon. What a scary eye! It must be an eye of a god for it to have that kind of stifling and unfathomable aura. I think it's looking in the direction of the mysterious cave. Just that, what is it looking for in that place? Everyone discussed in a lively manner while guessing the reason for the sudden appearance of the eye in the sky. Just as everyone was discussing animatedly, the pupil of the huge eye suddenly shrunk as if it had seen something dangerous inside the mysterious cave. Its black iris suddenly turned crimson red and the dark sky also turned blood red in color. Crackle! 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 Flashes of red-colored lightning lit up in the sky and violent claps of thunder echoed deafeningly. As the sky was enveloped in a bloody shade of red, everyone within Greenwood City suddenly realized that things were becoming dangerous. And without hesitation, they fled far away while looking at the crimson sky with shaken hearts. Bloody hell! What was that? Shut the fuck up! We should flee at this instant. That thing looks dangerous, and that red flashes of lightning are definitely not normal. Everyone desperately ran for their lives after sensing the destructive power of the red streaks of lightning. They knew that they would die if one of those bloody lightning would strike their bodies. Just then, the blood-red eye suddenly trembled and it hastily closed its eyelid. At that instant, there was a trace of fear in the incomparably huge eye. Not long after that, it slowly lifted its eyelid and there was a stream of blood at the corner of the eye. Those who were still looking at this strange phenomenon were surprised to see this, but they had no idea what caused it to be injured. Within the 10th level of the mysterious cave, Zhu Shen's closed eyes suddenly sprung open. A few moments ago, he felt a suffocating gaze piercing through him, but all of a sudden, a stream of gentle energy wrapped around his body, removing the stifling sensation he felt. Did the system help me? And what was that cold gaze? Zhu Shen muttered to himself as he used his spiritual perception to check the situation outside. He was still at the peak stage of the 9th rank saint, and his lightning tribulation was yet to strike him. When Zhu Shen's spiritual perception saw the injured bloody eye in the sky, he felt a bit stunned, since he knew what it was. In fact, he had seen it more than several dozens of times in his past life. The reason for his surprise was because that blood-red eye would only show itself when top experts are trying to break through to the celestial god realm. After billions of years, only Celestial Emperor Lao Go and the other 2 Celestial Emperors managed to survive the onslaught caused by that eye. The God-exterminating divine eye. How come it's here? The usually calm Zhu Shen suddenly stood up, and he could help but feel a bit anxious. Even Celestial Emperor Lao Go and the other 2 Celestial Emperors almost died after being punished by this divine eye, so how could he not be anxious at the sight of this? It would have been fine if he had his former heavenly god realm cultivation level, but he was only a pitiful 9th rank saint at the moment. Could this bloody thing be my tribulation lightning? Zhu Shen muttered with a wry smile on his face. Chapter 157, God-Exterminating Divine Eye. The God-Exterminating Divine Eye was something that even the 3 Celestial Emperors greatly feared. The ferocious blood-red streaks of lightning that it brought along with it upon its arrival was something that was capable of sundering the heavens and overturning the skies. Zhu Shen's palms suddenly moistened as he stared at the God-Exterminating Divine Eye with his spiritual perception. He was worried that it might destroy the whole of Nuar along with him. Oh, crap! Is this because of my seamless deity physique? Just what kind of monstrous supreme physique do I have for it to summon this bloody thing here? Zhu Shen's heart tightened as he looked at the huge eye above the skies of Greenwood City. Just then, he squinted his eyes when he saw the gushing blood at the corner of its eyelid, which made Zhu Shen a bit perplexed. How come it's injured? Zhu Shen muttered in surprise. This God-exterminating divine eye was even capable of vanquishing the top experts of the primordial god realm, so it was a supreme existence without equal in the hearts of everyone in the primordial god realm. However, it was actually injured, and it was even showing a trace of fear as it looked at Zhu Shen's figure. Zhu Shen furrowed his eyebrows, but then, he suddenly recalled the gentle sensation that removed the oppressive feeling that was caused by the God-exterminating divine eye's gaze. It should be the system's doing, but how did it injure that bloody thing? Just what is the origin of the system? Zhu Shen felt shocked in his heart, but he promptly calmed himself down with the help of his 3rd-level heart realm. The unease that he had felt earlier was now gone, and his face once again recovered its usual indifferent expression. Zhu Shen's pair of eyes suddenly burned with an intense fighting will. Since this thing is my tribulation lightning, what is there to fear about? Come! Zhu Shen, fear nothing! He shouted as he destroyed the array formation within the mysterious cave. After losing the array formation, the restriction on the use of the element of space was removed. After that, Zhu Shen grabbed the stunned Xia Xinyu and teleported with her outside the mysterious cave. Zhu Shen then calmly said as he looked at the dumbfounded Xia Xinyu, who was absent-mindedly looking at the surroundings. Elder Xia, you should stay within Greenwood City first. I still have to face that thing before we can go home. Xia Xinyu was shocked when she realized that they were already outside of the mysterious cave in just a blink of an eye. She wasn't even able to sense the danger in the atmosphere, and it was only when Zhu Shen spoke that she realized the dangerous situation they were in. She then lifted her head upwards to take a look above, only to be stunned shitless. What the hell is that? Zhu Shen frowned and gave her a hard look as he said. Leave immediately. You will die any time from now if you don't leave this place. Just wait for me in Greenwood City. Xia Xinyu nodded her head like a chicken pecking on rice. She was truly scared at what she had seen. Yes, Lord Sect Master. She hurriedly left the scene with her fastest speed after she spoke those words. The aura emitted by the huge eye above them was so suffocating that she could hardly look at it. She knew that she would only be courting death if she stubbornly stayed behind, so she immediately followed Zhu Shen's orders without complaint. Just what was that eye? Could it be that Lord Sect Master is the reason for its appearance here? But why? After seeing that Xia Xinyu had already left the place, Zhu Shen turned his gaze on the God-exterminating divine eye, and when it sensed Zhu Shen staring at it, its pupil suddenly shrunk as if it felt threatened by him. "Come on! Bring down those bloody lightning!" Zhu Shen shouted tauntingly as a pair of pitch-black wings sprouted behind his back. He also summoned his baleful dragon sacred sword, which emitted a loud draconic roar that reverberated thunderously. Roar! The dark blade of the baleful dragon sacred sword looked rather imposing as it changed into its battle form, which was a 2-meter-tall giant heavy sword. The dark red archaic carvings on the blade suddenly lit up, making it even more threatening to look at. The heads of the 2 dragons that intertwined on its hilt also lit up as if they wanted to fly and devour the god-exterminating divine eye. Zhu Shen's silver hair fluttered as he flapped his wings vigorously to move closer to the huge eye. Now, the streaks of blood-red lightning flashed continuously as if it was provoked by Zhu Shen's taunting expression. "Come! Are you afraid?" Zhu Shen's mocking voice echoed in the skies, and even those experts hiding within Greenwood City could sense the disdain in his voice. What a madman! He actually dared to provoke that thing. That man must have gone crazy. Is he courting death? What a lad! Such a crazy person! Although these words were said by them, they could still not help but admire Zhu Shen's courage and bravery. They could only see Zhu Shen's tiny figure hovering beneath a huge eye, but his small figure strangely looked broad and mighty in the onlookers' eyes. The god-exterminating divine eye became furious after sensing Zhu Shen's disdain. More streaks of blood-red lightning flashed as it gazed at Zhu Shen with a solemn look. Crackle! 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 Zap! A bolt of bloody lightning suddenly shot towards Zhu Shen. Zhu Shen's eyes narrowed as he glared at the incoming bolt of lightning. He abruptly lifted his baleful dragon sacred sword with both hands as he brandished it with a grave look on his face. "With my sword in hand, I'm invincible." Zhu Shen's deep and majestic voice reverberated coldly as a huge sword light manifested and met with the blood-red bolt of lightning. Vog! Huge and violent layers of ripples in the air burst forth, causing fierce fluctuations in the air that toppled the nearby trees and hills. Zhu Shen's clothes fluttered as the tumultuous gusts of wind struck his figure. His indifferent eyes were still looking at the god-exterminating divine eye with disdain. "Bring it all down!" Zhu Shen initiated an attack as if he was unsatisfied with the strength of the blood-red lightning. The huge crimson eye glared at Zhu Shen as 3 bolts of blood-red lightning struck his figure like 3 divine spears, leaving behind a crimson trail in the skies. Zhu Shen smiled widely in contempt. He realized that this god-exterminating divine eye was severely injured, which made the bolts of blood-red lightning it produced to be thousands of times weaker than the ones he'd seen in his past life. Although he didn't know how the system managed to injure such a strong existence, he understood that the system must be an even higher existence compared to the god-exterminating divine eye. If that was the case, who created it? And why did it choose him as the host? Zhu Shen didn't know the answers to these questions, but he will slowly uncover the truth as he increases his strength. Chapter 158, Fury of the God-Exterminating Divine Eye. Facing the 3 bolts of crimson lightning that looked like 3 red serpents gliding through the air, Zhu Shen's silver hair danced wildly and his clothes fluttered vigorously as he waited for the 3 serpent-like bolts to strike him down. He could sense that the strength behind these 3 streaks of bloody lightning had weakened terribly, and with his seamless deity physique, he should be able to survive even if he was struck by it. Zhu Shen wasn't doing this out of madness. He just wanted to see whether he could use these bolts of lightning to temper himself. Although his supreme physique was the best he had seen and needed no further enhancement, he wanted to exceed his limits to tap the full potential of his supreme physique. These actions might be crazy in the eyes of others, but to Zhu Shen, he treated it as a form of tempering. Zap! 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 The 3 bolts of blood-red lightning struck his body, making Zhu Shen's senses turn numbed that he almost lost his grip on his baleful dragon sacred sword. His body convulsed under the intense electric current that flowed within his body like a violently coursing river in the midst of a storm. Despite the numbing sensation he felt, Zhu Shen's figure remained hovering above the sky like a deity that refused to bend even under the extreme punishment of the god-exterminating divine eye. His embroidered robes was now a mess with cuts and torn pieces, but the imposing aura that he emitted didn't even diminish. With a grim smile on his handsome face, Zhu Shen lifted his head to look at the god-exterminating divine eye with an unyielding expression. Ha ha ha! God-exterminating divine eye, your strength truly disappointed this heavenly god. Come! Show me everything you've got. Zhu Shen suddenly remembered his adventures during his younger years. Didn't he experience these kinds of dangerous situations before? Even so, he was still able to survive everything, and he even managed to increase his strength during those times. Thinking about that, Zhu Shen's expression bloomed into a splendid smile. He was no longer worried about the might of the god-exterminating divine eye. The huge eye glaring at Zhu Shen suddenly trembled as if it was furious at the latter's arrogance. And as a supreme existence feared by everyone in the primordial god realm, how could it bear Zhu Shen's insulting words? After that, it suddenly closed its eyelid as if it was preparing for an even stronger attack. Zhu Shen could feel an even more dangerous energy fluctuation coming from the god-exterminating divine eye, but he remained standing tall and straight like a divine spear. Numerous streaks of blood-red lightning continuously struck his majestic figure. Each bolt of lightning was capable of turning a 9th-rank Saint Realm expert into ashes, but it only made Zhu Shen tremble because of the wild electric currents that circulated within his body. Other than that, he embraced the streaks of bloody lightning that continuously struck his body. Zhu Shen controlled his true essence and guided the currents of lightning to strengthen his physical body and spiritual power. And to his amazement, it was indeed able to increase his strength by a tiny bit. Although it was only a small increase in power, this still made him pleasantly surprised, since he thought that it would be hard to temper his seamless deity physique. It seems like I can also temper myself with the help of the tribulation lightning. In that case, give me more. He shouted loudly as his body quivered. Within Greenwood City, some experts chose to move closer to continue watching the scene. They've heard Zhu Shen's every word as he faced those bolts of blood-red lightning, and they also saw his proud and heroic figure that remained hovering straight and erect amidst the violent lightning that unendingly hit his body. Seeing this, everyone was visibly moved, and they unconsciously clenched their fists as they gazed at Zhu Shen's silhouette with a look of veneration and worship. Who wouldn't admire such an iron-willed man? Xia Xinyu, who was among those people that were looking at the scene, felt her maiden heart stirring violently without her knowing it. She gazed at Zhu Shen's figure with unblinking eyes, saving this scene in her memory. Lord Sect Master. Xia Xinyu's voice was filled with unconcealed admiration, and there was also a tinge of tenderness. She felt her eyes becoming cloudy and hazy as she looked at this man with complicated emotions. Who is this exalted expert? Is he a 10th-rank God Realm cultivator? This man is too strong. He is still alive even after being struck dozens of times by that bloody thing. Just who is he? Because of the great distance between them, everyone couldn't clearly see Zhu Shen's face, and they only knew that he was a man because of his voice. However, they could not help but revere him at the bottom of their hearts. Zhu Shen's body was now bloodied and had numerous cuts and torn muscles, but even with that being the case, he still tightly held his baleful dragon sacred sword with both his hands while glaring disdainfully at the god-exterminating divine eye that had closed its eyelid a few minutes ago. At this moment, the eyelid of the god-exterminating divine eye suddenly sprung open, producing an archaic and ancient aura that made the onlooker's legs turn into jelly with its oppressive might. Purple veins can be seen on the bloodshot god-exterminating divine eye. The blood-red bolts of lightning in the sky suddenly turned into deep purplish red as their figures slowly changed into flashes of dragon-like lightning. Roar! 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 The sky was filled with draconic roars as the dragon-like lightning bolts surrounded Zhu Shen's lone figure like a pack of hungry wolves staring at their prey. Facing this scene, Zhu Shen laughed contemptuously, causing his wounds to open up. His whole body was now covered by blood, and only his pair of golden eyes remained untainted by his injuries. Come! You've made me wait for too long. Is this your final attack? Ha ha ha! Bring it on! The pupil of the god-exterminating divine eye flashed with rage as it instantly controlled the dragon-like lightning bolts to attack Zhu Shen. Ruoar! 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 Sonorous dragon cries echoed in the air as flashes of dragon-shaped lightning assaulted Zhu Shen's trembling figure, which chilled the onlooking crowd's hearts. They believed that Zhu Shen wouldn't be able to survive this onslaught even with his might. Everyone felt that it was such a pity for an expert like him to fall in this kind of situation. What a pity! No one can survive in this kind of destructive power. Sigh. Even so, I will never forget this unyielding man. Alas, even such a strong figure couldn't escape death. Bayog! An earth-shaking explosion rang out and innumerable debris of huge rocks burst into the air after the flashes of dragon-shaped lightning struck Zhu Shen mercilessly. Everyone inside Greenwood City covered their ears with panicked looks to prevent their eardrums from breaking. The earth trembled for several minutes before everything settled down, but the shock in everyone's heart didn't recede. Is he still alive? No one knows. Chapter 159, Looking for an Inn. Lord Sect Master. Xia Xinyu cried out in alarm after seeing the damage done by those terrifying lightning bolts. The vast greenery outside of Greenwood City was now a terrible mess. Toppled trees, broken mountains, and large craters can be seen, which made her heart jump in shock. Xia Xinyu wanted to find Zhu Shen, but when she recalled his orders earlier, she chose to believe in him and waited patiently as she stared intently at the place covered by a thick cloud of black smoke. Lord Sect Master should be fine. She tried to console herself, but she could not help but feel worried since those flashes of lightning were just too frightening, and she could even feel the strength behind them even though she was a great distance away. Looking at the sky, Xia Xinyu could still see the huge crimson eye that was similarly looking at the cloud of black smoke. Just that, Xia Xinyu had no way of knowing the thoughts of this being, but she could somehow sense that it was stunned. However, she wasn't so sure about this, and it was merely her intuition. The sky and the clouds were still painted with crimson color, but the flashes of lightning could no longer be seen. Only the gigantic god-exterminating divine eye remained as it looked unblinkingly at the cloud of black smoke. Suddenly, it squinted its pupil, and this time everyone could sense that it was expressing its surprise. Not long later, the sky became clear and everyone could see a naked figure hovering in midair like a deity. He was no longer covered in blood and his golden eyes flashed with an unfathomable light. Zhu Shen smiled at the god-exterminating divine eye and said with limitless confidence in his tone, "We will meet again, but I hope you won't disappoint me the next time we meet." Ha ha ha. After saying those words, Zhu Shen's silhouette vanished into thin air and only his unbridled laughter lingered in the air. Everyone could sense his arrogance, but no one thought that it was wrong because he definitely has the qualifications to say those words. Whoa! He actually managed to survive that. A scary figure is born in our Silver Wing Empire. Just that, who is that man? Big news. I have to report this to my clan elders. Me too. Me 3. The god-exterminating divine eye didn't move for several seconds before it promptly closed its eyelid and its huge figure slowly turned incorporeal before vanishing like a mirage. Seeing that the scary eye was already gone, everyone heaved sighs of relief. They then went back to their homes and clans to report what they had seen. Everything was too shocking, and this news would definitely stun the whole of Silver Wing Empire. Just that, no one was able to identify the identity of the man who faced off against that mysterious eye. Xia Xinyu was happy when she saw that Zhu Shen was still alive, and she could not help but feel excited at the thought of serving such a man. She had seen his display of strength, and if she could not even tell that he was already a nascent god realm cultivator, then she might as well find a piece of tofu and smash her head with it. Thinking about the future of their Ice Cloud Sword sect, the excitement in her heart intensified. Swoosh! A gust of gentle wind brushed Xia Xinyu's figure, making her a bit surprised. She turned her head sideways and saw Zhu Shen, who was now wearing a set of embroidered white robes that made him look even more enchanting. When she looked at his pair of tantalizing golden eyes, Xia Xinyu felt her soul leaving her body. He was so handsome that it made her maiden heart quiver with inexplicable emotions. "El Lord Sect Master," she muttered while looking at him with a dazed look. She didn't even realize that her voice was already trembling as she spoke those words. Zhu Shen nodded his head at her indifferently, and he could also sense the change in her way of speaking to him, but he just ignored it. "Elder Xia, let's stay here for a day before we go back home. I need to consolidate my strength first." Xia Xinyu felt a bit sad at his distant way of speaking with her, but upon thinking about it, she had just met him for a few days, so they were not that familiar with each other yet. "Yes, Lord Sect Master. Do you want me to find an inn for us?" Xia Xinyu asked with a smile on her face. Zhu Shen thought for a moment before he nodded his head. You can do that." Xia Xinyu smiled as she bowed her head lightly before she went to look for someone to ask where they could find an inn to stay. There were still many people loitering around, so it wasn't long before she found someone she could ask for. It was a middle-aged man dressed in light body armor, and there was also a long sword strapped behind his back. He looked rather bedraggled, so he should be one of those people that went inside the mysterious cave. "Mister, where is the nearest inn here?" Xia Xinyu asked in a respectful tone. Although she was much stronger than this middle-aged man, she still gave him a kind smile since she felt that this man's current appearance looked a bit too pitiful. The middle-aged man was at first irritated after being randomly pulled by someone, and he was also depressed since he had lost all of his buddies inside the mysterious cave, but just as he was about to rain curses, he saw that the person who pulled him was actually a beautiful lady with a curvy figure. He immediately revealed a warm smile as he answered her question. "Just right ahead is Greenwood City's biggest and most luxurious inn, the Greenwood Pavilion, but young miss has to be careful since there are a lot of arrogant nobles in there." Xia Xinyu thanked the middle-aged man before she walked towards Zhu Shen, who was now immersed in his own thoughts. The middle-aged man glanced at Xia Xinyu's swaying figure with a wide smile, but when he saw her walking towards a man, his smile suddenly turned stiff. Looking at Zhu Shen's devilishly handsome face and comparing it to his own, he looked no different than cow manure compared to that man with long silver hair. The middle-aged man then shook his head dejectedly before leaving the scene with a broken smile. "Lord Sect Master, there is an inn up ahead, and it's also the most luxurious one here in Greenwood City. Should we go there?" Xia Xinyu glanced at Zhu Shen's face with admiration as she asked him. Zhu Shen nodded his head half-heartedly. He really didn't think too much about the luxuriousness of the inns in the profound dragon continent, since everything in here was just a shabby place in his eyes. Only his store was giving him a more pleasant and peaceful feeling. Seeing his agreement, Xia Xinyu immediately led the way with a beautiful smile on her face. Chapter 160, Crown Prince. The Greenwood Pavilion was indeed well known in Greenwood City, and it was even famous among the noble families. Aside from that, the owner of the Greenwood Pavilion was also a very mysterious person with unfathomable strength, and because of the owner's great reputation, no one dared to cause trouble in this establishment. Under the glaring heat of the sun, two individuals can be seen walking conspicuously along the road. They were a pair of a man and woman, and both of them were endowed with attractive looks, causing surprised exclamations from the people that saw them. Of course, they are none other than Xia Xinyu and Zhu Shen. Xia Xinyu was a beautiful woman with long black hair that cascaded down to her hips. With her mature air and curvy figure, she managed to capture the crowd's attention as she led Zhu Shen to the Greenwood Pavilion. Xia Xinyu's seductively swaying hips and demure appearance blended perfectly to create an enchanting image that captivated the eyes of the onlooking men. On the other hand, Zhu Shen, who was wearing an embroidered white robes, trailed behind Xia Xinyu with an indifferent and cold expression on his face. He occasionally glanced at the crowd with a calm look, and those women, young or old, that caught a glimpse of his peerless visage felt their hearts leaping out of their chests in infatuation, and even the young misses of the noble families that acted cold and icy displayed mesmerized looks as they gazed at Zhu Shen's striking figure. What a perfect couple! They look like immortals with their graceful bearing and attractive looks. Look at that man, he's so handsome. I want to make babies with him. Ah! What a pity! If only that man smiles at me, how beautiful would it be? Zhu Shen and Xia Xinyu ignored the murmuring crowd, but the latter could not help but blush at the attention they were getting. Xia Xinyu always stayed inside the ice castle of the Ice Cloud Sword sect almost every day, and she rarely comes out, so she wasn't used to this kind of feeling. On the other hand, Zhu Shen remained unperturbed since he was already used to this kind of scene even in his past life. Seeing the enchanted looks of the women around them, Xia Xinyu could not help but sigh in her heart. Zhu Shen was just too handsome that even some of the married noble women were throwing flirtatious glances at him. She couldn't really blame them since Zhu Shen was really too attractive that even she found it too difficult to calm her maiden heart every time she looked at his face. Even then, Xia Xinyu knew that she didn't deserve to be Zhu Shen's woman, but it was alright as long as she could see him every day. Thinking about that, her face burned in embarrassment as she hurriedly discarded those thoughts. After walking unhurriedly for a little more than 10 minutes, the pair arrived in front of a 10-story building with classical architecture and design. The entrance of the building was heavily guarded by more than 10 warriors, with each of them dressed in extravagant-looking knight armor. They looked rather imposing and fearsome, and their cultivation level at the 5th rank spirit realm deterred those with malicious intentions. A constant stream of people came in and out of the building, signifying its well-deserved reputation. Seeing this, Xia Xinyu nodded her head in satisfaction before she turned to look at Zhu Shen with a gentle smile. "Lord Sect Master, we've arrived in Greenwood Pavilion. Not bad. Let's go," Zhu Shen said perfunctorily as he walked towards the entrance of the building with a calm look. Xia Xinyu smiled as she looked at his back figure before following behind him obediently. Looking at Zhu Shen and Xia Xinyu who were walking towards them, the 10 or so warriors guarding the entrance of the building could not help but feel astonished in their hearts, but they hurriedly concealed their shock. Just as the two were about to go inside the building, a gentle voice filled with confidence and respect suddenly echoed behind them. "This young lady, would you be kind enough to allow this young master to have the opportunity to see your beautiful face?" Zhu Shen stopped in his tracks and looked at the newcomer with interest, while Xia Xinyu furrowed her eyebrows before turning her head to glance at that person with a cold look. He was a young man in his early 20s, and he looked quite handsome and elegant with his stylish blue robes. There was also a short sword hanging on his left hip, giving him a more appealing vibe. His short black hair was messy, but this gave him a wild kind of appeal. After seeing Xia Xinyu's pretty face, this young man suddenly revealed a flabbergasted look, but it instantly bloomed into a charismatic smile. He then stepped forward and cupped his fists respectfully at Xia Xinyu as he spoke. "Greetings, young lady. This one's name is Reinhardt Silveria. My apologies for suddenly interrupting you. I just couldn't help but call out for young lady when I saw your graceful silhouette." After hearing his respectful and kind words, Xia Xinyu's face eased up, but when she heard the man's name, she couldn't help but ponder in her heart. The only ones with the surname Silveria in Silverwing Empire is the Imperial family. Is he perhaps someone from the Silveria Imperial family? Looking at Xia Xinyu's pondering expression, the smile on Reinhardt's face became even more vibrant. "Young lady, this is not a good place to talk. How about we come inside first?" he asked as he stared at her with a charming smile. Xia Xinyu was stunned at Reinhardt's bluntness, but she could not find any reason to refuse him since he didn't look like someone who harbored malicious intentions. However, Zhu Shen was right behind her and it wouldn't be appropriate to go with another man no matter how friendly he was, so with an apologetic look, Xia Xinyu shook her head lightly. "I'm sorry Prince Reinhardt, but I am accompanying his lordship Zhu Shen today." When Reinhardt heard Xia Xinyu refer to him as prince, he was a bit surprised since the latter might have already realized his identity. He then took a glance at the man behind her that he chose to ignore earlier, and when Reinhardt saw the man's face, he gasped in shock and gave Zhu Shen a meaningful smile before he turned his attention back to Xia Xinyu. It appears that young miss has already guessed who I am, but I on the other hand don't even know young miss' name, he said while flashing a dejected smile. Xia Xinyu still didn't know Reinhardt's true intentions, but upon seeing his expression, she sighed and said, "Your Highness, you can call me Xia Xinyu." Reinhardt's broken smile suddenly blossomed when he heard her reply. "Oh, so it's young Miss Xia. Since young Miss Xia is busy right now, I won't take much of your time. I'll come back another day to look for you. Farewell." After cupping his fists at Xia Xinyu, Reinhardt glanced at Zhu Shen with an imperceptible competitive look before he elegantly turned around and left the scene. Xia Xinyu frowned as she looked at his receding figure. She was certain that Reinhardt was one of the Empire's princes, and after interacting with him, he should be the famously known romantic crown prince of the Silver Wing Empire. Zhu Shen, who was silent throughout the whole scene, suddenly called out, "Elder Xia, do you who know that person is?" Xia Xinyu glanced at Zhu Shen and nodded her head. "Lord Sect Master, that man seems to be the crown prince of Silver Wing Empire. And if he is indeed the crown prince, then the rumors about him should be true." Zhu Shen's expression didn't change, but he felt a bit curious since he felt that the cultivation level of Reinhardt was at the early stage of the 7th rank Emperor realm. Just that, Reinhardt had a treasure that concealed his strength, and everyone else could only see that he was a 5th rank spirit realm cultivator. As for why he was hiding his strength, no one knows. Among Emperor Elik's children, the crown prince was the oldest, but everyone thought that he was merely an affectionate man with little strength. And Zhu Shen, who was running a wine store in the capital, has already heard so many rumors about this romantic crown prince. However, it seemed like everyone else was wrong about him. How could a 7th rank Emperor realm cultivator be an ordinary man? Crown Prince Reinhardt. It looks like all of Elik's children can be considered as peak geniuses in this world. A tiger would never have a dog of a child. Zhu Shen muttered to himself. The situation in the Silver Wing Empire was already becoming more complicated, with all the hidden characters suddenly showing up. If only the Silver Wing Empire didn't have an internal conflict, it could have been one of the most peak existences feared in the profound Dragon Continent. Chapter 161, Xia Xinyu's Misunderstanding. The moment Zhu Shen and Xia Xinyu stepped inside the Greenwood Pavilion, 2 rows of scantily dressed maids bowed at them as they spoke in unison. "Welcome, young master, young miss." Xia Xinyu was embarrassed at this reception, and she could not help but blush while looking at Zhu Shen's side profile. She wanted to see what his reaction would be while facing these women clad in revealing clothes. Any man would have revealed licentious or lecherous expressions if they encounter a scene such as this, but to her surprise, Zhu Shen appeared to be unmoved even after he looked at the ladies. After looking at the women casually for a moment, he then moved his gaze towards the interior design of the building. He didn't seem to be interested in them even by the slightest bit. How come Lord Sect Master isn't attracted to them? Could it be that he doesn't like women? Xia Xinyu's heart turned cold and she hurriedly erased the thought in her heart. How could a person like Zhu Shen be attracted to any random woman? Just that, she could still not help but feel worried in her heart, since Zhu Shen's reaction was just too unbelievable for a man. There should at least be a little bit of reaction, right? Xia Xinyu glanced suspiciously at Zhu Shen, and the latter could help but feel perplexed when he saw Xia Xinyu's weird gaze. However, how could he know what she was thinking? If he knew what was in her mind, he would surely laugh in amusement. How could he fancy the women of a mortal world? There might be a few peerless beauties here, but were they even comparable to the immortal goddesses of the primordial god realm? Surely not. A woman in her late 20s suddenly walked towards them with a sweet smile plastered on her face. Her exposed and towering bosom trembled as she moved, while her seductive eyes were scanning Zhu Shen and Xia Xinyu from head to foot. She was enchanted when she saw Zhu Shen's face, and her heart beat faster when their eyes met. What a handsome man! After exclaiming in her heart, her expression recovered her smile. "Welcome, dear guests. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Yulai, the proprietress of Greenwood Pavilion. I would assume that you are a couple. You just came at the right time. We still have some unoccupied rooms meant for couples like you guys." Li Yulai chuckled meaningfully, causing her explosive assets to produce fleshly waves that could make any other man crazy. Xia Xinyu let out a shy smile when she heard Li Yulai say couple, and she could not help but take a look at Zhu Shen's reaction. However, he remained detached as if he didn't take Li Yulai's words to his heart. Seeing this, Xia Xinyu's suspicion intensified. "No. I have to make sure that Lord Sect Master is a man." Xia Xinyu then looked at Li Yulai's cleavage that revealed a deep ravine. The latter's chest continuously rose and fell as the latter chuckled to her heart's content. "This seductress." "Humph." Xia Xinyu muttered coldly in her heart. With an impatient look, Xia Xinyu gloomily stared at Li Yulai's face as she said in a cold voice. "Madam Li Yulai, please give us one room." Hearing her words, Zhu Shen wanted to speak, but he decided not to. He knew that it was troublesome to involve himself in the dispute between two women. When Li Yulai felt the coldness in Xia Xinyu's tone, she merely smiled as she nodded her head. "No problem, young miss. I will take you two to your room. Please follow me." She then turned around, leaving behind a lingering womanly fragrance in the air. Li Yulai was wearing a short dress that only covered a tiny portion of her hot figure. Her long legs were partially exposed, giving her a tempting and arousing atmosphere. Looking at their proprietress leading the pair to their room, the women who greeted Zhu Shen and Xia Xinyu earlier were a bit surprised. "Who are those two? Madam Li Yulai is actually leading them personally. Didn't you see the man? He looks so dashing. He should be someone with a great background. Shhh. Don't let the proprietress hear you guys or she would surely punish you later." The Greenwood Pavilion has 10 floors in total, and Li Yulai led the pair to the highest floor where only the most luxurious rooms can be found. Xia Xinyu didn't know why Li Yulai was treating them with this much courtesy, and she had even forgotten that she had asked for a single room for herself and Zhu Shen. Just then, Xia Xinyu suddenly remembered the rumors about the owner of this establishment. Could she be the true owner of this place? If that's the case, how come I did not see anything special about her? According to the rumors, the owner should be an unfathomable expert with a mysterious background. However, aside from her hot figure, this Li Yulai looks just like an ordinary mortal woman with no cultivation, Xia Xinyu muttered in her heart as she glanced at Li Yulai's seductive back figure. On the other hand, Zhu Shen was looking at Li Yulai with interest. Things are getting interesting. It seems like the hidden experts of the profound dragon continent are slowly gathering in this place. However, what does the Silver Wing Empire possess for it to attract this many top experts? Elec. 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 It looks like you are still hiding many things from me, Zhu Shen muttered to himself. "Dear guests, this is your room, and here's your key. If you want to order food or something else, just press the alarm button inside the room." Li Yulai handed a golden key to Xia Xinyu with an alluring smile. She also didn't forget to wink at Zhu Shen provocatively, which made Xia Xinyu frown in displeasure. "Thank you for leading us here, Madam Li Yulai. You may take your leave now. We can handle everything else on our own." Xia Xinyu blocked Li Yulai's field of vision as she spoke in a slightly annoyed tone. Li Yulai's flirtatious advances towards Zhu Shen are getting on her nerves, and she didn't want to give her any more chances. Li Yulai chuckled while looking at Xia Xinyu with a provocative smile. She then walked away while intentionally brushing against Zhu Shen's arms. Li Yulai's seductive laughter reverberated within the 10th floor of the Greenwood Pavilion, making Xia Xinyu curse the former in her heart. "Elder Xia, let's go inside." Zhu Shen had just broken through the nascent god realm after consuming 2 fruits of cultivation, and he wanted to consolidate his strength before going back to Beltran City. Like a startled rabbit, Xia Xinyu jumped in surprise as she looked at Zhu Shen's expression. I will be staying in one room with Lord Sect Master. She felt embarrassed when she thought about it, which made her cheeks turn a shade redder. Zhu Shen took the golden key from the stunned Xia Xinyu, and with a clicking sound, the door of their room abruptly sprung open, revealing a spacious room with an amorous air. It was indeed a room meant for couples. Without waiting for Xia Xinyu, Zhu Shen had already stepped inside the room. He wanted to quickly enter into a meditative state and consolidate his newly gained strength. The fruit of cultivation didn't disappoint him, and he was indeed able to advance to the nascent god realm after eating the 2 fruits. He still had the god crystals inside his space earring, but he was not in a hurry to further advance his cultivation level. He wanted to stabilize his realm first to prevent unnecessary problems in the future. There was a king-sized bed in the middle of the room, and it could fit almost 10 people at the same time. However, Zhu Shen was not in the mood to admire it, and he quickly jumped onto the bed and sat cross-legged. Swoosh! Xia Xinyu was still dumbstruck, and she didn't know what she should do in this kind of situation. A man and a woman in one room, it was just too ambiguous, but a determined expression blossomed on Xia Xinyu's face. She wanted to know if Zhu Shen was truly a man. She then stepped inside the room and locked the door behind her before she walked towards the big bed with a nervous look. She was already 40 years of age, but because of her high cultivation level and the countless beauty products she had consumed, Xia Xinyu still had the face of a young woman in her early 20s. In fact, she could still be considered as a young woman in the cultivation world. Oblivious to her thoughts, Zhu Shen, who was sitting cross-legged, sunk deeper in his meditative state as he slowly regulated his breathing while checking the changes in his body. Zhu Shen's tribulation lightning was too strong this time, but luckily, the system helped him in decreasing the might of the god-exterminating divine eye, or he would have turned to ashes in merely a second. He was even able to nourish his physical body and soul using the bolts of lightning produced by the god-exterminating divine eye. Chapter 162, Consolidating Strength. Li Yulai, the proprietress of Greenwood Pavilion, went to a secret room. Inside the room was a simple wooden chair and a table, and there was a fist-size crystal ball on top of the table that emitted a dull and dim white light. She then lit up the lamp inside the room before she took a seat on the only chair inside. That woman is merely a 7th-rank Emperor Realm cultivator, but that man, I can't detect his cultivation level at all, no matter how I look at him. I don't believe that someone with that kind of temperament is merely just a normal man. Let me see who you truly are. Li Yulai muttered to herself as she placed her hands on the fist-sized crystal ball while mumbling an incomprehensible mantra. A moment later, the crystal ball suddenly lit up, and an image can be seen within the crystal ball. If one would look closely, the scene playing within the crystal ball was actually the room of Zhu Shen and Xia Xinyu. Li Yulai saw that both Zhu Shen and Xia Xinyu were on top of the bed. The former was seated cross-legged with his eyes shut tight, and he looked to be cultivating. On the other hand, Xia Xinyu was sitting on one corner of the bed while looking at Zhu Shen's side profile. Li Yulai furrowed her eyebrows when she saw this scene, and just then, she saw that Zhu Shen, who was just closing his eyes a few moments ago, suddenly opened his eyelids. He then took a glance straight towards a random corner as if he had already realized that somebody was looking at them. The last scene that Li Yulai saw was Zhu Shen flicking his right arm before the vision within the crystal ball vanished. Hee. It seems like my guess was right. That man isn't someone ordinary at all, but who is he? She muttered with a contemplating look. There were only a handful of people who could enter her eyes, but she knew almost every one of the experts in the profound dragon continent. However, she had no idea who Zhu Shen was. ******. Zhu Shen glanced at the broken crystal ball lying inconspicuously in one corner of their room. Earlier, he felt that someone was watching them through the crystal ball, so he immediately destroyed it without hesitation. He didn't want the feeling of being watched when he was in a vulnerable state, so he felt a bit angered by this. Proprietress Li Yulai, that woman actually dared to monitor me? I will punish you later. Zhu Shen muttered with a cold smile before he closed his eyes. Xia Xinyu had also seen Zhu Shen destroying the crystal ball, and when she heard his words, she instantly became incensed. That seductress! I know she's up to no good. Humph! Zhu Shen was now at the early stage of the nascent god realm and he could be considered as one of the strongest beings in Nuar right now. Even those rumored god beasts in the divine beast continent shouldn't be as strong as him, but it was uncertain since there might be god beasts stronger than a nascent god realm cultivator living within the divine beast continent. After eating 2 fruits of cultivation, Zhu Shen's strength experienced a qualitative increase. It was not just his cultivation prowess that improved, even his physical body and spiritual power had also reached the nascent god realm. Aside from that, the bolts of lightning produced by the god-exterminating divine eye also helped him in strengthening and solidifying his realm. Now, he only needed to consolidate all his gains and he would be good to go. This time, I've truly gained a lot. I didn't think that I would actually summon the god-exterminating divine eye when I'm only breaking through to the nascent god realm, then just what kind of tribulation lightning will I summon if I decide to break through to the celestial god realm in the future? Sigh. It's no use thinking about this now since it would still be long before I can recover my past cultivation level. Zhu Shen thought in his heart. The cultivation levels after the 9th rank Saint Realm are as follows. Nascent God Realm, Origin God Realm, Ancestral God Realm, Sovereign God Realm, Heavenly God Realm, Celestial God Realm. In his past life, it took Zhu Shen several billions of years before he reached the Heavenly God Realm, so it was unknown whether how many years it would take him to attain his former level of strength in this life. However, he was optimistic about his cultivation speed with the help of the system. Zhu Shen sat cross-legged on the bed for several hours as he slowly consolidated his strength. It was not a long process, but it needs his full concentration. That's why he chose to meditate in this inn instead of meditating in the wilderness where there are many variables. Xia Xinyu was becoming restless as time goes by, but she didn't dare disturb Zhu Shen since she knew that he was at a critical juncture in his cultivation. He should be done any time by now. Should I call a servant over to get us some food? Okay, it's decided. Xia Xinyu muttered silently before she stood up to press the alarm. She then told a servant to bring some food to their room. Not long later, Xia Xinyu heard a series of soft knocks on their door, so she hurriedly stood up to open it since she didn't want to disturb Zhu Shen. After opening the door, Xia Xinyu saw Li Yulai, the proprietress of the building, holding a pushcart with a tray filled with various delicacies. Xia Xinyu frowned when she saw Li Yulai and she immediately revealed a hostile expression. The former stepped out of their room before closing the door. Young miss, this is the food that you ordered. Do you want me to help you place it inside your room? Li Yulai asked with a charming smile as she looked at the annoyed look of Xia Xinyu in amusement. Xia Xinyu exhaled a breath of warm air before she replied in a cold voice. You don't need to do that, proprietress Li Yulai. I will bring it inside on my own. Li Yulai smiled as she nodded her head. If that's the case, then I will leave this cart here. After you guys eat, just press the alarm to call a servant to bring this back after you guys use it. Xia Xinyu nodded her head impatiently. She then opened the door to their room and grabbed the cart before pushing it inside. Proprietress Li Yulai, I advise you not to anger Lord Sect Master. You wouldn't want to become enemies with him. Xia Xinyu's icy voice was full of warning, and just as Li Yulai was about to reply, the door to Zhu Shen and Xia Xinyu's room was already closed. Slam! This woman's temper is a bit fiery. Hee hee. To think that she actually dared to threaten me. It has been long since someone had such guts. What an interesting pair. Li Yulai smiled as she looked at the closed door with a mysterious glint in her eyes. It was as if she wanted to poke a hole in it. Inside the room, Xia Xinyu pushed the cart near the bed as she looked at Zhu Shen, who was still sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. It was only around this time that she dared to look at his handsome face with unblinking eyes. I just hope that my suspicion about Lord Sect Master isn't true, but how would I know about the truth? Should I do that? She muttered in a mosquito-like voice. Just then, Zhu Shen slowly opened his eyelids, showing a pair of golden pupils. Before he reached the nascent god realm, his eyes were still silver in color, but after his breakthrough, it suddenly turned golden. Furthermore, his eyesight had also strengthened and he no longer needed to use his spiritual perception to detect an illusion. He didn't know why his eyes have become like this, but it was most likely related to his seamless deity physique. Looking at those unfathomable golden eyes, Xia Xinyu was suddenly lost in her own thoughts as if she beguiled by the depths of his eyes. Elder Xia! Zhu Shen called out gently as he jumped out of the bed. Xia Xinyu broke away from her stupor when she heard Zhu Shen's charming voice, and she could not help but put on a meek look. She was actually caught by Zhu Shen when she was still looking at him. How embarrassing! Ah! This! Lord Sect Master, please eat this. Although you no longer need to eat food with your current strength, the feeling of eating something is still enjoyable. Furthermore, these are the best dishes of Greenwood Pavilion. Xia Xinyu hid her embarrassment as she spoke with a smile. Zhu Shen didn't want to decline when he saw her eager expression, so he agreed right away. In that case, join me in eating these delicacies, Elder Xia. Xia Xinyu's lips curled upwards when she heard his words, and she nodded her head excitedly. She felt over the moon when Zhu Shen invited her to eat with him. Although it was only a minor thing, she still felt happy about it. She was usually a cold and detached woman like most of the elders and disciples of the Ice Cloud Sword sect, but in front of Zhu Shen, she was like a young woman in her teens. The two sat down side by side as they ate the food on the tray. They revealed satisfied looks as they stuffed food after food in their mouths. Chapter 163, Poaching Li Yulai. Zhu Shen stood up after eating his fill. Although the food wasn't that good in his eyes, it was still palatable and refreshing for him. Elder Xia, stay here for now and wait for my return. I'll just do something quickly. Zhu Shen's eyes flashed with a cold glint when he recalled the crystal ball that he had destroyed earlier. He knew that Li Yulai, the proprietress of Greenwood Pavilion, had something to do with it. Swoosh! Xia Xinyu wanted to speak up, but Zhu Shen's silhouette had already vanished from where he previously stood. She heaved a soft sigh before muttering silently to herself. I wonder what will happen to that seductress. Inside the secret room within Greenwood Pavilion, Li Yulai was seated on a simple wooden chair with a thoughtful expression on her face as she cupped her chin with both her hands. That woman called her as Lord Sect Master. That means he has a sect, but considering his strength, his sect should be well known throughout the whole of the profound Dragon continent. Unless if he had ordered his sect to refrain from intervening in the affairs of the continent. That should be the case. Just then, Li Yulai's eyes suddenly dilated when she sensed an ominous presence appearing before her. Swoosh! A man with long silver hair and golden eyes stood in front of her with a cold expression on his face. He was looking directly at her, which caused the hairs on her body to stand on end. She couldn't even muster the courage to stand up from her seat and she could only watch him in horror and surprise. Dear guest, is there anything I can help you with? She stuttered as she spoke with a forced smile while looking at Zhu Shen's face, but upon seeing his pair of icy cold golden eyes, she hurriedly averted her gaze in fear. It was as if she was looking at a demon at the depths of hell. Zhu Shen ignored Li Yulai and just quietly grabbed a seat from his space earring. He then placed the chair in front of her and took a seat with a nonchalant expression. Li Yulai felt a bit embarrassed after having been ignored, but she didn't dare voice out any displeasure since she couldn't see through the man in front of her. However, when she saw him suddenly appear in front of her like a ghost, she knew that his strength was most likely greater than her own, so she could only watch as Zhu Shen comfortably sat before her. Zhu Shen leaned on his chair and placed one of his legs on top of the other while looking at Li Yulai with a cold look. Proprietress Li Yulai, do you know why I'm here? Zhu Shen's voice was distant and aloof. Li Yulai felt her heart turn cold when she heard his icy voice. She knew that Zhu Shen was offended when she had secretly peeked at their room earlier. Dear guest. Please don't misunderstand this little woman. I only did that out of curiosity and I have no ill intentions. Li Yulai let out a pitiful smile as she replied in a trembling voice. She was truly scared at Zhu Shen's unfathomable strength, and she was afraid that he might do something serious for what she did earlier. Zhu Shen's lips curled upwards to form a cold smile, causing shivers to run down Li Yulai's spine. She was already an expert at the early stage of the 9th rank Saint Realm, but she felt like she was just a hapless chicken in front of this man. Proprietress Li Yulai, I don't like the feeling of being spied, so I came here to punish you for that. Zhu Shen spoke as if it was only natural for him to punish her. His bloody aura suddenly enveloped the whole room, making Li Yulai feel as if she was standing at the gates of hell with a pile of corpses crawling towards her feet. Thousands of ghosts were wailing and screaming as they circled around her with baleful looks. This sensation made her tremble that she almost pissed her pants in fear, and the eyes she used to look at Zhu Shen contained extreme trepidation. Just how many lives had he taken for his aura to emit this kind of terrorizing atmosphere? Li Yulai's face fell and regretted her actions earlier. If only she knew that Zhu Shen was this powerful, then even she had the guts of steel, she still would not dare to spy on them. Li Yulai's mouth was already dry and she tried to speak, but no words came out of her mouth. Looking at her expression, Zhu Shen lost his interest and he immediately recalled his aura. Huff. Puff. Huff. Puff. Li Yulai panted heavily as she wiped the sweat on her forehead with her quivering hands. She didn't even dare lift her head to look at Zhu Shen and her usually seductive expression was now dark with horror and fear. It was the first time she had felt that kind of overpowering aura and even those old freaks from the Alliance didn't give her that kind of suffocating feeling. Is he perhaps a 10th rank God Realm cultivator? She thought fearfully. The room was filled with rough breathing sounds from Li Yulai, and if someone from outside would hear her panting sounds, they would certainly misunderstand what was happening within the room. Luckily, only Li Yulai knew the passage to this room. Proprietress Li Yulai, I want you to work for me. Zhu Shen's indifferent voice was filled with confidence as if he knew that Li Yulai would not decline his offer. At first, Zhu Shen wanted to discipline her even further, but since she harbored no malice, he decided to drop the matter. Li Yulai revealed a stunned look and she could not help but lift her head to take a look at Zhu Shen, but when she saw his eyes, she hurriedly looked away. This lord. I don't even know your name and origin, I mean I don't mind working for you, but can you at least tell me your esteemed name? She muttered helplessly. Her Greenwood Pavilion had many branches within the Silver Wing Empire, and she also had many experts working under her. She had been carefree and unrestrained for more than 10 years, but who knew that she would actually provoke such a maleficent existence today? Zhu Shen let out an amused smile as he looked at Li Yulai's quivering figure. She looked like a small rabbit trapped by a big bad wolf. My given name is Shen and my surname is Zhu, and I'm only a wine store owner, nothing special. Zhu Shen calmly said. Li Yulai almost cursed out loud when she heard his casual reply. Wine store owner my ass. Who would believe that an expert like you is only a wine store owner? Even if you beat me to death, I still won't believe your fart. Humph. Although Zhu Shen can't read her thoughts, he could still sense that Li Yulai didn't believe him, but he didn't bother to explain it to her and just silently stared at this woman whose figure is as bewitching as a fairy. When Li Yulai saw that Zhu Shen was staring unblinkingly at her, she felt a bit scared, but after she looked closely, she realized that his eyes didn't have any impure or indecent thoughts which were always present in the eyes of the men that she had interacted with in her life. Most men would display a chivalrous and gentlemanly facade, but she could sense that they wanted to devour her body. However, the man in front of her was different. His golden eyes, which were like 2 deep pools of ocean, didn't contain any trace of impurity or obscenity. Li Yulai couldn't even see a ripple in his indifferent expression. Looking at this, she suddenly felt that her charm was ineffective against this man, making her feel a bit annoyed. Lord Jushen, if you don't dislike this little woman, then I will serve you from now on. Li Yulai gritted her teeth after making a choice. Since she no longer had any choice, she could only accept his offer. Furthermore, it wouldn't be embarrassing to serve such a strong person. Just that, she felt a bit reluctant because this signified the end of her carefree life. Since you're already one of my people, I will drop the matter about you spying on me, but you'll have to follow me back to Beltran City to take orders from me. Jushen already had the thought of poaching Li Yulai under his banner when he had first laid his eyes on her. It was rare to see a 9th-rank saint in the profound dragon continent, and he was also lacking in people with acute management skills like her. Although his senior disciple Lu San could handle sect matters, she was not as good as Li Yulai in handling people. Furthermore, the latter could lead her Greenwood Pavilion to such heights in merely a few decades, so she should be proficient in managing, right? With the help of Li Yulai, the growth of his sect would surely increase tremendously. Of course, he still had to observe this woman and make sure that she wouldn't betray him, but Jushen was certain that he could gain her absolute loyalty after some time. Li Yulai heaved a sigh of relief and she felt as if she was given a new lease on life, and when she heard that she needs to follow Jushen to Beltran City, she strangely felt curious as to what he was up to. I obey, Lord Jushen. Good. Settle your matters here since we won't stay in Greenwood City for long. Also, bring a few experts with you. I might need them for my plans. Jushen ordered with a calm look. He knew that it wouldn't be long before the Silver Wing Empire would be engulfed by the flames of war, so he had to make some preparations to make sure that nothing would go wrong. After all, if many people from the empire died, then how would he continue his wine business? He should at least do something to prevent the empire from falling apart. Chapter 164, A Warm Night. Lord Jushen, please wait a moment. I need 1 day to prepare everything before I can go with you. I don't want anything to happen to my Greenwood Pavilion while I'm gone. Li Yulai said as she grabbed Jushen's arm with a pitiful look. Jushen's expression remained peacefully calm even after Li Yulai's sudden intimate actions, but he still nodded his head at her. He didn't mind waiting for another day as long as he could get the help of this 9th-rank Saint Realm cultivator. Mn. Tomorrow evening, we will leave immediately. Li Yulai gratefully nodded her head before she released Jushen's arm with an embarrassed look. Usually, she would only act coy and shy in front of the nobles in order to fool them into spending more true crystals, but this time, her reaction was natural and not faked. Thank you, Lord Jushen. Li Yulai bowed deeply, revealing her jade-like cleavage that almost jumped out of her clothes because of its sheer size. Jushen took a glance at her and shook his head internally. This woman is indeed good at seduction, but if she wants to seduce me, then she needs to train for a few billions of years. Swoosh! When Li Yulai lifted her head, Jushen's silhouette had already vanished inside the room, and only his lingering manly fragrance remained. Li Yulai closed her eyes as she inhaled Jushen's scent, and when she opened her eyes, she revealed a dreamy look. I guess it wouldn't be that bad following Lord Jushen. ******. It was already nighttime when Jushen teleported back inside his room. He didn't think that he would actually gain a strong subordinate here in Greenwood City. Just that, Li Yulai's origin was still unknown, so the moment he comes back to Beltran City, he will ask Renshuang to investigate her identity before he could place his trust in her. When Jushen arrived inside the room, he felt a bit stunned because he saw that Xiaozinya was lying naked on the middle of the king-sized bed, and she was only covering her most intimate parts with a white quilt. Looking at her shy and blushing expression, Jushen already had a rough idea of what she was planning to do, but he feigned ignorance and asked her with a calm expression. Elder Xia, what's the meaning of this? Xiaozinya felt the coldness in Jushen's tone, but since she had already decided about this some time ago, she didn't want to back out midway, so while biting her lower lip, she said with a shy look. Lord Sect Master, Please allow me to warm your bed. Zhu Shen's eyes twitched when he heard her enchanting voice, but his facial expression was still calm and indifferent. He could sense that Xia Xinyu was a bit reluctant to do this, but then what was pushing her to this thing? Furthermore, after interacting with her for quite some time, he knew that Xia Xinyu wasn't the kind of woman who treated her body casually. Besides, he could even sense that she was still a virgin, so why was she suddenly doing this? Zhu Shen furrowed his eyebrows as he pondered. This girl, does she want to gain more power by becoming my woman? No, she doesn't seem to be like that. After seeing that Zhu Shen was still standing unmoved, Xia Xinyu gritted her teeth and she slowly removed the quilt that covered her youthful body, making Zhu Shen see every inch of her curvy figure. Her towering bosom, her pink cherries, and that maiden crevice that was sparsely covered with thin curly hair were all laid bare before his eyes. It would be a lie if Zhu Shen said that he wasn't tempted, but with his third level of heart realm, he managed to force down the rising evilness within his heart. After all, it has been long since he had touched a woman, and what kind of man would remain unmoved after seeing a young and beautiful lady lying naked in front of him? Zhu Shen wasn't completely an unromantic person. In fact, he had a few wives that lived together with him during his earlier years. Zhu Shen's tranquil eyes suddenly fluctuated as he recalled his women who had long since died after the perpetual passing of time. He couldn't even do anything to keep them alive, and he could only watch as they slowly died of old age. Zhu Shen's lips trembled as he closed his eyes to remember their wrinkled faces when they were at death's door. Zhu Shen saw their endless love and affection for him from their cloudy eyes, and their dying smiles before they parted with him forever. Zhu Shen didn't want to experience that kind of pain again. It was a heart-wrenching experience to carry the memories they left behind, and starting then, he no longer accepted the affections of countless immortal goddesses. The moment Zhu Shen opened his eyelids, he immediately walked towards Xia Xinyu while putting up a warm smile. Although he didn't know why she was doing this, he didn't blame her. Xia Xinyu's breathing became hurried when she saw Zhu Shen walking towards her, but when she saw his gentle smile, the restlessness in her heart slowly evaporated. His smile was filled with warmth and tenderness, but Xia Xinyu could see that his eyes were blank as if he was thinking about something. Looking at his bleak and forlorn eyes, Xia Xinyu felt as if her heart was being crushed for some reason. Zhu Shen's golden eyes became blurred as the memories during his youth surged within his mind like a recorder playing backward. It happened in an instant, but to Zhu Shen, it felt as if several years had passed by. Now, when he looked at Xia Xinyu's naked body, his golden eyes revealed a hint of tenderness. He softly caressed her silky smooth cheeks with his hand while looking at her eyes with warmness. Xia Xinyu felt her heart melting when she saw his gentle expression. Was this still the cold and aloof Zhu Shen that she knew? He looks like a different person when he smiles. She thought as she stared at Zhu Shen's face, and she could already feel that her maiden heart was slowly softening. Zhu Shen glanced at her naked body and sighed with emotions. He then slowly climbed on top of the bed and lied closely to Xia Xinyu. He could already feel her warm and ragged breath blowing to his neck. He could also see her slightly quivering body that was starting to become restless after he suddenly lied beside her. Seeing this, Zhu Shen gently rubbed her back to pacify her uneasiness as he stared at her pair of onyx eyes that were looking at him with mixed emotions. Her eyes are still so innocent and pure. She could already be considered as a mature woman in terms of age here in Nuar, but she seems to be inexperienced with the matters between men and women. What a cute young lady, Zhu Shen expressed his heartfelt opinion when he saw her dazed eyes. Xia Xinyu was both nervous and excited when Zhu Shen lied beside her, but she could not help but look away when she saw his handsome face. Do I really deserve to be intimate with him? She thought as her self-esteem slowly crumbled when she faced Zhu Shen up close, but when she felt that gentle hand stroking her back as if it was caressing a precious jade, her tensed heart suddenly calmed down and she closed her eyes to enjoy this feeling. Her lips parted and formed a joyful smile. Xinyu, what made you do this? I know you have a reason for doing this. Zhu Shen gently said as he lightly caressed her back. There was not even a trace of lust in his golden eyes. Xia Xinyu felt ashamed for doubting Zhu Shen's sexuality, and she finally realized that she had only misunderstood him. Lord Sect Master, I saw that your eyes never revealed even a trace of desire when we were welcomed by those little seductresses at the entrance earlier, so I thought that you might not be interested in women, which made me a bit worried. Her voice was so small that anyone would find it hard to hear, but after his recent increase in strength, Zhu Shen heard her words loud and clear. Pfft! He couldn't help but chuckle when he heard her response. To think that someone actually doubted his. Ha ha ha! Zhu Shen, who had never laughed for millions of years, suddenly erupted into peals of laughter, making Xia Xinyu reveal a surprised expression. So Lord Sect Master can also laugh like this? Xia Xinyu thought as she stared at Zhu Shen's face with an infatuated smile. Her maiden heart that was aloof and detached for several decades suddenly thought at that moment. Looking at this man who was beyond handsome, Xia Xinyu unconsciously touched his face with her hand. Not long later, she felt a strong pair of arms embracing her delicate body. She then rested her head on his sturdy chest and let out a contented smile as she slowly drifted into her dreamland. When Zhu Shen heard her calm breathing, he smiled and held her closer to his body. He suddenly recalled her bold words earlier. Lord Sect Master, please allow me to warm your bed. Silly girl! This warmness is already enough. He muttered as he closed his eyes with a gentle smile. Chapter 165, Meeting the Crown Prince Again. Xia Xinyu opened her eyes slowly, and when she realized that she was naked, she suddenly recalled the events that happened last night. Thinking about that, her face turned bright red as she hastily covered herself with a quilt to hide her embarrassment. She then checked her body and she found out that Zhu Shen didn't touch her most intimate part. She heaved a sigh of relief, but she also felt a hint of disappointment. Touching the empty bed, Xia Xinyu could not help but let out a broken smile. In the end, she could only bury her sorrow while thinking about Zhu Shen's hearty laughter last night. On the ground floor of the Greenwood Pavilion was the public dining area. Zhu Shen sat alone in one corner while pulling the cork of the wine bottle that he ordered from the kitchen. He wanted to try if their wine was at least comparable to his mystic jade. Pop! After removing the cork, Zhu Shen filled his cup with wine, but when he saw the slightly cloudy yellowish liquid that streamed down to his cup, his interest faded a bit. He then held the cup near to his nose and took a light sniff. What a sour smell! Zhu Shen frowned and his curiosity died down after smelling the sour smell of the wine. He didn't like it, but he still took a small sip from his cup. Sip! Zhu Shen's lips twitched as he disappointedly placed his cup on the table. It seems like there are only a few good wines in this world. What a pity! He muttered silently as he watched the diners with a curious look. Among them, he could see the familiar face of the Crown Prince Reinhardt, and he was talking with a few middle-aged people that looked to be mercenaries. Their strength wasn't bad, but it was still not enough to enter his eyes. However, because of his curiosity, he decided to listen to their conversation through his spiritual sense. Your Highness, what do you think about that senior who faced that huge eye with great heroism and majesty? Hearing the question, Prince Reinhardt's eyes flashed with a look of admiration as he recalled that scene. That senior is so much stronger than most of the experts in our Silver Wing Empire. I think only the Emperor Father could be his match. Although he sounded a bit unconfident, he didn't want to undermine the strength of his father the Emperor. After all, he had also seen how his father had faced off against a dragon in Beltran City. He was even able to scare off the dragon with his might. Everyone still believed that it was Emperor Elik who made the dragon retreat, since they didn't see everything too clearly at that time. At the mention of the Emperor, admiration and worship flashed on the eyes of the mercenaries before it suddenly dimmed down. Although the Emperor was a strong person, the man they had seen yesterday was just too awesome, and they believed that he should be stronger than the Emperor, but they didn't dare say it out loud as they might be punished for it, especially with the presence of the Crown Prince. Your Highness, can you tell us why you called us here? Prince Reinhardt smiled at them and replied. I wanted to go back to Beltran City, but I found a beautiful ferry here in Greenwood Pavilion, so I decided to stay for one more day here. The mercenaries looked at each other with knowing smiles when they heard the Crown Prince's words. They knew that this seemingly harmless man was a fickle person who loves beautiful women, so they were not surprised when they heard his words. Then what do you want us to do, Your Highness? Prince Reinhardt's smile vanished and was replaced by a serious look as he recalled the man with long silver hair. Reinhardt felt a sense of defeat when he saw that man's incomparably handsome face. Even someone as confident as Reinhardt felt his self-esteem taking a huge hit when he compared himself with that man. With a forced smile, Prince Reinhardt said, "It's not that hard. I only want you guys to prevent the man who is together with that fairy from intervening in my matters. Of course, there is no need to use violence, or I might be placed under house arrest by Emperor Father." "Oh, so it's like this. Don't worry, Your Highness. We won't allow that man to interfere when you make a move to claim the beauty's heart." "Ha ha ha. That's right. Leave this to us, Your Highness." The mercenaries laughed confidently as they cheered the Crown Prince with fawning smiles. They were also experts, but they didn't have a strong background like the Crown Prince, so they wanted to latch themselves on his thighs to get more resources to boost their cultivation. They were ready to do anything just to get in his good books. After all, this man was the Crown Prince, and he was the most likely person to inherit the throne. Zhu Shen, who was listening from the sidelines, was amused at their conversation. "Eyes, Elik. Your third son is talented in the art of military and stratagem, but he is arrogant and conceited. Your second son is most likely dead since a demon is now occupying his body. As for this eldest son of yours, he might be talented in cultivation, but his fickle heart will be the downfall of him. What a pity. Although your three eldest sons are tigers like you, their characters are flawed." Suddenly, Zhu Shen saw a familiar figure at the corner of his vision. He raised his head and saw the proprietress of the Greenwood Pavilion, Li Yulai. She had a charming and seductive air as she walked towards the dining area, and she would smile at her guests from time to time. Everyone that looked at her smiled mysteriously as they stared at her exposed skin. Their eyes were already twinkling with unknown light as they glanced unblinkingly at her voluptuous figure. Li Yulai was already used to this kind of scene, so she didn't take their actions to heart. "Proprietress Li Yulai, what a coincidence to see you here." Prince Reinhardt rose from his seat as he greeted Li Yulai with a charming smile. She was one of the women that he coveted the most, but her strength was unfathomable, so he didn't dare behave wantonly in her presence despite his identity as the Crown Prince. Li Yulai stopped in her tracks and she covered her small mouth as she giggled coquettishly while looking at the Crown Prince. "Oh, so it's Your Highness. What a surprise to see you here this early. I wonder what brought Your Highness' esteemed presence here in my humble establishment." Li Yulai glanced at the Crown Prince with a curious smile, even though she already knew that he was here for a beauty. In fact, the Crown Prince always came here for the same reason, to hunt beauties. However, she didn't expose him since it was unwise to provoke the Crown Prince for a matter like this. Of course, if he was here to take liberties with her, then that would be a different story. Prince Reinhardt merely chuckled when he heard her question. He also didn't forget to take a quick look at Li Yulai's deep cleavage. "Eyes. This fox is too tempting that I want to grab her and be done with it. What a pity that she has a bit of strength, but it won't take long before I can get you for myself. By then, no matter how strong you are, you can't escape my wolf claws." Ha ha ha. A strange glint flashed imperceptibly in his eyes as he smiled at Li Yulai like how a gentleman would. As Li Yulai was talking with the Crown Prince, she saw a lone silhouette seated in a random corner. He was looking at her with an indifferent expression, but she didn't mind this. She then smiled at the Crown Prince as she curtsied elegantly. "Your Highness, I still have some matters to do. Please excuse this little woman." "Hee hee." Reinhardt nodded his head at her with a warm smile and sat back on his seat. Just then, he saw Liu Lai walking towards a certain direction with quick steps, but when he saw who the person she was headed to, the smile on the crown prince's face turned ugly and malevolent, but he quickly concealed it. That bastard! It's him! What's his relationship with proprietress Liu Lai? It looks like their relationship is not normal. This fucking shit actually dares to steal my woman in front of my eyes. The eyes of the crown prince almost spurted fire when he saw how Liu Lai acted in front of Zhu Shen. Even a retard would know that their relationship was not shallow, especially after looking at Liu Lai's respectful and genuine smile. This bastard! See how I trample you later! Reinhardt concealed his fury as he walked towards Zhu Shen with his signature charming smile. Sensing his arrival, Zhu Shen ignored the noisy Liu Lai as he took a look at this amusing crown prince. Liu Lai furrowed her eyebrows in displeasure after having her time with Zhu Shen suddenly interrupted by someone, but when she saw who it was, she repressed her annoyance. Your Highness, do you need anything else from me? Prince Reinhardt shook his head with a smile and said. I just want to make friends with this gentleman here. I hope proprietress Liu Lai would introduce me to him. Chapter 166, Returning to Beltran City. Liu Lai was a smart woman and she already knew that the crown prince was up to no good, but she was confident that Prince Reinhardt couldn't do anything to Zhu Shen, so after a moment of hesitation, she nodded her head at the crown prince. Since Prince Reinhardt wants to know this gentleman here, then how could I refuse? She smiled charmingly. Liu Lai then took a glance at the poker-faced Zhu Shen and she almost laughed after seeing his disinterested look. Lord Zhu Shen, let me introduce this man to you. He is a great personage here in our Silver Wing Empire. He is the Crown Prince, Prince Reinhardt Silveria. Reinhardt raised his head slightly after her introduction. He was obviously pleased with it, but when he saw that Zhu Shen didn't even bother to greet him, the Crown Prince's face darkened. This fellow didn't even bat an eye after Liu Lai told him his identity. He actually dared to embarrass him in front of his woman? What a cocky bastard! Looking at Zhu Shen's calm look, Liu Lai coughed lightly to get his attention. Cough. Cough. Zhu Shen decided to give her some face since she was already his subordinate, so he nodded his head at the crown as he said with an apathetic look. I've heard a lot about you. Prince Reinhardt's anger almost burst out, but Liu Lai hurriedly spoke to pacify the tensed atmosphere. Haha. Don't mind him too much, Your Highness. His name is Zhu Shen, a very strong expert, and I am one of his people. She decided to tell her relationship with Zhu Shen to prevent things from escalating further. She didn't want the reputation of her Greenwood Pavilion to be tarnished, so she could only do this. Furthermore, with the Crown Prince's power, it wouldn't take long for him to know the relationship between him and Zhu Shen. After hearing her words, the Crown Prince was a bit surprised and he couldn't help but take a doubtful look at Liu Lai before glancing at the calm Zhu Shen. Although he couldn't read the exact strength of Liu Lai, he was certain that she was at least at the 8th rank divine realm. However, she emphasized that Zhu Shen was a very strong expert and she was also working under him. Does that mean that he was the true owner of the Greenwood Pavilion? Thinking about that, Prince Reinhardt thought that things were becoming a bit complicated, but still, he didn't want to give up on getting this seductress Liu Lai for himself no matter how strong Zhu Shen was. After I inherit the throne and awaken the slumbering ancestor, who would dare disobey me? In only an instant, the Crown Prince's expression returned to normal as he cupped his fists at Zhu Shen. His bright smile masked the towering wrath in his heart. So it's Lord Zhu Shen. What a great hero to actually have the ability to take proprietress Liu Lai as your subordinate. I admire you. Admire my ass. I can't wait to tear that fucking boy toy face of yours. I will also let you watch how I fuck this little bitch Liu Lai in front of you. Humph. Zhu Shen didn't know what Reinhardt was thinking, but he could sense the rage that he tried so hard to suppress. And if not for his friendship with Elik, he would have already punished this fickle and conceited prince. Having lost his mood to stay here, Zhu Shen ignored the Crown Prince as he stood up. He then took a sidelong glance at Li Yulai and said in a cold voice, "Don't delay our matters and pack up right away." After hearing his cold voice, Li Yulai shivered and she hurriedly bowed at him with the utmost respect. "Yes, Lord Zhu Shen." After that, Zhu Shen left the scene without even taking one last look at them. The disdain and contempt in his actions almost made Prince Reinhardt lose his control, but he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly as he suppressed his anger. "Prince Reinhardt, I advise you not to act impulsively. Lord Zhu Shen isn't someone you want to mess with. I'm only saying this to you on account of your father. Farewell." Li Yulai left after speaking in a slightly annoyed tone. It was the first time Reinhardt heard her talk to him that way, so he felt incomparably incensed. "Zhu Shen is it? I remember you," he muttered with dense killing intent. He then left the Greenwood Pavilion, leaving behind the middle-aged mercenaries with blank looks. What happened to the Crown Prince? Why did he leave in such a hurry? I don't know, but it seems like our work has to be put on hold. What a pity. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Night arrived, and the moon illuminated the night sky with a dim white light. It was a tranquil dark sky, but for how long could this tranquility remain? There were still quite a number of people within the streets of Greenwood City, and most of them were still talking about the fantastical event that happened yesterday morning. Looking above, 8 figures could be vaguely seen on top of the Greenwood Pavilion's building, but because it was night time, it was difficult to see their facial features. "Let's go back home," Zhu Shen muttered as he glanced at the sky. Li Yulai, who was standing behind him, nodded her head as she took out something from her space ring. It was a huge flying boat with an intricate design. It was a precious treasure that could fly through the skies, and its flight speed was even comparable to that of a 9th-rank cultivator. Although this flying boat is such a valuable and rare treasure, using it also burned a lot of true crystals. However, true crystals meant nothing to the rich Li Yulai. She then glanced at Zhu Shen and Xia Xinya before taking a glance at the 5 subordinates that she chose to bring with her. All 5 of them were men, and the strongest among them had the strength of a peak stage 7th-rank Emperor Realm expert, while the remaining 4 were at the early stage of the 7th-rank Emperor Realm. "Hop in, everyone!" Swoosh! 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 After everyone hopped inside the flying boat, Li Yulai grabbed a handful of true crystals and placed it inside the core of the boat, causing it to produce a bright luster. Swoosh! The huge flying boat streaked through the skies under Li Yulai's commands. She then asked one of her subordinates to control the flying boat. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Beltran City, Shui Family Estate. Is Elder Ming not out of seclusion yet? Shui Yangkai muttered with an impatient tone. He was already dying to create chaos within Beltran City to avenge the death of his son, but they still had to wait for Elder Ming before making a move. Shui Yangkan glared at him and snorted. Patriarch, I've already told you that Elder Ming's retreat might take a few months or more. Just wait patiently, okay? The moment he comes out, you can do whatever you want. Actually, Shui Yangkan was also becoming tensed, especially after they had entered Zhu Shen's store. They discovered that the store wasn't as simple as it seemed to be, and it was even protected by an unfathomable expert. Recalling that man with long wavy black hair who stood like a stone statue outside of the store's 2nd floor, Shui Yangkan felt his heart turning cold. That being said, this idiot patriarch in front of him might also spoil the grand plans of Elder Ming, so he had to keep an eye on him to prevent him from destroying the plan that they had brewed for dozens of years. I hope that Yangkai, this idiotic old man, can remain patient during this time that Elder Ming is still absent. This is an opportunity for our Shui family to rise, and after Elder Ming's breakthrough, we would be able to gain sufficient authority to control a part of the alliance. However, things might be complicated if that store intervenes in our matters. Chapter 167, Progress. The glaring sun radiated with a bright light that lit up the whole of Beltran City, awakening everyone from their deep sleep. The clouds drifted across the sky as the morning wind passed by. It was another sunny weather for the capital city. Zhu Shen, who was seated cross-legged on the floor inside his room, abruptly stood up and stretched his muscles after the first rays of sunlight touched his face. Crack! 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 The cracking of his muscles can be heard as he stretched his limbs with a bit of force. This sudden noise awakened the little beauty who was lying on top of Zhu Shen's bed. She raised her head and took a glance at Zhu Shen with a beautiful smile on her face. This woman was Xia Xinyu. After she had slept naked beside Zhu Shen that night, she had already treated herself as his woman even though he didn't receive his acknowledgement. She would be satisfied as long as she could stay with him. When they arrived last night in Beltran City, Xia Xinyu even insisted to stay inside Zhu Shen's room, which was immediately rejected by the latter, but after her endless pleading, Zhu Shen agreed reluctantly. "Lord Sect Master, do you want me to make tea for you?" Xia Xinyu's soft voice drifted inside the room. Zhu Shen glanced at her and nodded his head with a calm look. Regarding Xia Xinyu's feelings for him, he already knew about it, but his heart wasn't prepared to accept this kind of emotion yet. After that, Zhu Shen stepped out of his room and went downstairs to tell his subordinates to open the store. He also wanted to check the progress of the kids that he left in Ken Yi's care. Aside from that, he will inspect the relocation process that was promised by the emperor. When she saw Zhu Shen leaving the room without even speaking to her, Xia Xinyu sighed lightly, but her expression was still full of affection. "Even if I serve you as your maid, I will be willing," she muttered tenderly. On the second floor, Zhu Shen saw Ren Zhuang, who instantly stood up after sensing Zhu Shen's presence. "Good morning, master." Ren Zhuang bowed respectfully as he spoke. Zhu Shen nodded his head at him and recalled about Li Yulai's matter. "Zhuang, I want you to investigate the woman that came with me last night. I don't need to tell you who I'm talking about, right?" Ren Zhuang shook his head confidently. There were only 2 women that came together with Zhu Shen last night. Among the 2, one was an elder of the Ice Cloud Sword sect, and the other one was someone he wasn't familiar with, so he was certain that Zhu Shen was talking about the latter one. "Master, during your absence, experts from the Shui family and the Undying Corpse sect visited the store frequently. Their top experts always visited the second floor to enjoy the fast cultivation speed, while their mid-level members stayed within the first floor to gather information about us. Aside from this, I did not discover any strange movements from them, so they should be still waiting for that Elder Ming to come out of his seclusion." While Zhu Shen was away from Beltran City, Ren Zhuang wasn't idle. He continuously monitored the movements of the Shui family and the Undying Corpse sect. He also secretly protected the 100 young slaves that were staying in the beast fighting arena, but he didn't know that there was already a god-beast progeny protecting those kids. Zhu Shen's eyes flashed when he heard Ren Zhuang's words. He then patted the latter's shoulder and said, "Good job. Now go and investigate Li Yulai for me. The second floor will temporarily be protected by her while you're away." "Yes, master." Ren Zhuang bowed before his figure vanished with a faint swooshing sound. Swoosh. On the first floor, he saw that Thea and Hestia were already preparing to open the store. He also saw 8 young women dressed in Western-made outfit that barely covered their youthful figure. Hestia was dressed in a similar fashion, while Thea was still wearing a knight's armor. Looking at those 4 additional waitresses, Zhu Shen was a bit stunned, so he gave Hestia a curious look. Hestia immediately understood his questioning gaze, so she flashed a pretty smile at him as she explained. "Master, the customers of our store doubled after you left, so I asked Solon to bring 4 more disciples to work here. I hope you don't mind." Zhu Shen slightly shook his head. He wasn't good at managing his store since he didn't experience doing this in his past life, so he didn't really mind the additional young waitresses. "It doesn't matter. You may open the store now." After hearing his words, Thea nodded her head and grabbed the door, slowly opening it. Looking outside, there were already a number of customers waiting, and they were even standing in line with patient looks on their faces. In fact, no one among the customers would dare to behave wantonly anymore since they have already heard the rumors about Thea. Even the Bai family, which was a reputable noble family in Beltran City, didn't dare let out a fart despite knowing that the death of one of their clan members was related to Thea. Hestia, I will leave the store for a while. If Li Yulai comes here, tell her to guard the second floor temporarily. Zhu Shen ordered before leaving the store. Hestia bowed at where Zhu Shen had previously stood. Li Yulai? She should be that woman. Her voice was gentle like the spring breeze. At this moment, Zhu Shen teleported above the sky of Beltran City to survey the ongoing relocation. There were still a few people that refused to leave their houses, but it was only a matter of time before they will leave since this was handled by the Emperor. Elik, that old brat is indeed trustworthy. Not bad. His figure then vanished as he teleported inside the beast fighting arena. Before Zhu Shen left Beltran City several days ago, he gave the training schedule to Kenya, and he also told him to instruct the young men in their practice. 100 teens with youthful faces were doing their morning routine under Kenya's orders. The kids were afraid of this middle-aged instructor since he looked scarier compared to Zhu Shen appearance-wise, so they didn't dare complain during his lectures. Kenya treated this seriously since this was his master's orders, so even though he was a bit bored here, he didn't neglect his duties as the trainer of the young men. Looking at this, Zhu Shen nodded his head in satisfaction. Good. Looks like no one is slacking. Just as the words left his mouth, he saw a ball of fur lying inconspicuously in one corner of the arena. If one would look closely, this ball of fur has a furry tail wagging left and right. Zhu Shen's lips curved upwards when he saw this. I take back my words. This cat is still as lazy as always. Chapter 168, Ice's Human Form. A chubby white cat who was sleeping soundly on the floor just a few moments ago suddenly rolled sideways before abruptly rising on its feet. It then glared towards where Zhu Shen was roughly located. It could sense a very strong presence in this direction, which greatly surprised it, but when it saw Zhu Shen's face, it revealed a dumbfounded human-like expression. Swoosh! A streak of white light traveled towards Zhu Shen, and an adorable fat cat came into his view. This was none other than Ice, the lazy cat that Zhu Shen left here to protect the kids secretly. Stinky human, how come you look different now? Strange. This is very strange indeed. Aren't you just a 9th rank Saint Realm expert? Could it be? No way. You just left for a few days and you're already a nascent God Realm expert. Impossible. I must be dreaming. Yeah, that's right. This must be a dream. Meow. Ice's Lolita voice reverberated inside Zhu Shen's head. Zhu Shen ignored her words as he smiled and smacked the fat cat's head. Lazy cat. He muttered. Smack. Ow. Ow. Meow. Ice put on a hostile look as she grabbed her big furry head with both her front paws. Of course, she wasn't really injured since she was already a nascent God Realm beast. She just felt that she was being treated like a kid by Zhu Shen, so she immediately became incensed. Smelly human. Don't treat this cute cat as a kid. I'm already more than 100 years old. Humph. Meow. Ice crossed her front paws on top of her bulging belly as she stood in front of Zhu Shen like how a human would. More than 100 years old? Zhu Shen chuckled in his heart as he tried to recall his age, but to no avail. He had even forgotten when he had stopped counting how old he was. If he celebrated his birthday, he might even fill a whole world with candles and lit it ablaze. That would be amusing. With a look of disdain, Zhu Shen smiled at Ice while looking at her huge belly. You lazy fatso does nothing but drink milk and sleep all day. Look at your tummy, it's already so big. Do you want to become a pig? Ice's cat face darkened as she tried to look at her belly, but she couldn't even look downward anymore due to her excessive fats. Her expression revealed a human-like dejection when she realized this, and she could not help but glance at Zhu Shen pitifully. Smelly human! How come I've grown this chubby after merely a few months? Hua! I don't want to be a fat pig. Meow! Zhu Shen almost burst into laughter when he saw the comical appearance of the fat cat. Aren't you a nascent god realm god beast progeny? Try transforming in your human form and see if you are still as fat as you are now. The eyes of the chubby cat lit up and she immediately raised her thumbs up to Zhu Shen with her front paws. Right. Why did I not think of that? You still have some brains for a smelly human. Meow. After saying those words, Ice's figure slowly morphed into a small girl with short white hair. She looked like a little girl at the age of 6 with her baby face and short and chubby limbs. If she were to stand in front of Zhu Shen, she would only be as tall as his knees. Looking at her adorable face, anyone's heart would surely melt and they would certainly want to hug this little Lolita in their embrace. She looked just like a little angel in her white furry clothes. Truly cute. Ice stretched her forelimbs as she familiarized herself with her human form, and she was pleasantly surprised when she realized that she could now look at her belly. Although her limbs were slightly chubby, at least she could now move normally unlike in her cat form. Ha ha ha! I can now see my belly. Hey! Smelly human, look! I can see my belly. It's not that big. Meow! Ice was ecstatic at her discovery and she could not help but grabbed Zhu Shen's arms to get his attention. Her cute smile almost reached her ears as she erupted into peals of laughter. Zhu Shen's face turned gentle as he rubbed Ice's little head. Let's go back to the store. I'll let you drink some milk, he said with a smile. After hearing his words, Ice's expression lit up and she immediately nodded her head with an expectant look. He. I want 3 bowls of yummy milk. Meow. Zhu Shen smiled as he hugged the Lolita in his arms before he teleported with her back inside his store. The sudden appearance of Zhu Shen inside the store surprised the customers, and they could not help but cast a series of curious glances towards the cute little Lolita in Zhu Shen's arms. What a beautiful and adorable little girl! Is she Wine Master Zhu's daughter? Thinking about that, everyone's eyes went wide as they stared at the duo who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Even Hestia and Thea had doubtful looks on their faces as they stared at Zhu Shen and the little girl in his embrace. Master, this is... Hestia asked as she looked at Zhu Shen in bewilderment. Don't ask so many questions. Just give me a glass and fill it with milk. Zhu Shen said as he ruffled Hestia's hair. Ah! Hestia covered her head as she looked at Zhu Shen in surprise. There seemed to be something different with Zhu Shen and he seemed more cheerful than usual, but when she heard that he wants a glass of milk, she glanced at the young girl with a head of white hair in his arms with a suspicious look. Thea, who was standing near the entrance of the store, was also curious, but she didn't bother asking Zhu Shen. She believed that he would explain it to them at the right time. Aside from that, she could sense a familiar aura from that little girl. Could she be, so my guess was right. That cat must be a god-beast progeny. A creature that is already at the nascent god realm at the moment of its birth. She muttered with a look of realization. Thea had bits and pieces of information in her memory, and it should be related to her past life. Suddenly, she saw a scene that always flashed inside her head. A lonely silhouette with a short sword strapped behind his back as he gave lectures about sword comprehension. I can't recall his name. Who is he? Chapter 169, Daughter? Wine Master Zhu. An excited exclamation rang out inside the store. This surprised everyone and they could not help but take a look at the direction of the voice. At the entrance, they saw 2 figures dressed as a waitress and a waiter respectively, and when everyone realized who they were, their expressions immediately eased up. Zhu Shen similarly glanced at them, but his face remained unperturbed. He had already expected their presence in his store since he had discussed this with Emperor Elik. Just then, he suddenly felt a supple and fragrant body hugging him tightly like an octopus. The fragrance of a young jasmine flower assailed his nostrils. Wine Master Zhu, you're finally back. Who? This was none other than Sylvia, the fifth child of the emperor and the only daughter he had. Looking at the young girl with long and silky black hair, Zhu Shen recalled the day he had first met her and he could not help but let out a smile. The fourth prince, Prince Dante, who was about to pull his sister from Zhu Shen, suddenly saw the latter's smile and he almost staggered from shock. "Wine Master Zhu," he muttered absent-mindedly. Was this really the aloof Wine Master Zhu that he knew? Then what was that smile just now? Zhu Shen gently pushed Sylvia away as he spoke to them. "Why are the two of you late for work?" he asked. Prince Dante and Princess Sylvia glanced at each other before taking an embarrassed look at Zhu Shen. "Wine Master Zhu, the Imperial Palace is far from here, and since the area around your store is under relocation, there is no place to stay nearby. Emperor Father also prohibited us from living outside of the Imperial Palace, so we had no choice," Prince Dante explained while scratching the back of his head with a forced smile. Beside him, Princess Sylvia nodded her head like a chicken pecking on rice. She was happy to see Zhu Shen again, and when she recalled that she had actually hugged him out of excitement, she dipped her head to hide her blushing face. "Ah! I hugged him. He smells so nice. Hee hee." Zhu Shen thought for a moment and realized that the fourth prince's words made sense. He knew that the emperor prohibited them from living outside of the imperial palace because it'll be dangerous for the both of them. The Silver Wing Empire might be calm on the surface, but he knew that it could erupt any time by now. "In that case, you both should get to work. After the store closes later, you must stay and follow me somewhere," Zhu Shen said as he rubbed the head of the little Lolita in his arms. The fourth prince and the fifth princess finally saw the small figure in Zhu Shen's arms, making them dumbstruck. "Wine Master Zhu, is she your daughter?" Princess Sylvia asked in a slightly trembling voice. Everyone listened attentively, including Thea, who appeared to be calm outwardly. Zhu Shen's expression was calm as he shook his head. "No. But you could also take it that way." Everyone was confused, but they no longer asked Zhu Shen when they saw him walking away with the little girl in his arms. Ice, who was surprisingly silent throughout the whole conversation, suddenly trembled, but Zhu Shen hurriedly rubbed her tiny head gently, making her ease up considerably. Ice covered her adorable pair of eyes with her chubby right arm as she sobbed quietly. She then buried her face into Zhu Shen's chest since she was afraid that the other people might see her crying. "Let's go to my room. You can tell me your story right there," Zhu Shen said as he embraced the Lolita closer to him. He knew that she might have recalled her family earlier. After arriving on the second floor, Zhu Shen saw that Li Yulai was already standing at the entrance of the second floor with a bored expression and pouted lips. Seeing this, Zhu Shen chuckled in his heart. "Girl, that's what you get for messing with this heavenly god." Li Yulai's eyes lit up when she saw Zhu Shen, and when she saw the little girl in his embrace, she was a bit stunned, but she didn't ask him any questions and just pursed her lips to express her dissatisfaction with Zhu Shen's arrangements for her. After all, she was a 9th-rank Saint Realm expert, but she was actually working as a door guard? She couldn't stomach this kind of treatment, especially after leading a carefree life for many years, but who told her to provoke this malevolent being in front of her? She only had herself to blame for this. "Don't worry. This is only a temporary arrangement for you. Think of it as my little punishment to you," Zhu Shen said as he patted the head of the pouting Li Yulai. Li Yulai wanted to smack his hand away, but when she sensed the warmness in his gentle touch, she couldn't bear to do it, so she could only puff her cheeks like a little girl. She was surprised at herself that she actually displayed this kind of expression to someone else, and it was even to a man at that. "Lord Zhu Shen, I know I was wrong. I. Go inside and see for yourself. You might even want to get this position forever after you check this second floor that you're guarding." Zhu Shen cut her off as he went straight to the third floor without turning his head back. Looking at his back figure, Li Yulai stomped her foot in a bit of annoyance, but because of her curiosity, she went to check the second floor. "Hey! This. What? So that's why he is so confident. Ha ha ha. He's indeed right. I'd be willing to work as a guard in this kind of place. Li Yulai exclaimed as she checked every corner of the second floor. She was stunned at the concentrated amount of true essence inside, and she realized that cultivating in this place was even much better than in her own abode. What a good cultivation environment! How did Lord Zhu Shen create this place? He's truly an unfathomable man. She muttered as she looked around the second floor with a dazed look. Chapter 170, Ice's Past. Zhu Shen pacified the sobbing Ice by gently rubbing her head. Along the way, they met Xiaozinya, who was holding a cup filled with tea. Xiaozinya was startled when she saw Zhu Shen holding a crying little girl in his arms, and when she saw how beautiful the little thing was, she instantly had one question in her heart: is she Lord Sect Master's daughter? Lord Sect Master, I was just about to deliver this tea to you, Xiaozinya said as she looked at Zhu Shen with an affectionate smile. Anyone who knew Xiaozinya would certainly be dumbstruck if they saw her expression right now. After all, she was one of the coldest and most aloof elders of the Ice Cloud Sword sect, but she was actually displaying such a tender womanly expression to a man. Xiaozinya hasn't experienced love before, but she was 100% sure that she wants to be together with the man in front of her. Even if he rejects her, she would still follow him. Zhu Shen's expression warmed up a bit when he saw how considerate Xiaozinya was. Zinyu, bring it to my room. Xiaozinya's smile became wider when she heard how Zhu Shen addressed her. During their time in Greenwood City, he would only refer to her as Elder Xia, but now, he was willing to call her by her first name. Although it was only a form of address, it still made her beyond elated since it can already be considered as a step forward to their relationship. Zhu Shen walked towards his room while carrying Ice in his embrace. Following behind him was a happy Xiaozinya who was holding a cup of tea. Zhu Shen went straight to his bed and let the little Lolita sit on his lap. Xiaozinya sat beside him after putting the cup of tea to a nearby table. You've been quiet along the way, do you want to speak about what had happened to you before you came here in the profound dragon continent? Zhu Shen asked as he ruffled Ice's white hair. Ice pouted in dissatisfaction, but she could not conceal the happy smile on her face after feeling Zhu Shen's gentle touch. Smelly human. I'm not a kid. I'm already 100 years old. Xiaozinya giggled as she looked at the adorable little girl in Zhu Shen's lap. Zhu Shen shrugged, flicked Ice's forehead. Little tiger, I know that god beasts like you have long lifespans, so you can still be considered as a kid. Age-wise, you're not even a millionth as old as I am. Zhu Shen said in a joking tone, but he was actually speaking the truth. Ice puffed her cheeks as she brandished her claws in front of Zhu Shen, but she then realized that she was in her human form, so her actions looked cute and comical instead. Stinky human, you infuriate this cute cat. Looking at them bantering, Xiaozinya giggled while covering her small mouth with her hands. Come on, just tell us about it. We will listen to your story. Zhu Shen smiled as he pinched the little girl's cheeks. Ow! 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 You're tearing my face apart. Meow! I'll speak. I'll tell it to you. Ice pleaded while looking at Zhu Shen pitifully with her huge eyes. Zhu Shen released her cheeks and waited for the Lolita to speak. He had coincidentally found this god-beast progeny injured near his store, and he immediately knew what her origin was the moment he saw her. Without hesitation, Zhu Shen brought her inside the store and treated her injuries. Starting then, the emaciated little white cat slowly increased in weight, but she still didn't talk to him even after many days. It was only until recently that she started talking to him, but he still didn't ask about her past. Ice's cheeky expression turned serious before it turned sad. Her lips quivered as she held back her tears from falling. I'm a glacial sovereign tiger, a god beast with an ancient bloodline. I lived peacefully in the divine beast continent with my parents. Both of them are only normal savage beasts of the tiger clan, but they gave birth to me, a god beast with an ancient bloodline. They didn't know why this happened and only treated it as a miracle, but they were also cautious, so they didn't divulge my identity as a god beast to anyone. Everything was fine for 100 years until an elder of the Lion clan discovered my identity. Ice's voice paused since she could barely prevent her tears from spilling out. After a few seconds, she continued with a slightly trembling voice. The Lion clan is one of the strongest beast clans in the Divine Beast continent since they have an old ancestor with a cultivation at the origin god realm. After that elder of the Lion clan discovered my identity, the Lion clan started to covet my bloodline. They wanted to capture me and consume my ancient bloodline to strengthen their own. Hearing this, Xia Xinyu and Zhu Shen felt surprised and angry at the same time. The Lion clan waged war with our Tiger clan, but our clan was powerless against them since the strongest expert of our Tiger clan was only at the peak stage of the nascent god realm. Left with no choice, my parents decided to send me far away using a teleportation array formation, and they told me to never come back. I am so useless even though I am a G-god beast progeny. I couldn't even protect my parents and my clan. Now, I don't know what happened to them. Ice balled her tiny fists as glistening tears streamed down her face. Zhu Shen cupped the little girl's face with both his hands as he wiped away the tears on her cheeks with his 2 thumbs. Little tiger, after finishing the matters here, I will bring you to the Divine Beast continent to search for your parents and your tiger clan. Don't worry. I will let those from the Lion clan pay for their crimes. Zhu Shen's cold voice drifted inside the room. Chapter 171, Thaia's Tears. But there is an origin god realm expert in the Lion clan. I know you're strong, but you just reached the nascent god realm. I won't allow you to go there, stinky human. Ice stood up on Zhu Shen's lap and held his face with her chubby hands as she said those words. Although she was always ridiculed by Zhu Shen and was even often bullied by him, she could still feel his care for her. She had already treated Zhu Shen as her family, so she didn't want to put him in danger. Zhu Shen grabbed the Lolita's chubby arms as he let her sit on his lap with a smile. Do you look down on my strength? Listen closely, little tiger, even if the whole of Nuar fights against me, they would only be buried beneath my feet. Don't worry. Just trust me, okay? Wait until the matter in the Silver Wing Empire is settled, then we will go to visit the Divine Beast continent. His voice was filled with confidence as if no one in the whole world could stop him. Actually, Zhu Shen didn't really treat the beings of Nuar in high regard. If he had his full strength, he could even destroy the whole planet with a mere flick of his finger. And even with his current strength, he was still confident that he could defeat anyone in Nuar. Strangely, Xia Xinyu and Ice felt that he wasn't boasting, but they were still worried since the other party had an origin god realm expert among them. But Zhu Shen placed his index finger on the little girl's lips and shook his head with a smile. No buts. Just listen to me, okay? The Lolita's eyes became misty again when she heard Zhu Shen's words, but she held her tears from streaming out as she hugged Zhu Shen tightly. Xia Xinyu smiled when she saw the two hugging each other like a family. Unknowingly, she had already stretched her arms to join the two of them. Inside the room, 3 people hugging each other can be seen, and they looked like a family, enjoying each other's warmness. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. More than a month later. Many things happened in the past month in Beltran City. The whole Ice Cloud Sword sect relocated their ice castle near Zhu Shen's wine store. This sudden movement from them stunned the civilians and nobles living in the capital city, but seeing that there was no movement from the imperial family, the people had eventually forgotten about this. The area around Zhu Shen's wine store had also been emptied, and no one else was living within aside from Zhu Shen's subordinates. With this, he started the construction of his sect's main building with the help of the emperor's servants, but he has yet to come up with a suitable name for his sect. However, Zhu Shen wasn't in a hurry about this, so he just continued to do his usual tasks. Zhu Shen had also started training his subordinates with the way of the sword, and he even allowed the 100 young slaves to join them every time he started his lessons. After his teachings, everyone gained significant insights that enhanced their strengths substantially. Even the 100 young men had already started their cultivation journey under the guidance of Zhu Shen. Under the respectful glances of countless eyes, Zhu Shen casually showed a sword technique that made everyone cheer in excitement. A burning dragon phantom manifested out of thin air, and it released an earth-shaking roar as it rose to the skies with an overwhelming power that almost suffocated everyone present. Roar! After the burning dragon phantom reached 100 meters above the sky, its figure slowly turned into countless motes of crimson light that covered the heavens with a rosy color. Looking above, everyone gasped in admiration and worship. Even those ice goddesses in the Ice Cloud Sword sect revealed looks of fascination as they glanced at the motes of crimson light that was slowly vanishing. The power I used in that sword technique is equivalent to a 7th rank Emperor Realm cultivator. However, because of my strong sword comprehension, my attack's overall power was multiplied by several times, making it even more powerful. If you train according to my teachings, you will eventually be able to do what I did earlier, so every one of you has to work hard. Zhu Shen said as he stared at those worshipping expressions with a calm look. That was only the power of a 7th rank Emperor Realm. It looked like an attack from a 9th rank saint. Amazing! Of course. Who do you think the Lord Sect Master is? Zhu Shen's lips curved upwards as he said. That's it for today. Everyone can now return to practice on their own. Everyone stood up and bowed at Zhu Shen respectfully before they dispersed. They were eager to return and start practicing after seeing Zhu Shen's astonishing performance. They longed for the day when they were already capable of unleashing even half of what Zhu Shen had shown them. Just then, Zhu Shen discovered a lone silhouette who appeared to be absent-minded. Zhu Shen was surprised to see that it was actually Thaya. Thaya, is there anything wrong? Zhu Shen asked with a hint of concern. Thaya was still in a daze and she appeared to have not heard of Zhu Shen. In her mind, she could recall a hazy figure of a man discussing the art of the sword. He looked familiar and unfamiliar at the same time, and every time he recalled him, she would always feel her heart throbbing with emotions. Who are you? Just who are you? Why do I always see your figure even in my dreams? Who are you? Her voice sounded hoarse as tears unconsciously streamed down her cheeks. This scene stunned Zhu Shen, but then he suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that Thaya also remembered her past? It must have been a lonely past if it could even make the strong-willed Thaya cry like this. He muttered. He was similarly a transmigrator like them, but he could fully remember his past life. Zhu Shen sighed and gave Thaya her private space. He knew that she would be embarrassed if anyone would see her current appearance, so he chose to leave her alone. Chapter 172, Long Mei's Tribulation Lightning. Among Zhu Shen's subordinates, the coldest and most unapproachable was certainly Thaya. He had never seen that kind of look from her ever since she was summoned by the system to serve him, so he felt a bit worried. He wondered just what kind of painful experience had she gone through in her past life for such a tough woman like her to cry just like that. System, could you tell me anything about Thaya's past life? Zhu Shen muttered as he blocked the 100-meter radius around Thaya. He didn't want anyone else to see Thaya in that state, so he could only do this for her. The system remained silent and didn't answer Zhu Shen's question, but a moment later, the system's voice echoed inside Zhu Shen's head. Strangely though, there was a tinge of imperceivable emotion in its mechanical voice. Host, everyone's life is predetermined by fate. If you're destined to meet someone, then even death can't stop it. Zhu Shen didn't understand why the system had spoken such words, and even with his lifetime of knowledge and comprehension, he could still not fathom the meaning behind those words. However, he could feel that if his heart realm was at the 4th level, he might be able to somehow understand the system's words, but as of the moment, Zhu Shen was incapable of doing this. That was how important the heart realm was to a cultivator. The higher the attainment in one's heart realm, the easier it is for someone to understand the complexity and intricacies of the universe. Aside from that, a cultivator with high attainment in the heart realm will experience fewer bottlenecks in cultivation, making their progress much faster than most. With a blank look, Zhu Shen suddenly thought about the dragon girl that he had tamed some time ago. It has been a while since he had given her some healing pills and cultivation resources. She should be about to break through to the nascent god realm once again. Aside from that, it was also time for him to refine the world heart of the spirit world and become its deity. Thinking about that, Zhu Shen immediately communicated with the system. System, open the spirit world for me. OM. A 2-meter-tall door suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Zhu Shen stared at the door with a calm look as he tried so hard to ignore the fact that it was made from a celestial tree. Zhu Shen pushed the door open and immediately went to the island where he had left the dragon girl. With his current strength, he now had a much better control in manipulating the element of space, so he arrived on the island in just less than 10 minutes. I can sense the little lizard, Long Meili. Oh. It seems like she's trying to summon her tribulation lightning. Looks like she's already been trying to break through to the nascent god realm for several days. With her current progress, it's only a matter of time before her tribulation lightning will descend. Not bad. Zhu Shen muttered as he teleported near Long Meili's direction. He saw the huge dragon on top of a mountain with countless toppled trees around her. There were also huge cracks and shattered boulders on the surface of the mountain. Zhu Shen didn't know why Long Meili had caused such massive damage to the mountain, but he guessed that the dragon girl might have been feeling anxious at her incoming tribulation lightning. Roar! Long Meili issued an earth-shaking roar that shook the entire mountain, causing countless huge boulders and stones to break into pieces. Zhu Shen could also sense that her tribulation lightning was about to descend. System, if I face my next tribulation lightning here in the spirit world, could I use my ability as the deity of the spirit world to weaken my tribulation lightning? Zhu Shen suddenly asked. The system told him some time ago that if he could refine the spirit world's world heart, then he would become the deity of the spirit world. So he thought that if he could use the ability of a deity, then even if he faced the god-exterminating divine eye once again, wouldn't his next tribulation lightning be as easy as eating rice? Ding! Host, the tribulation lightning is something that is governed by a different set of rules. It is something that maintains the balance of the multiverse. If you decide to break through in this spirit world as its deity, your tribulation lightning will be much fiercer and deadlier. Host, I suggest facing the tribulation lightning outside of the spirit world for your next breakthrough. The system's words was like a bucket of cold water which instantly made Zhu Shen erase his previous thoughts of breaking through inside this spirit world. Well, it looks like I can't cheat my way up. Zhu Shen muttered in a self-mocking tone. He then focused his attention on the huge dragon that emitted thunderous roars from time to time. Suddenly, the sky above the spirit world parted and a cluster of purple clouds appeared, bringing along with it several dozens of pale purple thunderbolts. Although it was a lot weaker compared to the crimson thunderbolts that struck Zhu Shen in his tribulation lightning, the streaks of purple lightning above were by no means weak. After all, Long Meili was still a dragon descendant, so her tribulation lightning was still stronger than the normal tribulation lightning of an average cultivator. Zap! A bolt of purple lightning suddenly came down, painting the sky with a purplish hue. Long Meili let out an enraged roar as she faced the incoming lightning with rage. Roar! This was the tribulation lightning that made her fail many times in transcending the boundaries of mortality. How could she not be enraged with it? A dragon descendant that failed her tribulation for a number of times, if this was known by the god beasts in the primordial god realm, then she would surely become a laughingstock. This time, she consumed the earth origin dragon fruit which made her more confident. Not to mention that she also had the supreme dragon heavenly cannon that her mysterious master gave her. Raising her dragon head, Long Meili glared at the purple clouds above while emitting fumes of grey smoke from her nose. Bonk! The purple lightning struck her body, but Long Meili didn't flinch as she continued to glare at the sky as if she couldn't wait to spit a breath of flames towards it. The ground beneath Long Meili shattered from the devastating power produced by the bolt of purple lightning, and the toppled trees near her turned into ashes. Roar! Long Meili issued a taunting draconic cry as if she was unsatisfied by the power of the purple streak of lightning. Looking at this scene, Zhu Shen smiled unknowingly. He didn't think that this dragon that submitted to him actually have such guts to taunt her tribulation lightning. To think that this little lizard is actually as crazy as me. Interesting. Multiple bolts of purple lightning streaked towards Long Meili as if they wanted to burn her body into ashes. Humph! Facing this, Long Meili snorted as she spat a scorching ball of fire that was almost as big as the mountain that she was stepping on. Roar! Her attack managed to destroy those bolts of lightning. Long Meili whipped her tail in excitement when she saw how strong her attack had become. This was the effect of eating the Earth Origin dragon fruit that was given to her by her master. It enhanced her draconic abilities by quite a margin. Zop! 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 This time, dozens of purple lightning bolts came down from the sky as it wanted to cleave the heavens apart. Long Meili's beastly eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness and she immediately spurted another breath of scorching ball of flames. However, it only managed to block less than 10 bolts of lightning, while the rest continued to streak towards Long Meili's body. Bayong! Bayong! The mountain she was stepping on was split apart and the ground beneath her turned black like charcoal. Long Meili's huge body trembled as more than several dozens of lightning bolts struck her body with devastating might. Bog! Baya! She then spat several mouthfuls of blood as she used her true essence to shield her internal organs, but because of the sheer strength from the lightning bolts, she still sustained substantial amounts of internal injuries which made her body feel light and numb. Her knees almost caved in, but as prideful as she was, Long Meili forced herself to remain standing as she cried out. Roar! She spurted another mouthful of blood as the bolts of purple lightning continued to smite her body. Quite a number of long and deep gushes covered her huge body, drenching Long Meili with her own blood. Her knees trembled and her body swayed as she felt that she was almost losing her consciousness. Just then, she muttered the mantra of the Supreme Dragon Heavenly Canon which immediately stirred her draconic bloodline. A strong and overpowering aura of a dragon descendant surged out as Long Meili's hidden potential was being utilized. The pain she was feeling suddenly vanished and all she could feel was the warm current passing through her body and then down to her dantian, strengthening her cultivation on the process. Even after the last bolt of purple lightning pounded her body like a sledgehammer, she appeared to be unaffected as she focused her senses on the changes happening inside her dantian. A bright ray of light suddenly covered her body, but Zhu Shen could still see what was happening to Long Meili with the help of his enhanced vision. His pair of golden eyes stared at the transformation happening to Long Meili. This little lizard didn't let me down. Chapter 173, Innocent Long Meili. Long Meili's huge dragon body slowly morphed as she transformed into her human form. This transformation was a sign that she was already at the nascent god realm. It must be noted that only savage beasts at the nascent god realm were capable of transforming into their human forms. A valiant beauty with long purple hair gracefully stood atop the broken mountain. She wasn't wearing any clothes, so her ample jade bosom, slim waist, and that sparsely forested maiden cave were in full display. She gave off a heroic and seductive aura that was very tempting to any man. There was also a short dagger-like horn on top of her forehead which added a distinct charm to her beauty. Long Meili thought that no creature would dare stay near the mountain since the strength of her tribulation lightning was destructive, but she didn't think that there was actually a pair of golden eyes secretly looking at her unblinkingly. Long Meili's eyes were still shut tight as she observed the changes in her body. She then clenched her fists and stretched her muscles which produced a series of popping sounds. I've finally broken through to the nascent god realm after so many years. Long Meili's enchanting voice echoed on the mountaintop as she felt slightly emotional in her heart when she recalled everything she had gone through just to achieve her breakthrough. She knew that her breakthrough was made possible by her mysterious master, and she could not help but recall his expressionless image. Master! Long Mei's life is yours from now on. Long Mei opened her eyes, showing a beautiful pair of purple irises that look like miniature universes. Dragons are proud god beasts with limitless arrogance and overpowering might. Because of their overwhelming strength, they were dreaded by everyone in the primordial god realm, and even the 3 celestial emperors didn't dare anger them too much. However, if you manage to gain their loyalty, they will never betray you even if it means their death. They might be prideful creatures, but they were also loyal down to their bones. Suddenly, Long Mei's peaceful expression turned solemn as she stared in a certain direction. Who are you? Roll out for this immortal dragon. Long Mei's voice was filled with rage. There was actually someone that dared to come close to her during her tribulation lightning. Luckily, the other party didn't sneak attack her, or she might have perished. Thinking about that, Long Mei felt her heart turning cold. She didn't know what kind of place her master had brought her to, so she was somewhat cautious. Zhu Shen chuckled in his heart as he walked towards Long Mei with a smile on his face. Looking at the man who had come out, Long Mei's wrathful expression turned into surprise before it turned into joy. Her full lips curved upwards as she expressed her heartfelt happiness when she saw this man. Master! Her eyes lit up as she exclaimed eagerly. She then sprinted towards Zhu Shen, causing her jade rabbits to jump up and down. Her hips also swayed with natural seductiveness as she ran towards Zhu Shen. Looking at this naked woman who was coming nearer to him, Zhu Shen could not help but smile wryly. This little lizard! How can she run around like this? Even that little tiger was much more civilized than her. Long Mei stopped in front of Zhu Shen and she immediately bowed her head respectfully at him. Long Mei greets master. Cough. Cough. Zhu Shen cleared his throat before he spoke in a serious tone. Little lizard, don't you have any clothes with you? Don't run around like this in front of anybody, okay? Long Mei raised her eyebrows in confusion. She couldn't understand what her master was talking about. Since Long Mei only had an impure dragon bloodline, she wasn't truly a noble dragon descendant, and she could only be considered as someone with a bit of dragon bloodline. After living an isolated life in the endless forest, she didn't know the customs of humanity and how they should act. Even in her bloodline inheritance, such things were not mentioned. That was why she was perplexed at Zhu Shen's words. Looking at her confused look, Zhu Shen suddenly thought that he was facing an innocent little lady. He sighed as he grabbed an embroidered white robes meant for women. This time, Zhu Shen was already prepared for this kind of event, especially after what had happened when Lu Solan awakened her supreme physique. At that time, he had to face the dubious look of his junior disciple Kenya, so he had already prepared several clothes for women just in case a similar event happens. He then handed it to Long Mei as he said in a serious tone. Little lizard, your body is precious and you shouldn't allow anyone else to see it. Long Mei glanced at the white robes in Zhu Shen's hands before she looked at her naked body. Although she had no concept about humanity's customs, she wasn't a stupid dragon. With a brilliant smile on her face, she said to Zhu Shen. Don't worry, master. Other than you, no one else is allowed to see my body. Everything I own is only yours. Looking at this pure young lady with a dragon horn, Zhu Shen could almost not believe that this was the same dragon that threatened to dismantle Beltran City. He could not even sense a hint of overbearingness in her, and he could only see an innocent and enchanting dragon lady with a brilliant smile. Zhu Shen smiled as he stroked her purple hair. I'll teach you how to put this on. Now be good and don't move around as I help you wear this, okay? Long Mei nodded her head with a sweet smile. Zhu Shen was still a bit unaccustomed to this sudden change in her personality. After all, she was a feisty and arrogant dragon during their first encounter, so Zhu Shen felt as if this young dragon lady in front of him was someone different. There was no semblance of an aggressive dragon in her at all. Although Long Mei was innocent regarding the traditions of humans and how their two opposite gender perceived each other, she still felt nervous and shy at this intimate contact with Zhu Shen. It was as if something within her changed after she transformed into her human form. As Zhu Shen was helping her wear her clothes, he accidentally touched her inappropriate places, but his expression remained the same. Of course, he was sweating nervously in his heart, but luckily, his heart realm continuously maintained his calmness. Only a eunuch would not have any reaction in this kind of situation. Even though he had met countless immortal goddesses in his past life, it has been many millions of years since he had such intimate contact with one. Of course, that was excluding what had happened to him and Xia Xinyu in Greenwood City. Little lizard, you didn't disappoint me. You're now a nascent god realm dragon, and with the help of the supreme dragon heavenly canon, it won't be long before your bloodline would become much thicker and nobler. By then, you can be considered as a true dragon descendant. Zhu Shen gently patted her head after helping her wear her clothes. I won't be able to break through without the master's help. I don't dare take all the credit. Long Meili bowed her head humbly as she spoke. Zhu Shen smiled at her words. Chapter 174, World Heart. Little lizard, consolidate your strength here first. Your master still has something to do somewhere, so just wait for me here. Zhu Shen stroked the back of Long Meili's head gently as he looked at her with a smile. Last time, Zhu Shen could still not refine the world heart because of his lacking strength, but he now had the qualifications to refine with his nascent god realm cultivation. Long Meili nodded her head at her master. Although she wanted to talk with him some more, she knew that she still had to consolidate her strength in order to eliminate any negative effects brought upon by her breakthrough. If not, her foundation might become shaky, which would severely impact her future cultivation. She didn't want that to happen, so she instantly followed Zhu Shen's orders with obeisance. Master, I'll wait for your return. Long Meili bowed her head. Zhu Shen smiled at her before he flew through the skies, leaving behind countless after-images in the air. Long Meili glanced at Zhu Shen's disappearing figure for quite a while before she sat cross-legged on the ground. I have to quickly consolidate my strength and await for my master's return. She muttered as she closed her eyes to begin her meditation. System, where can I find the world heart of this spiritual world? Zhu Shen asked as he stopped his flight. He hovered in the air while waiting for the system's reply. Ding! Host, the world heart is located at the deepest part of the ocean beneath you. Beneath me? Zhu Shen was a bit surprised, but he still glanced at the deep blue ocean beneath him. The sea waves here were quite large since the ocean wind was particularly fierce and strong. In that case, I just have to dive down and search for it. Zhu Shen said as he dived down to the sea without hesitation. Splash! With his current level of cultivation, it was not a problem for him to breathe underwater. I didn't think that it would be harm here. He muttered as he swam downward like a torpedo. He saw a fair bit of aquatic savage beasts and some of them were even powerful. However, they were still nothing in Zhu Shen's eyes since he could casually kill them with a mere flick of his fingers. As Zhu Shen was swimming deeper into the ocean, he felt that the temperature was getting warmer and warmer, and it was also getting darker. Luckily, he was still able to see clearly because of his enhanced vision and also with the help of his spiritual perception. The number of oceanic savage beasts were also becoming fewer, but their strength was definitely a lot stronger compared to those in the shallower parts of the ocean. However, these savage beasts still didn't dare approach Zhu Shen. They could feel that this human had an unfathomable power that they dreaded him so much after seeing him. Zhu Shen ignored these savage beasts since he was not here for them, but he had to admit that he was a bit tempted to catch a few to cook for himself. After refining the world heart, I'll capture some of you. By then, I hope that you could just obediently stretch your necks for me. Zhu Shen chuckled in his heart as he increased his speed. The savage beasts felt alarmed when they saw the peculiar look in Zhu Shen's expression, and they hurriedly fled in different directions, afraid that this human might harbor bad intentions to them. 1 hour later. This time, Zhu Shen's vision was significantly reduced and he could only see the 5-meter radius around him. Even if he used his spiritual perception, he could only extend his vision by another 5 meters. Sensing this, he could not help but feel a bit surprised, and he was certain that this was attributed to the mysterious world heart of the spirit world. Just what kind of thing was this world heart for it to limit his sense of sight despite his nascent god realm cultivation level? Zhu Shen was now feeling eager to find out more about this world heart. 2 hours later, the water pressure was becoming heavier and Zhu Shen had to circulate his true essence to prevent his blood vessels from bursting apart. Furthermore, his vision was also becoming vague and fuzzy. Suddenly, Zhu Shen could see something shining with a bright white radiance down below and he could not help but smile excitedly. Could that thing be the world heart? Even with Zhu Shen's impaired vision, he could somehow see the light emitted by this object due to the sheer brightness that it exudes. As Zhu Shen was moving closer, he could now see the silhouette of this object. It looked epileptical and it also had a pure and out-of-this-world aura. Zhu Shen felt his heart palpitating as he stared at this object. Host, this is the world heart of the spirit world. Just place your hand on top of it and put a fraction of your soul in it using your spiritual power. Zhu Shen frowned when he heard the system's words. Removing a fraction of his soul would decrease the strength of his spiritual power, and he felt quite reluctant to do it. However, when he recalled what he could do after refining the world heart, Zhu Shen's hesitation vanished. After coming closer to the world heart, he could now sense its dense and pure unadulterated aura. He had never seen anything like this before, so felt fascinated and enamored. He looked at the 5-meter-tall world heart for a brief moment before he placed his hands on its surface. Ha! It's sucking my blood. Host, the world heart is checking your constitution and potential since it would not allow a person with insufficient potential to become its master. Zhu Shen calmed himself down after hearing the system's words. He was confident about his potential and if he didn't have the qualifications to become its owner, then no one else was capable of owning it. After all, he had the seamless deity physique and his physical body was even basked by the god-exterminating divine eye's draconic lightning. Coupled with his experience and comprehension, he even had the potential to exceed the 3 celestial emperors. Zhu Shen focused his attention on cutting a part of his soul. It wasn't that hard, but it was a painful process since it involves a cultivator's soul which was particularly more fragile than other creatures. As Zhu Shen was separating a fraction of his soul, he felt as if his body and mind were being pierced by millions of needles simultaneously. The excruciating process continued for an hour before Zhu Shen had successfully divided a small portion of his soul. Throughout the whole process, Zhu Shen's expression didn't change, and he only furrowed his eyebrows slightly. This is nothing compared to the lightning that the god-exterminating divine eye brought along with it. He said in his heart as he placed the fraction of his soul onto the world heart. The world had already stopped sucking his blood as well, and right after Zhu Shen branded it with his spiritual power, the pure aura emitted by the world heart became even denser that it almost made him exclaim. Right in front of his eyes, the 5-meter-tall world heart slowly reduced in size. It became as big as a basin, then it became as big as a football, and then it turned into an egg-sized crystal. Its decrease in size only stopped when it was only an inch in length. Zhu Shen tried to grab the 1-inch crystal, but it embedded itself on his left wrist which made him a bit stunned. Touching it with his right hand, he could now feel a sense of connection with the spiritual world through this world heart. So this is what it feels like to be a deity. I can even see that little lizard through this world heart in my wrist. Interesting indeed. Aside from gaining ownership of the spiritual world, Zhu Shen could also sense that his spiritual power was further reinforced after the world heart embedded itself in his left wrist. Not bad. The fraction of my soul wasn't wasted. In fact, I have even gained more than what I lost. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully refining the world heart. After hearing the system's words, Zhu Shen could not help but smile. Chapter 175, Hunting Cooking Ingredients. After Zhu Shen refined the world heart, he could now see everything within the spirit world as if it was part of his body. Now, he understood why the system told him that he would become the deity of the spirit world after refining its world heart. It was because he could now teleport anywhere in the spirit world and no one else could also challenge him here no matter how strong they were. Of course, this rule only applies to the inhabitants of this spirit world. First, let me capture a few fishes to cook later, and isn't this a fragrant luminous clam? It's only a 7th rank aquatic savage beast, and it has pearl which can be melted into a delicious liquid that can enhance the flavor of any wine or food. This thing's pearl is a good ingredient for winemaking. Not to mention its tasty meat. Good. Zhu Shen muttered after discovering a certain aquatic savage beast that was not too far from where he was. I've been making wine using the system's ingredients all this while. Maybe I should make my own wine recipe and sell it in the store. Zhu Shen's eyes lit up as he thought about that. Ding! Sudden mission, create a personal wine recipe that can pass the standard of the system. The final product of the host will be assessed by the system and the price will be dependent on the quality of the wine. Oh? A sudden mission? Zhu Shen, who was about to head in the direction of the fragrant luminous clam, suddenly stopped in his tracks when he heard this abrupt notification from the system. After looking at the mission details, Zhu Shen smiled confidently. When he first transmigrated in Nuar, he had been constantly practicing his winemaking skills under the system's orders, so he was fairly confident in himself. He didn't even have to do much since there were already pieces of equipment that could help his winemaking even more efficient. This can wait at a later time. After all, I still need more ingredients if I want to make a good wine recipe. For now, I will get this fragrant luminous clam first. Zhu Shen said as he disappeared from his location. Several kilometers away deep within the ocean, Zhu Shen reappeared in front of a giant clam that was as huge as an ordinary elephant. Its intimidating mouth had 2 rows of sharp saw-like teeth. One look and anyone could tell that it could even tear metals apart. The huge clam had a dark color that made it look inconspicuous in the deepest part of the ocean where there is no light. However, Zhu Shen knew that it could produce a brilliant light to attract its prey. The fragrant luminous clam wasn't even able to discover Zhu Shen's presence, and it appeared to be in a state of deep slumber as it burrowed half of its body into the seabed. Looking at this huge clam, Zhu Shen smiled with a strange look. This guy should be hibernating here. Unfortunately, I will have to disturb your deep sleep since I still need to use your meat to cook delicious seafood. How should I cook this big guy? Unaware that there was a devil in front of it, the fragrant luminous clam remained burrowed into the ground. Although it was hibernating, it could still sense its surroundings perfectly, but it still wasn't able to detect Zhu Shen, who was now walking towards it with a bad smile hanging on his face. Since this guy is offering himself to me, how could I bear to disappoint it? Zhu Shen chuckled in his heart as he used his spiritual power to attack the defenseless soul of the poor fragrant luminous clam. A streak of invisible light struck towards the hibernating clam, and it could not even emit a shriek before it died in a blink of an eye. Its soul was eradicated in just a single second. The huge mouth of the fragrant luminous clam slightly parted after its death, and Zhu Shen could already smell its alluring fragrance even though he was still deep in the ocean floor. He clicked his tongue as he stored the dead fragrant luminous clam inside his space earring. This one is not enough, I have to get more and let my most trusted subordinates eat a few delicacies made by me. I'll let them taste the best seafood in their entire lives. Hee hee. Bubble. Bubble. Not too far away, Zhu Shen appeared in front of a shark-like savage beast. It was more than 10 meters in length and its body was covered by tough metallic scales, making it look like an impenetrable ocean tank. On top of its head was a sword-like horn that was about 12 inches long. Looking at this monster of the sea, Zhu Shen let out a warm smile that was even more beautiful than the blooming of flowers. Seeing Zhu Shen's smile, the huge shark felt its heart contorting in alarm. This human is dangerous. It hurriedly darted away like an arrow that was shot from a crossbow, leaving behind a trail of bubbles. This aquatic savage beast had a cultivation level at the peak stage of the 7th rank Emperor realm. It could be considered as a top predator in the ocean. This little fish looks tasty. Not bad. I can make a delicious side dish with your meat. Zhu Shen said in his heart as he used the same spiritual attack to kill the pitiful shark-like savage beast. He pointed a finger at the escaping shark and a streak of imperceptible light came out of his finger and it instantly shot towards the shark. As if it was struck by lightning, the huge shark suddenly turned stiff as it stopped from its tracks. Zhu Shen walked towards the carcass of the savage beast and immediately stored it inside his space earring. I need to get a few more before I go back to that little lizard. Thus, Zhu Shen spent another hour hunting for high-level aquatic savage beasts. He was quite picky, so he spent most of his time looking for a suitable savage beast to hunt. And after an hour, Zhu Shen hunted a little more than 10 savage beasts. This should be enough. With these ingredients, I can cook some mouth-watering dishes for my people. Zhu Shen smiled as he stored the aquatic savage beast that he just killed a few moments ago. Chapter 176, I messed up. After hunting more than 10 aquatic savage beasts, Zhu Shen sorted everything inside his space earring before he teleported to the mountain where he left Long Meili. Swoosh! In front of him was a young lady with long purple hair, and she was dressed in a beautiful and embroidered white robes which accentuated perfectly with her beauty. There was also a dagger-like horn on top of her forehead, but it didn't decrease her charm. Looking at the meditating Long Meili, Zhu Shen smiled as he took out a chair from his space earring. He then sat down and looked at her with unblinking eyes. This little lizard's true essence is becoming more vigorous and robust like a true dragon descendant. The supreme dragon heavenly cannon wasn't wasted on her. Just that, how would the Long clan react if they discovered that I passed down their most treasured cultivation technique to someone with an impure dragon bloodline? I guess their supreme elder would beat me up. Zhu Shen chuckled as he recalled the face of an old man with a long grey beard and 2 horns. A moment later, he shook his head and let out a soft sigh. Zhu Shen silently watched Long Meili as she meditated. She had just broken through the nascent god realm, so her foundation was a bit unstable, but with the supreme dragon heavenly cannon, it wouldn't take much time for her to consolidate her strength. An hour later, Long Meili slowly opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was a man with long silver hair seated nonchalantly on a wooden chair. He had a smile on his face as they stared at each other. Master! Long Meili hurriedly stood up and bowed at Zhu Shen with a respectful look. After she received the Supreme Dragon Heavenly Cannon from Zhu Shen, her cultivation speed increased by many times, and even her physical body was strengthened by leaps and bounds. Before, she had a bit of doubt that it was the best cultivation technique for the dragons, but now, all those doubts vanished. Zhu Shen smiled as he rose from his seat. Congratulations, little lizard, he said as he stroked her hair gently. Long Meili remained silent and she could only foolishly stare at this man. Their first encounter was quite dreadful since she almost died by his hands, but she didn't regret coming to invade Beltran City because that decision allowed her to meet him. He was the main reason why she was able to complete her breakthrough. No words could describe her current emotions and she could not thank him enough, so she just silently vowed to serve him unconditionally. Let's go to my store. From now on, you'll follow me wherever I go. Zhu Shen said as he patted her shoulder. Amen. Long Meili nodded her head with a sweet smile. After that, Zhu Shen took her hands as he told the system to lead them out of the spirit world. OM. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. OM. A 2-meter-tall door suddenly appeared in Zhu Shen's room, and 2 individuals stepped out of this door hand in hand. Master, is this your store? Long Meili glanced around the room with a confused look. Although she had no idea what a store was, this wasn't the place that she had expected to see. Zhu Shen's room didn't look luxurious or extravagant. Aside from the huge bed and clean surroundings, nothing else was noteworthy. Zhu Shen ruffled her hair as he replied. This is my room. As for the store, it's downstairs. Let's go. I'll show you around. He then pulled her out of his room. The person guarding the second floor was now Ren Chuang, since he had already completed his investigations on Li Yulai, the proprietress of the Greenwood Pavilion. And according to what he had discovered, Li Yulai's background wasn't as simple as simply being a proprietress. In fact, she was intricately connected to the alliance, since her father was one of the alliance leaders. Zhu Shen wasn't surprised when he heard this news, and in fact, he had already guessed it. Just that, they still had no clue as to why she had established an inn within the Silver Wing Empire. After sensing the arrival of Zhu Shen, Ren Chuang immediately bowed his head as he greeted with reverence. Master. He had also seen the dragon lady beside his master, but he didn't even bother to greet her despite sensing that her strength was greater than his own. As to where his confidence and pride came from, even Ren Chuang himself didn't know. Zhu Shen nodded his head at him before he pulled Long Meili down to the first floor. It was early in the morning, and the customers were already abundant. They greeted Zhu Shen with smiles while also taking curious glances at the young lady beside him, but they didn't dare harbor any lewd thoughts about her at all, since there was a pair of cold eyes looking at them. Who could it be other than Thaya? Master, Lord Sect Master, Wine Master Zhu. Everyone greeted Zhu Shen with respect. Zhu Shen smiled at his subordinates as he announced. After the store closes later, I will cook for everyone, and I will also let you drink wine for free. Tell all of our people to gather tonight at the beast fighting arena. He then took a glance at the fourth prince and the fifth princess, who was now a waiter and a waitress of his store respectively, as he said. You can also invite your father to join us. After hearing this, the fourth prince and the fifth princess' eyes lit up as they immediately nodded their heads. Yes, Wine Master Zhu. They said with excited voices. Wine Master Zhu, what about us, your loyal customers? Hee. Lu Ziyufeng, who was drinking with Bhaskar and his mercenary buddies, suddenly said, which immediately garnered everyone's attention. The loyal customers of the wine store knew that anything that Zhu Shen makes was priceless and helpful in their cultivation. Even just a cup of his wine was already equivalent to a cultivation pill, so upon hearing that he would cook for his subordinates, the loyal customers were already curious and excited. They just didn't dare voice out their opinions because they were afraid that Thaya would kick them out. And when they heard Lu Ziyufeng's words, all the customers silently praised him in their hearts. Such a brave man! Command! Command! And right after Lu Ziyufeng's words fell, he suddenly felt a piercing glance aimed his way which sent shivers down his spine. Oh effing SHT! I messed up, he cursed in his heart as he watched the gloating looks of Bhaskar and his buddies. These motherfasteriskers! Lu Ziyufeng, who was in his drunken state, immediately sobered up. He then stood up and smiled wryly at Thaya as he said in embarrassment. Young Miss Thaya, you don't need to throw me out. I can go out on my own. Lu Ziyufeng walked towards the exit with a regretful look on his face. Why did he have to interrupt Zhu Shen's speech in the presence of the she-devil young Miss Thaya? Wait. Lu Ziyufeng was surprised and he stared at Zhu Shen with a confused look. You can join us tonight. And everyone here can also join us later. Zhu Shen said with a faint smile. Lu Ziyufeng's broken-hearted face lit up as he cheered loudly. Whoa! All the customers also erupted into sonorous cheers of excitement when they heard Zhu Shen's words. Chapter 177, Unplanned Celebration. At night. The beast fighting arena was already remodeled and it can now accommodate thousands upon thousands of people. It was supposed to be a quiet night, but this place was bustling with people and activity. More than several thousand individuals chattered in groups, and all of them were wearing excited expressions as they looked at the lone man on top of the arena. His long silver hair was tied in a ponytail, and he was now dicing a savage beast that looked like a gigantic shark. Under his sleek and precise cutting skills, the huge shark was cleanly cut into thin pieces, with each piece as thin as a cicada's wings. The cut pieces of shark meat were then neatly piled on the plates on top of several huge tables that surrounded the arena. Zhu Shen grabbed a bottle of mystic jade from his space earring and pulled the cork that sealed the bottle of wine. He then threw the bottle in midair, causing the liquid inside to spill out, but under his manipulation, the droplets of wine liquid were perfectly sprinkled on the diced shark meat on each plate. His beautiful and flashy movements garnered the crowd's cheers, and everyone immediately clapped their hands in fascination. Such precise cutting skills! Even the knife experts of the Crouching Dragon Pavilion couldn't hold a candle to Wine Master Zhu. Crouching Dragon Pavilion? I no longer went there after I tasted Wine Master Zhu's wines and dish. The Crouching Dragon Pavilion that they talked about was the most famous restaurant in Beltran City, and it housed a good amount of skilled chefs. Its reputation was resounding not just in Beltran City, but also in the whole Silver Wing Empire. The Emperor has arrived. A eunuch announced the arrival of the Emperor in a shrill voice. Everyone inside the beast fighting arena instantly stood up from their seats after hearing that the Emperor has arrived. This was another person that everyone respected, the Emperor of the Silver Wing Empire, Emperor Elik Silveria II. Emperor Elik was wearing a gold and silver embroidered robes with the insignia of the Silveria imperial family printed at the back of his clothes. On either side of him were the fourth prince and the fifth princess, each of them was now wearing their imperial robes. Behind the three were the four guardians of the empire, and the most surprising thing was that Defender Duanmia was now at the early stage of the 8th rank divine realm. Looking at him, the old man seemed to have regained a bit of his youthful looks, and his graying hair was now black in color. Even the wrinkles on his face were nowhere to be seen. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Lu Sulan and Kenya personally greeted the emperor. As the only disciples of Zhu Shen, they had already given enough face to the emperor with the both of them greeting him in person. Haha! No need for formalities. I'm very flattered that I am invited by Wine Master Zhu to come here. Emperor Elik laughed heartily while looking at Lu Sulan and Kenyat. His gaze lingered for half a second longer on Lu Sulan's face before he focused his attention back on the man next to her. This was Kenyat, the second disciple of Zhu Shen. Just a month ago, this guy was still at the peak stage of the 6th rank king realm, but now, he was already at the early stage of the 7th rank emperor realm. The speed of his cultivation almost made the emperor gasp in astonishment. It must be noted that it took even Emperor Elik himself a few years before he had broken through the 7th rank emperor realm from the 6th rank king realm. How in the world did Wine Master Zhu cultivate this guy? I don't see anything special from him, but as a disciple taken by Wine Master Zhu, this man must have some secrets in him. Emperor Elik muttered to himself. Your Majesty, please follow us. We've already prepared a seat meant for your distinguished self. Kenya smiled warmly at the emperor. Kenya, who looked middle-aged before, now looked like a man in his late 20s after he broke through to the 7th rank emperor realm. He wasn't that handsome, but he could still be considered as good-looking. Oh, thanks to you guys. Emperor Elik smiled in a friendly manner. He chose to ignore Lu Sulan and he only glanced and talked with Kenyat. He didn't want to involve himself with her since he didn't believe that Lu Sulan's relationship with Zhu Shen was only that of a master and disciple. So to prevent his friendship with Zhu Shen from going down the cesspool, he decided to forget his complicated feelings for Lu Sulan. Lu Sulan didn't discover that anything was amiss, so she just led the emperor and his people together with her junior brother Kenyat. On top of the arena, Zhu Shen flicked his fingers, making more than 100 wisps of flame to suddenly appear above him. And with another flick of fingers, he sent the wisps of flame on each plate, cooking the thinly sliced shark meat in the process. This way of cooking was definitely unheard of and everyone was spellbound by Zhu Shen's graceful set of movements. He didn't look like he was cooking at all. It was as if he was performing a beautiful dance on top of the arena. Amazing! I can watch Wine Master Zhu cooking all day. Wine Master Zhu, please make babies with me. Thaya immediately glared at them when she heard those confident young misses expressing their love to Zhu Shen so openly. And when they sensed Thaya's cold gaze, those young ladies instantly covered their mouths in alarm. It would be embarrassing if they get kicked out in front of a lot of people. With the average strength of everyone here, they wouldn't be able to eat a lot of dishes made from high-level ingredients, so that should be enough. I have also reduced the potency within these dishes so that they can enjoy them more. As for the wines, I can only serve them according to their level of strength, or they might explode if they drink something that exceeds the limit that their dantians can hold. Zhu Shen muttered as he kept the ordinary knife he used to cut the huge shark. On top of the huge arena, there were hundreds of tables filled with mouth-watering dishes that were cooked by Zhu Shen. Everyone was already dying to take to a bite of each dish, but under the watchful eyes of Thea, nobody dared to move. The fragrant aroma of the cooked plates of seafood permeated in the air like a tempting vixen trying to enchant a young man. Everyone could hardly resist this mouth-watering aroma, and some of them even had a trail of drool at the corner of their lips. Looking at their excited faces, Zhu Shen smiled while also feeling a bit proud of his cooking. Ahem! Ahem! With a dignified look on his face, Zhu Shen cleared his throat before he randomly ****ed. Everyone, I've invited you here to celebrate the making of my sect. Although I've yet to formally announce the founding of my sect, it is only a matter of time before that happens. And by then, I hope that everyone could come to celebrate with me. Chapter 178, Shark Gossamer Sashimi. Everyone was not surprised when they heard Zhu Shen's words because they had already known his plans of establishing his own sect since a month ago. Besides, Zhu Shen didn't even bother to conceal this news from circulating, so in not more than a week, almost everyone in Beltran City already knew what he was up to. Wine Master Zhu, we will definitely come to celebrate with you after your sect is formally established. Right. How could we miss such a grand occasion? We will certainly be there, Wine Master Zhu. Count me in. Everyone inside the beast fighting arena immediately expressed their good intentions. Who wouldn't want this kind of opportunity to further deepen their relationship with Zhu Shen? All of them knew that Zhu Shen was not just an ordinary person and his strength was also unfathomable deep. Such a person was destined to become a great character in the whole profound dragon continent. They will do anything in their power to be acquainted with such a man. Zhu Shen nodded his head calmly after hearing their words. He had already expected this kind of response from the crowd, so he wasn't surprised by this. He then glanced at the emperor who was now looking at him with a friendly smile. Seeing this, Zhu Shen nodded his head at him as he said. Elik, I have yet to thank you for your help during the past month, so to express my thanks, join me here in the arena. I will let you be the first person to taste the dishes that I have made. When the crowd heard how Zhu Shen had just casually called the emperor's name without even batting an eye, they felt a bit stunned. They finally realized at this time that Zhu Shen was definitely close to the emperor, and the two even seemed to treat each other as equals. Emperor Elik laughed heartily when he heard Zhu Shen's words. Even before he came inside the beast fighting arena, he had already smelled the fragrant aroma of the dishes that Zhu Shen made, and it became even more apparent after he stepped inside the arena. In that case, I won't hold myself back, Wine Master Zhu. Ha ha ha. Emperor Elik leaped on top of the arena and he could not help but close his eyes in delight when he smelled the flavorful aquatic fragrance that surrounded him. He felt as if he was swimming in the middle of the ocean waves. When he opened his eyes, he was faced with different kinds of mouth-watering seafood delicacies which made his eyes flash with excitement. He had already eaten a lot of tasty dishes, but the aroma of the dishes made by Zhu Shen was many times denser and more enchanting than those he had tasted before. Zhu Shen gestured for the emperor to follow him when he saw the latter's eager look. Elik, come. This is the best dish among what I've cooked, and I call it the shark gossamer sashimi. Please. Zhu Shen pointed his index finger at a dish filled with thinly sliced shark meat that looked like transparent leaves. The thinly sliced shark meat was covered by a fragrant sauce made from the mystic jade and other high-level ingredients. Just from looking at it, the emperor's eyes already had a drunken look and he didn't even wait for Zhu Shen to speak as he took the fork on the table before lightly poking the sashimi. Emperor Elik felt the fork easily penetrating through the shark meat and he could not help but feel a bit surprised. He knew that this shark meat came from a high-level aquatic savage beast, and the meat of such a creature was definitely not easy to pierce through, even though it was only a thin piece. Glistening shark oil flowed down from the pierced part of the shark meat, and it produced a wave of tantalizing aroma that evoked the hunger of the emperor. Looking at this, Emperor Elik impatiently shoved the shark meat in his mouth, and just as it touched his tongue, he felt as if he was electrocuted. He was motionless for a brief moment before he started to chew the shark meat in his mouth with an indescribable look of fascination on his face. Gulp. Delicious. The emperor muttered as he licked his lips without even caring for his image. If there wasn't anyone else, he would have also licked the fork he was holding. Unfortunately, all eyes were on him, so he could only remove this thought from his head. Zhu Shen chuckled in his heart when he saw how the emperor behaved. This is only made using some low-level ingredients. If I had a god beast's meat, then it would have tasted much better, and the increase in cultivation wouldn't be small either. He muttered in his heart, and he unconsciously searched for the figure of a fat white cat among the crowd. Ice, who was in her cat form, felt a strange gaze that made her scalp tingle in alarm. And with a wary look on her face, she fiercely rose from the ground as she glared at Zhu Shen. Meow. Zhu Shen smirked when he saw Ice's reaction. He then shifted his attention back to the emperor. Emperor Elik lost his dignified demeanor as he shoved pieces after pieces of shark meat in his mouth without end. Delicious. He muttered once again, but this time, his voice was quivering with emotions. The emperor had already forgotten the fact that he was being watched by countless pairs of eyes. His attention was only focused on the extraordinary taste that covered his tongue and mouth. I thought the shark meat would be chewy and difficult to swallow. I never thought that it would be this succulent, and it even seemed as if it would melt every time it touches my tongue. Such excellent cooking skills. Even the imperial chefs in my imperial palace could not cook such dishes. Sigh. The emperor sighed in his heart. He didn't even realize that he had already finished the entire plate. This made him stunned and a bit embarrassed. He actually lost his cool after eating the food cooked by Zhu Shen. Cough. Cough. The emperor coughed to hide his embarrassment. He then laughed as he said with unconcealed admiration. Ha ha ha. Wine Master Zhu, I can't believe that you are actually hiding such godly cooking skills. You have hidden your talent well. Ha ha ha. Zhu Shen smiled at this obvious flattery. He then replied in a calm voice. Elik, since you've already tasted my dish, I hope you don't mind if I allow everyone to come and join us here. Emperor Elik chuckled and shook his head. Not at all. These dishes must be tasted by everyone. Ha ha ha. After hearing his response, Zhu Shen glanced at the crowd and announced in a calm voice. Everyone, you've heard him, so please come here and have a taste of the dishes I cooked. Ah, finally. I can get to eat the dishes personally cooked by Wine Master Zhu. I've been holding myself back for quite some time. Food, here I come. Everybody cheered as they jumped onto the arena with excited faces. This beast fighting arena was already remodeled, and even after the crowd had joined the emperor and Zhu Shen on top, it was still a bit spacious. Looking at the thousands of people enjoying the food he cooked, Zhu Shen felt a bit proud in his heart. He then saw a fat white cat strutting on the arena with a look of disdain on its face. Little tiger, come. I've already prepared something else for you. Zhu Shen grabbed Ice, which made her squirm from his grasps. Stinky human, I don't like to drink milk this time. I want to eat the food you cooked. Meow. Ice kicked her lower legs and crossed her two front paws while looking at Zhu Shen with a dissatisfied face. There was already a trail of drool at the corner of her mouth. Zhu Shen patted the chubby head of Ice as he said. Little tiger, I won't be giving you milk this time. Look, this is what I have prepared for you. On Zhu Shen's hand was a large plate with a thick piece of shark meat lying at the very center. It was cooked in a style similar to a seared steak, and it was overflowing with meat juices that produced an exquisite meaty aroma that made the nose of the fat cat in Zhu Shen's left arm twitch continuously. The trail of drool at the corner of her mouth streamed like the gushing of a river, and her big and adorable eyes were staring straight at the big piece of shark meat. Stinky human! Release me! I want that! I want that shark meat! Meow! She fiercely smacked Zhu Shen's arm with her paws, but she didn't dare use her claws since she didn't want to injure Zhu Shen. Zhu Shen released the fat cat from his embrace and Ice immediately leaped towards the huge plate he was holding in his right hand. With nimble movements, Ice grabbed the thick piece of shark meat with her paws before taking a big bite out of it. Ah! I like this! Meow! The huge eyes of the fat white cat lit up as she munched on the thick piece of shark meat with gusto. Looking at the fat white cat's adorable look, Zhu Shen smiled warmly while stroking her thick fur gently. Chapter 179, Annual Martial Arts Contest. Zhu Shen held a chubby cat as he strode towards the emperor with steady footsteps. His face was expressionless and calm. There were still a lot of people enjoying the delicacies on top of the arena, but every one of them gave way to Zhu Shen the moment they saw him. Some of them even greeted him with respectful smiles and flattering looks. Following behind Zhu Shen were the three beauties, Li Yulai, Long Meili, and Xia Xinyu. All three of them were staring daggers at each other as if they couldn't wait to scratch someone's face. Long Meili's dragon horn was also nowhere to be seen since Zhu Shen had told her to hide it. Her dragon horn was just too conspicuous, and although she didn't look like a demon, it was still much better to not show it in public since demons are hated by everyone in the profound dragon continent. And to prevent unnecessary attention and gossip, Zhu Shen told her to hide it temporarily. Emperor Elik saw that Zhu Shen was walking towards him, and from the looks of his face, he knew that Zhu Shen must have something important that he wanted to talk about. The emperor then moved his gaze on the three beauties who were following closely behind Zhu Shen, and he could not help but feel a bit jealous in his heart. All three of them were country-toppling beauties with looks that could charm any man, especially the one with long purple hair. This young lady, she's giving me a very thick sense of danger. Who is she? Wait. This other lady beside her, isn't this young Miss Situ, the daughter of Alliance leader Situ? Emperor Elik's heart spasmed when he identified Li Yulai. How could he not be restless when the daughter of a top expert in the Alliance was right in front of his eyes? He hasn't gone to Zhu Shen's store recently since he was occupied with certain matters, so this sudden encounter with Li Yulai came as a surprise. He didn't know how Zhu Shen managed to attract Li Yulai, and from how she behaved, it seemed as if she was Zhu Shen's subordinate. This thought made him admire Zhu Shen even more since he knew that Li Yulai was also a top expert of the Alliance. She might not look like one, but behind that enchanting look of her was a dreadful power that could subdue anyone. How the hell did Wine Master Zhu manage to get young Miss Situ under him? I wonder how Alliance leader Situ would react if he learns that his most treasured daughter is serving under a man? Although Wine Master Zhu's strength is unfathomable, no one knew his real strength. Perhaps I'm the only one who knows how strong he really is aside from his people. It looks like Alliance leader Situ might come to visit my Silver Wing Empire and make things difficult for Wine Master Zhu. Interesting. Emperor Elik thought in his heart. Elik, how's the food I made? Are they to your liking? Zhu Shen glanced at the emperor. He could sense that the latter's dantian was almost full, a clear sign that he was infinitely close to breaking through the 9th rank Saint realm. And from the density of his true essence, the longest time he needed before he could break through should be around 3 months or so. Emperor Elik nodded his head in satisfaction when he heard Zhu Shen ask that. Wine Master Zhu, whoever eats the food you cook would be mesmerized by it. It even helped my cultivation to progress by a notch. I really have to thank Wine Master Zhu for inviting me here. Ha ha ha. Emperor Elik was satisfied with the delicacies served in the arena. Although there were a lot of people who dined with him, he didn't mind it too much since his focus was entirely on the plates of seafood. Each of them made him feel as if he was floating in the clouds. A truly wondrous sensation. Not to mention the fact that the food also boosted his cultivation. It's good that you like it. Zhu Shen's lips curved upwards upon hearing his words, but his expression turned serious all of a sudden as he asked. Elik, how's the situation of the Silver Wing Empire? Emperor Elik's smile vanished and it was replaced by his usual dignified and calm look. And with a slight shake of his head, he answered in a whispering voice. Wine Master Zhu, I've followed your suggestions to monitor the Shui family, and I discovered that they are somehow related to the illegal transaction of smuggled weapons and resources with the neighboring Blue Fang Empire. It looks like it was also the Shui family who ruined the reputation of the Baiming family. After speaking those words, Emperor Elik glanced at the women behind Zhu Shen with a bit of concern. He didn't feel at ease speaking about this kind of matter in front of anyone else. He was particularly nervous about Li Yulai since she was related to the alliance. The three women could sense the emperor's wary gaze lingering on them, but they didn't move back without Zhu Shen's orders. Li Yulai, who had the most rebellious attitude among the three, sneered in her heart. She knew that the emperor was cautious about her because of the identity she had. Elik, you don't need to be afraid to speak about this matter. These ladies are my most trusted subordinates, so you can freely say anything without holding back. I have also blocked the space around us to prevent anyone from hearing our conversation. Zhu Shen said as he patted the emperor's shoulder. Of course, Zhu Shen was still monitoring Li Yulai. Upon hearing Zhu Shen's words, the eyes of the three ladies lit up. They then glanced at his side profile with warm and gentle expressions. The fact that Zhu Shen trusted them made their little hearts flattered and happy. Emperor Elik heaved a sigh of relief as he continued speaking in a heavy tone. Wine Master Zhu, I've also discovered that the Shui family had some dealings with the Undying Corpse sect, and from the looks of things, some of their clansmen might even be disciples and elders of the Undying Corpse sect. If I'm not wrong, they should be planning to usurp the throne within a year or so. Xia Xinyu and Li Yulai were surprised when they heard his words. They were familiar with the Undying Corpse sect, so they were both stunned when they learned that the Shui family was related to them. As for Long Meili, she had been staying in the Endless Forest throughout her life and she rarely comes out, so she had no idea about what the Undying Corpse sect's name signified. Zhu Shen gave Emperor Elik an imperceptible glance of pity as he said. Elik, the problem of your Silver Wing Empire isn't just the Shui family and the Undying Corpse sect. Emperor Elik felt his heart becoming heavier upon hearing that. He knew that Zhu Shen wasn't someone who spoke nonsense, so it must be something serious. Wine Master Zhu, what do you mean by that? The emperor asked while feeling a bit anxious. The Shui family and the Undying Corpse sect already made him very restless, so if there was another one, he didn't know if he could still maintain his sanity. There is no use in telling you about this right now. You just have to focus on monitoring the Shui family and the Undying Corpse sect. As for what I've told you just now, you can rest assured that they wouldn't attack your Silver Wing Empire at this time. Zhu Shen replied in a calm voice. He didn't want anything to happen to the Silver Wing Empire since his business was at stake, so he decided to bring up this topic to the emperor. Emperor Elik's complexion was pale after hearing all this, but his expression became calm in an instant as he changed the topic. With Wine Master Zhu's assurance, I feel at ease. By the way, Wine Master Zhu, the annual martial arts competition of our Silver Wing Empire is coming close. I hope you'll be there to watch the younger generation compete among themselves. You can also register some of the young ones under you to join the competition. Although my Silver Wing Empire is in a precarious situation, I must not show weakness during these troubled times. The competition will continue as per usual since it's already a tradition of the empire. Ho, this guy has some backbone. It seems like he still has something to rely on. Interesting. Zhu Shen muttered in his heart. Xia Xinyu, who was listening at the sidelines, felt excited after hearing about the martial arts competition and she could not help but ask the emperor. Your Majesty, what is the age requirement for this competition? There are some talented young disciples in their Ice Cloud Sword sect, and after receiving Zhu Shen's guidance, their strength increased by leaps and bounds. And since their Ice Cloud Sword sect was already part of Zhu Shen's sect, she wanted to gain prestige and honor for him. The emperor wasn't angry for the sudden interruption of Xia Xinyu. From the clothes she was wearing, he knew that she was an elder of the Ice Cloud Sword sect. The martial arts competition is for the younger generation of the Silver Wing Empire, so only those with ages 25 and below are eligible to join. The fourth prince and the fifth princess will also be there as participants. Emperor Elik replied with a smile. Chapter 180, Body Transforming Dan. The fourth prince had just turned 20 this year, and he is already at the initial stage of the fifth rank spirit realm, while the fifth princess who is 13 years old is at the peak stage of the third rank crusader realm. The fifth princess is also on the verge of breaking through to the fourth rank knight crusader realm after drinking and eating in Zhu Shen's store. Since there was still 2 weeks before the competition starts, she still had the chance to increase her strength before the contest begins. Wine Master Zhu, I would be happy if you spectate in this coming event. The imperial family and patriarchs of the 3 great clans would also reward the top 10 for this contest. It's a good opportunity for the young ones to gain experience, so I hope that Wine Master Zhu could bring some of your little disciples to join the fun. Emperor Elik smiled widely at Zhu Shen to ease up the atmosphere. He didn't want to talk about the problems that the Silver Wing Empire was facing since it gave him too much headache. Luckily, he recalled this annual martial arts competition that would take place in 2 weeks. Zhu Shen thought for a moment, before eventually nodding his head. It was indeed not a bad idea to exercise the bones of the 100 kids that had received his special training all this while. After a month of vigorous physical training and tempering, all of them were already at the first rank warrior realm, and there were even 2 kids that stood out among them. One was Yang Zhenqi, who was now at the peak stage of the second rank elite warrior realm, while the other one was Han Sen, who was at the early stage of the second rank elite warrior realm. As to how they improved that much in a short amount of time, it was because of Zhu Shen's torturous training that was as strict as to how elite soldiers were trained. Besides, the young men also ate spiritual fruits and cultivation pills like they were eating candies. With all those experiences, even an ordinary pig would become a strong savage beast. I'm interested in this martial arts competition that you speak about, so I'll bring some of the little ones that I've trained to register in this contest. Aside from that, I will also add something to the rewards for the top 10 participants. Zhu Shen's words made the emperor's eyes lit up, which also made him laugh heartily. Ha ha ha. That's more like it. In that case, I'll expect your presence in 2 weeks, Wine Master Zhu. Emperor Elik was excited at the thought of Zhu Shen spectating the coming martial arts contest. With his presence, Emperor Elik was more confident that nothing would go wrong in the event. After that, all of them talked about other matters as the unplanned celebration continued for the whole night. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 2 days later, inside the beast fighting arena. A huge cauldron that was almost as big as a mountain can be seen on top of the arena. If one would look closely, this cauldron somehow looked similar to Zhu Shen's heaven trampling cauldron. In fact, this was indeed the heaven trampling cauldron, and Zhu Shen merely increased its size. Screams of pain and agony reverberated within the cauldron as the bodies of 100 young men were being soaked in the boiling mixture inside the cauldron. The faces of the young men were contorted in suffering that they almost looked inhuman. However, none of them stepped out of the cauldron, and they all continued to soak their bodies inside. Yang Zhenqi was the calmest among them, and he was only shivering in pain as he gritted his teeth, while occasionally letting out muffled groans. I want to be strong. I don't others to look down on me. I will prove to the master that I can become a strong expert. Arg! Yang Zhenqi shouted in his heart as his figure shook slightly. Beside him was Han Sen, who looked much worse in comparison. His eyes were already bloodshot and his skin had several burnt marks as he let out heavy breaths like a wounded savage beast. Zhu Shen stood at the opening of the cauldron, observing the entire process with cold, unblinking eyes. This kind of body tempering might look dangerous and deadly on the surface, but the effect of this special tempering was significant since it could greatly enhance the physical body's strength. He was also controlling the temperature of the mixture inside the heaven trampling cauldron just enough for these young men to survive without dying. He wouldn't allow anyone among them to die, since they would become his arms and legs in the primordial god realm. With a cold expression hanging on his face, Zhu Shen observed the faces of everyone inside the cauldron as he suddenly asked, "Are you in pain?" 100 pairs of bloodshot eyes glanced at him with unbending willpower. Veins protruded on their faces as they replied like snarling wolf cubs. "No." Zhu Shen smiled for a brief moment after hearing their answers, but it abruptly turned cold. "Then stay here for another hour." Bone-chilling screams of agony echoed non-stop for another hour. Zhu Shen waved his right hand, producing invisible ropes that tied around the bodies of the young men. He then pulled them out of the piping hot cauldron before bringing them to the arena. Through the invisible ropes, Zhu Shen injected his true essence to heal the bodies of everyone. Yang Zhenqi, Han Sen, and the others felt a soothing sensation enveloping their mutilated bodies, healing them at a discernible speed. The burnt marks on their skin slowly vanished under these calming threads of true essence, which also continuously healed their other injuries. Every one of them felt as if they were desert people who had finally swum in a cool lake after bathing under the sun for several years. In not less than 10 minutes, the injuries of the young men were fully healed and they were now seated cross-legged on the ground as they meditated. All of them had various gains after that torturous body tempering, so they immediately started to consolidate their strengths. When the emperor had first brought them to Zhu Shen's store, they were still weak-looking youths with frail bodies, but looking at them now, their bodies were now tanned with explosive and lean muscles. Their once innocent eyes were now painted with maturity and growth. After another 10 minutes, Zhu Shen clapped his hands loudly as he said, "Stand up." The young men instantly rose from their feet upon hearing his command. All of them glanced at Zhu Shen while silently waiting for his next orders. With a wave of his right hand, Zhu Shen handed them one pill each as he said, "The pill in your hands is the 9th rank body transforming Dan, which will transform your constitutions. Drink it." This body transforming Dan was a 9th rank pill that was able to enhance a person's physical constitution. Even a waste would transform into a peerless genius after eating this pill. However, this kind of pill didn't exist in Nuar and it could only be seen in the primordial god realm. All the young elites of the primordial god realm would consume this to enhance their constitution. Now, Zhu Shen had given them the opportunity to change their fates with just a single pill. They might not know the importance of this because of their inexperience, but they knew that it was something with unequal value, especially after they heard that it was a 9th rank pill. With slightly emotional expressions, they swallowed the body transforming Dan. Chapter 181, Effects of the Body Transforming Dan. Once again, the arena was filled with howls of pain after the 100 young men consumed the body transforming Dan. Endure it. If you can't even withstand this baptism, then you're unworthy to become top experts. Zhu Shen said in a strict voice as he observed them with a cold look. In fact, this body transforming Dan was supposed to be consumed together with the 9th rank pain subduing pill, a healing pill that could remove any painful feeling that a person has. Aside from removing pain, it could also accelerate the healing process of someone. The reason why Zhu Shen didn't give them a pain-subduing pill was because he wanted to give them a final test, since only those with strong willpower could survive his hellish training procedure. After hearing Zhu Shen's words, all of them immediately shut their mouths as they gritted their teeth with contorted looks. They felt as if there were millions of ants gnawing their internal organs. The faces of the youths were covered with sweat and protruding veins as they clenched their fists so hard that their nails already pierced deeply on their skins. The body transforming Dan would change the structure of one's physical constitution upon consumption, but whoever consumes it would experience excruciating pain for a period of time until the transformation of one's body is completed. All of you are low-born slaves with no talent to boast about, but with the help of the pill you just consumed, it isn't an exaggeration to say that your talents would exceed even the renowned geniuses of the profound dragon continent. So you have to endure this pain if you want to become dragons among humans. Zhu Shen said as he took out a chair from his space earring. He then sat down and put one of his legs on top of the other, looking nonchalant and calm. After that, a young lady with long purple hair suddenly appeared behind him and gave his shoulder a massage. This was none other than the dragon lady, Long Meili. Zhu Shen didn't mind this kind of contact, and he seemed to be unbothered by it as he continued to watch the young men with a satisfied look. Yang Zhenqi, Han Sen, and everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Zhu Shen's words. They finally realized how precious the pill that Zhu Shen had just given them. It was actually able to change someone's physical constitution and talent. What a heaven-defying pill! Yang Zhenqi closed his eyes as he focused himself on refining the efficacy of the body-transforming Dan. This is the start. I can finally become an expert. This pain is nothing. Arg! He shouted in his heart. It was not just him. Han Sen and the other youths also closed their eyes and sat cross-legged to refine the pill's efficacy. Looking at this, Zhu Shen was quite satisfied that none of them passed out from the pain. Even the young elites of the primordial god realm could hardly do this without the help of the pain-subduing pill. After 30 minutes or so, Yang Zhenqi opened his eyes fiercely and he abruptly rose to his feet. He cracked his head sideways while clenching his fists tightly with a joyful smile on his face. Initial stage of the third-rank Crusader realm. Ha ha ha. One after another, the other youths also stood up with happy smiles. All of them had broken through. Even the weakest among them was already at the peak stage of the first-rank warrior realm. Zhu Shen, who was seated on his chair, smiled as he looked at them. These young men didn't let him down. All of them were able to refine the full efficacy of the body-transforming Dan without passing out. With this kind of achievement, they would surely be nurtured with care by any supreme powers in the primordial god realm. Zhu Shen slowly stood up from his seat, while Long Meili also took a step back. She remained silent all day since she didn't want to disturb Zhu Shen. Since all of you have already practiced your sword techniques for the past month, what you need right now is practical training. Later, I will bring all of you somewhere to test everything that you've learned, but first, divide yourself into groups of 10. Zhu Shen ordered coldly. Yang Zhenqi and the others hurriedly grouped themselves into 10 different groups after hearing Zhu Shen's command. They were quite excited about the practical training that he spoke about, and they could not even conceal the excitement on their faces. After seeing that they had already divided into 10 groups, Zhu Shen opened the spirit world through the world heart that was embedded on his left wrist. OM. Yang Zhenqi and the other youths were stunned when they saw a 2-meter-tall door suddenly appearing out of thin air. What is that thing? Just shut up and wait for the master's orders. Zhu Shen pushed the wooden door open, making everyone see a different world behind the door. Follow me inside. Remember, no one must know anything about this. Zhu Shen said with a serious look. The existence of the spirit world was one of Zhu Shen's most closely guarded secrets, and he didn't want anyone else to know about it other than his most trusted subordinates. Although no one in Nuar could identify it, the same could not be said in the primordial god realm, so he had to be cautious about this. Yang Zhenqi and the others felt the gravity in Zhu Shen's tone, so they immediately nodded their heads to express their understanding. Yes, Master. Yes, Master. Zhu Shen wanted to let them experience bloodshed, but since they only had less than 2 weeks before the start of the competition, he didn't have the time to bring them into the lairs of bandits, so he could only bring them to the spirit world to fight with the savage beasts living within. He will leave them for 10 days in the spirit world, and he would only save them if they are already close to death. They had to experience countless life and death situations to become full-fledged experts. What a beautiful place! Is this a paradise? Indeed. The true essence in the atmosphere of this place is many times denser than in the beast fighting arena. This place is a cultivation holy land. The youths exclaimed one by one after arriving inside the spirit world. They have been locked inside the training facilities of the imperial family for all their lives, so they haven't seen anything as beautiful as the spirit world. Save your breaths. I will bring every one of you into the dens of countless savage beasts. You must survive for 10 days. You will hunt for food on your own, and your strategies will depend on what your groups would decide. Zhu Shen said calmly, but his words made everyone's hearts turn cold. This was the first time that they would be sent into the wildlands, so they felt a bit nervous in their hearts. However, they didn't want to disappoint Zhu Shen, who had given them the chance to become top experts, so in order to repay his kindness, they vowed in their hearts that they would survive this training. Chapter 182, Sending Li Yulai and Xia Xinyu to manage the sect construction. Before sending all of you away, I will provide you with the most basic pieces of armor and swords. Zhu Shen said as took out a pile of items from his space earring. Not long later, Zhu Shen had already taken out 100 ordinary swords and armors for the youths. This will be your equipment. If you manage to survive this training, I will give you guys something much better than these, so you have to work hard and survive this. And after this training, I will select 10 among you to participate in the upcoming martial arts competition. Okay, that's all. Now, I will teleport your groups into different locations. Zhu Shen said as he opened multiple rifts in space effortlessly. Looking at how Zhu Shen had easily used the element of space in such a manner, even Long Meili, who was already a nascent god realm, felt stunned in her heart. How did Master do it? Of course, this was because Zhu Shen was already the deity of the spirit world, and he had the power to do anything as he pleases here. What are you waiting for? Jump into the portal that I've made together with your respective groups. Zhu Shen reprimanded sternly after seeing the dumbfounded looks of the young kids. Why yes, Master. Yes, Master. The young men immediately acknowledged the command after hearing Zhu Shen's stern call. And so, with resolute gazes, the youths separated into 10 groups as they stepped inside the rifts in space. After the last kid was gone, Long Meili, who was silent the entire time, could not help but voice out her thoughts. Master, will they be all right? I mean, they're still inexperienced kids despite the vigorous training that they've undergone. I fear that they might not be able to survive in the wilds. Zhu Shen took a glance at her and said with a calm look. Only through experiencing bloodshed would they emerge as experts. Don't underestimate those kids, little lizard. Although they haven't experienced this kind of training yet, the students that I've trained would not die that easily, and if ever they truly face a life-threatening scenario, then I will save them in an instant. Zhu Shen then walked closer to Long Meili and patted her head. Let's go back to the store. I can monitor their progress through this crystal here, he said as he pointed at the crystal that was embedded on his left wrist. Long Meili stared at the crystal in her master's wrist with a curious look before nodding her head in obeisance. Yes, Master. I obey. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A week later, Zhu Shen was seated in a random corner on the first floor of his store. His face remained expressionless even though he was being attended by the 3 ladies, Li Yulai, Xia Xinyu, and Long Meili. Lord Zhu Shen, I'm bored to death here. Could you please give me a mission? I'm not used to staying idle like this. Li Yulai grabbed Zhu Shen's right arm, hugging it tightly in her embrace as she glanced at him with pleading eyes. Xia Xinyu's lips twitched when she saw Li Yulai's intimate contact with Zhu Shen, and she could help but glare at her with piercing eyes. This vixen is trying to seduce Lord Sect Master again. Hateful. Xia Xinyu thought to herself while also feeling a bit jealous in her heart. Long Meili stared daggers at Li Yulai, and from the looks of her eyes, it was as if she couldn't wait to spit a breath of flames at her. Zhu Shen heard Li Yulai's words and he was slightly taken aback. Indeed, he had neglected this rare management talent, but he didn't have any job for her at this moment since his sex base was yet to be conducted, but suddenly, he thought about something. That's right. I can just send her to begin this construction process and let her handle it, but I have to let someone monitor her as well. Zhu Shen slowly opened his eyes and met Li Yulai's pleading look that was similar to a puppy asking for a treat. He then said in a calm voice. In that case, I will give you a job. This is important, so I don't want any mistakes to happen. Li Yulai's eyes lit up and she promptly nodded her head in excitement as she grabbed Zhu Shen's arm even more tightly that it almost squeezed her towering bosom. Yes, Lord Zhu Shen. Don't worry. I won't fail you. Hee. Zhu Shen's lips twitched when he sensed two soft mounds rubbing against his right arm, but he still nodded his head at her with a poker face. He already expected her confidence. After all, she was able to make the Greenwood Pavilion a renowned hotel in the whole Silver Wing Empire. I want you to manage the construction of my sex base. I already have a draft of how it should look like, and as for the materials and people, you will handle it for me. Can you do this? Zhu Shen asked with an indifferent look as he handed a scroll made from a savage beast's skin to her. Li Yulai unrolled the scroll and her eyes brightened upon seeing the design that Zhu Shen had drawn. She was most confident in her ability to manage things, so she nodded her head at Zhu Shen with a smile. Lord Zhu Shen, you can rest assured. I will handle everything carefully and won't let you down. Hee. She then stuck her tongue out while looking at Xia Xinyu with a provoking look. Good. Xinyu, I want you to help Li Yulai in doing this. Although she doesn't need any help, more people working together will make things go smoother. Zhu Shen said while looking at Xia Xinyu. Xia Xinyu, who was staring piercingly at Li Yulai, was pleasantly surprised by Zhu Shen's command, and she immediately cast a smug smile at Li Yulai, which made the latter snort tenderly in response. Yes, Lord Sect Master. Don't worry, I won't let this Vix Li Yulai make any mistakes. Xia Xinyu smiled at Zhu Shen reassuringly. I trust that the both of you would be able to complete this with ease. If you need anything from me, don't hesitate to ask. Okay, you may begin this now. Zhu Shen said. The two girls stood up from their seats and bowed at Zhu Shen. We will get this done as soon as possible, Lord Sect Master. Leave this to us, Lord Zhu Shen. After that, the ladies gave Zhu Shen one last look before departing from the store while glaring at each other. Master, the two of them. They wouldn't fight, right? Long Meili asked while smiling in amusement as she pointed at the disappearing silhouettes of Xia Xinyu and Li Yulai. Zhu Shen remained silent for a moment before he shook his head lightly. Xia Xinyu isn't a violent type of woman, so she wouldn't make things more difficult for the both of them. As for Li Yulai, she might be a cunning lady, but her heart is not treacherous. With their skills, the construction of my sex main base would definitely progress without a problem. Chapter 183, 10 Chosen. It was the final day of the young men's training and there were only a little less than 3 days left before the start of the annual martial arts competition. Zhu Shen was standing on top of the huge platform inside the beast fighting arena. He was wearing a set of azure-colored robes which gave him a regal and noble aura. To think that these kids didn't even need me to save them. And from the looks of it, their strength had also improved a lot, that even the weakest among them is already at the early stage of the second-rank elite warrior realm. As for those two little guys, Yang Zhenqi and Han Sen, they are even more impressive. The latter had just broken through the peak stage of the third-rank Crusader realm after experiencing quite a number of life and death battles. As for that brat Yang Zhenqi, he actually had a lucky encounter and found a high-level spiritual fruit, and he had even broken through the early stage of the fourth-rank Knight Crusader realm after consuming it. Impressive! With the strength and experience of these two little brats, they should be able to get into the top 10 even if their cultivation level is weaker compared to their opponents. Zhu Shen muttered as he used his connection with the world heart to eject the 100 youths out of the spirit world. A number of rifts in space appeared in front of Zhu Shen and several silhouettes were forcefully thrown out from these rifts in space. All the youths were now in a disheveled state and they had wounds all over their bodies, and even the two most promising young men among them were in no better condition. All of them looked like beggars with their tattered clothing and armors, and even the swords in their hands appeared to be damaged to a certain degree. However, despite their sorry states, the looks in their eyes were sharp and cold-blooded as if they wolves scanning their surrounding with cautious gazes. They had experienced quite many life and death battles during their 10 days of stay in the spirit world. Some of them had even almost died, but luckily, they had their teammates who never gave up on them. And because of this training, the friendship and brotherhood between these youths deepened even further. All of them could now be considered as cultivators. Looking at the changes in their bearing and aura, Zhu Shen was fairly satisfied with their performance. While clutching their injured bodies, Yang Zhenqi, Han Sen, and the rest stood up snappily after realizing that they were no longer in that dangerous place. They then glanced at Zhu Shen with respectful looks as they bowed in unison. "Greetings, Master." "Greetings, Master." A smile appeared on Zhu Shen's expressionless face. He then said, "You have done a great job in surviving that kind of environment, however, that is merely the start of your bloody paths. The road ahead is even more dangerous and life-threatening, but since everybody survived, I will give you guys a present for this achievement." 100 wooden boxes were neatly placed in front of the youths, making them curious as to what was hidden inside. "Open it. These boxes are your rewards," Zhu Shen said after seeing that the young men were still standing foolishly. After hearing Zhu Shen's command, they hurriedly took one box each and opened it without hesitation. And upon seeing what was inside, they could not help but feel stunned. Inside each box was an embroidered black robes with red dragon patterns that looked noble and imposing. Other than that, there was also a 1-meter sword that was blood red in color. The sword gave off an elegant and graceful feeling that couldn't be found in any ordinary swords. It was actually an earth-rank weapon. Every one of them received the same set of equipment, but the youths were satisfied with this. Looking at the materials of the black robes and the blood-red swords, both didn't look simple, and it could be said that they looked luxurious and regal, which made these cold-looking youths reveal hearty smiles on their faces. "Master, is this really our reward?" Yang Zhenqi held the blood-red sword and the black robes firmly in his hands as he lifted his head to look at Zhu Shen with a disbelieving expression. It was the first time that these former slaves have seen such expensive-looking pieces of equipment, so they felt as if they were in a dream. Zhu Shen smiled at him in amusement, but he still nodded his head at the kid as he said, "Indeed. Wear your new robes now while I announce who I would bring with me for the annual martial arts contest 3 days from now." Everyone nodded their heads upon hearing his words, and they immediately changed into their new set of black robes. After changing into their new clothes, the temperament and aura of the young men took a drastic change. If they looked like beggars on a roadside just a few moments ago, then as of the moment, all of them looked like young elites from an ancient sect or clan. "I've been monitoring the progress that every one of you had experienced in these 10 days, so this time, I will bring the 10 strongest individuals among you guys to register in the competition. Those who will follow me are Yang Zhenqi, Han Sen." The weakest among the 10 that Zhu Shen had called was already at the early stage of the 3rd-rank Crusader realm, but it was not a problem for him to defeat someone at the 4th-rank Knight Crusader realm with his superior sword techniques and earth weapon. Not to mention that the black robes he was wearing was also not simple. In fact, it was made from a high-level fabric that could withstand the attack of a 5th-rank Spirit Realm savage beast. As Zhu Shen announced the 10 names, everyone held their breaths. Those youths whose names were called clenched their fists in excitement. And after Zhu Shen announced the 10 names, those who weren't called felt slightly dejected in their hearts, but their faces instantly lit up with fighting intent. They might not be the strongest right now, but it wouldn't be the same in the future. The rest of you will stay here to train and familiarize yourselves with your new weapons. As for the 10 of you whose names are called, follow me to the Imperial Palace," Zhu Shen said. The registration process for the participants was still ongoing, and the competition would be held right outside the Imperial Palace. At present, there should still be a lot of youths signing up for the contest. Just as Zhu Shen was about to step out of the beast-fighting arena together with the 10 chosen youths, he suddenly felt a familiar aura coming towards them. He glanced in a certain direction and saw the familiar silhouette of his senior disciple Lu Sulan. Following behind her were 10 young ladies with cold and icy temperaments. All of them looked below 20 in age, so Zhu Shen guessed that they should be the participants that Lu Sulan's Ice Cloud Sword sect would send for the contest. Looking at them, they didn't look weak at all, and even the weakest among them was also at the early stage of the 3rd-rank Crusader realm. Chapter 184, Auction? Lu Sulan saw Zhu Shen coming out of the beast fighting arena, so she told her disciples to walk faster. After getting nearer, she was a bit surprised to see the 10 youths behind Zhu Shen since she knew who they were. These kids? Aren't they part of those youths that are personally trained by Master? How the hell did their strength and cultivation level increase by this much in such a short time? Looking at their aura, their cultivation seems to be stable and not shaky at all. Amazing! Only Master can accomplish this. Hee hee. After a moment of amazement, a smile blossomed on Lu Sulan's face as she stared at Zhu Shen. Greetings, Master. The 10 young ladies behind Lu Sulan also bowed respectfully as they greeted Zhu Shen in tender voices. Greetings, Grand Master. The group of youths behind Zhu Shen glanced at these young ladies with curiosity, and they were quite surprised when they sensed that their cultivation level was actually similar or even greater than their own. Zhu Shen smiled at Lu Sulan before he took a glance at the 10 ladies behind her. He knew 4 among them since they were the first waitresses in his store. They were Xiaohua and her 3 friends. Xiaohua was still at the peak stage of the 4th-ranked Knight Crusader realm, but it won't be long before she could break through to the next realm. As for her 3 friends, although they were weaker than Xiaohua, they were all at the early stage of the 4th-ranked Knight Crusader realm. This is Lu Sulan, my first disciple. Come and greet her. Zhu Shen beckoned to the youths behind him as he introduced Lu Sulan. They already knew who she was because they always see Lu Sulan together with Zhu Shen, so they immediately greeted her with respect. Greetings, senior sister Lu. Lu Sulan smiled at them for a moment before she shifted her gaze at her master. She then asked him, Master, are you also planning to let these kids join the martial arts competition? Zhu Shen nodded his head calmly as he replied. Indeed. And since you're already here, you might as well come with us to the Imperial Palace to register. Lu Sulan's eyes lit up and she nodded her head. Yes, Master. We will follow you to the Imperial Palace. The young ladies behind her were also excited when they heard that. They had received Zhu Shen's guidance in sword techniques for the past month and their comprehension and skills improved by a margin. Because of this, they treated him with respect and admiration. Thus, Zhu Shen and Lu Sulan went to the Imperial Palace together with 20 young men and women. Zhu Shen waved his right hand as he produced 22 flying swords using the element of wind. The green-colored flying swords that were about 2 meters long and 12 inches wide hovered 3 meters above the ground. Wow! Are these flying swords? Cool! The Grand Master actually has this kind of skill. Amazing! Looking at this, everyone was stunned and they could help but praise Zhu Shen, and even Lu Sulan was dumbstruck at this. What a splendid control of the wind element! Even I could not do this. With this, we will arrive much faster in the Imperial Palace. Everyone, hop onto these flying swords. Just sit cross-legged on the flying sword and I'll do the rest. Zhu Shen said as he jumped onto one of the flying swords with graceful movements. Swoosh! 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 After hearing his words, Yang Zhenqi, Han Sen, and their buddies immediately leaped onto the swords and sat cross-legged with eager expressions. They were quite excited at the thought of flying through the skies with a flying sword. G Grand Master, we wouldn't fall from this, right? One of the young ladies behind Lu Sulan voiced out her concern with a timid look on her pretty face. After hearing her words, the other young women felt a bit worried as well. Although they were cultivators, they would still die if they fall from the skies. Zhu Shen chuckled in his heart when he heard that, but he still out on a serious look as he replied in a calm tone. You don't have to worry about falling since I will be the one controlling the flight of these swords. And even if you did fall, I will immediately rescue you. The young girls felt much upon hearing that, and they promptly hopped onto the swords before sitting cross-legged. Their faces were pale and excited at the same time. Lu Sulan smiled apologetically at her master. Her disciples might have strong cultivation levels for their age, but they haven't experienced any life and death situations yet, which made them no different than ordinary girls. Master, I heard that there will be an auction tonight in the Silver Dragon auction house. And I heard that a few rare treasures will be auctioned as well. I'd like to see whether there is some truth to this rumor. Lu Sulan suddenly said. Upon hearing that, Zhu Shen's curiosity was piqued. Although Nuar's resources were poor and low level for him, he kinda missed the atmosphere inside an auction house, so he was a bit interested in this. It looks like you have already decided about this beforehand. In that case, I will come with you to this auction and see if I could buy something for these young men. Zhu Shen said. A beautiful smile appeared on Lu Sulan's face upon hearing that. Good. I will also bring these little girls with me to gain some experience. It didn't take them a long time to arrive in the Imperial Palace, and upon their arrival, they saw thousands of young people lining up for the registration of the martial arts competition. So many people. It looks like we can't attend the auction tonight. They should be the last batch of participants that wants to register. Lu Sulan was a bit annoyed and helpless when she saw a huge number of people outside the Imperial Palace. There were 100 square battle platforms prepared for the coming contest, and each platform was currently used to register the young people who wanted to participate. Looking at this, Zhu Shen furrowed his eyebrows. If we line up now, we wouldn't be able to register even until tomorrow. I should inform Elik about our arrival. He should be able to help us register faster. If anyone would know what Zhu Shen was thinking at this moment, they would surely not know whether to laugh or to cry. He actually wanted the Emperor to cut the queue for him. Chapter 185, Registration. Zhu Shen and the others were still on the flying swords as they remained hovering above the skies. Look above. There are people on those flying swords. What kind of supreme power did they come from? Our Silver Wing Empire actually has such people. Whoever they are, we could not afford to offend them. The crowd exclaimed when they saw Zhu Shen's group in the skies. They looked like immortals that looked down upon the mundane world. Just their bearing and aura alone was enough to scare the people down below. Even the disciples of the three strongest noble families swallowed a mouthful of saliva at the sight of them. Let's go down first. Everyone, get ready. We're descending. Zhu Shen said as he controlled the flying swords to descend. Look. They're descending. Let's go. I wanna see what kind of people would show up like this. They actually have flying swords. Amazing. The onlookers stared wordlessly at Zhu Shen's party as they descended from the skies. There was a look of anticipation on the crowd's faces since they were truly curious as to who these guys were. After all, no one was capable of even making a flying sword. However, they didn't know that those flying swords were merely produced by Zhu Shen's power by manipulating the element of wind. When they were close to the ground, Yang Zhenqi and the rest rose from their feet with calm and cold looks. As for the young girls from the Ice Cloud Sword sect, they only stood up when they were only 10 meters above the ground. Swoosh! Zhu Shen jumped off from his flying sword and gracefully landed on the ground. He ignored the admiring glances of the people around them as he commanded his people. Let's go. Lu Sulan and the others immediately followed behind Zhu Shen while disregarding the onlooking crowd. Yang Zhenqi and his buddies had developed a cold and merciless aura after going through countless battles in the spirit world. And because of the hellish physical tempering that they had gone through, their faces didn't look like immature teens at all. In fact, they might even be mistaken as young adults because of their lean and power builds. Coupled with their grim black robes with red dragon patterns and the blood-red swords that were uniformly strapped behind their backs, they looked like elite sword cultivators. Even the young disciples of the Ice Cloud Sword sect lost to them by a tiny bit in terms of temperament and bearing. However, these young girls had practiced ice techniques since they had started cultivating, so they were unconsciously giving out a cold and distant aura as if they were ice fairies from a mystical land. This gave them a detached air, making the hot-blooded youths among the crowd drool endlessly. Looking at Zhu Shen's group, the crowd parted and they didn't even dare block their path. Who would foolishly block the path of such a strong-looking group? Even a retarded person would not dare provoke them. Master, it looks like we don't need to fall in line. Lu Solon chuckled softly while covering her small mouth with her right hand. Isn't this Wine Master Ju? So that's why their group looks so strong. It's actually Wine Master Ju and his people. It's really Wine Master Ju. He actually brought 20 young elites with him. Even young Miss Lu is here with him. Some of the people recognized Ju Shen and Lu Solon, so they immediately became excited. After their identities were exposed, even those that didn't know how they look were finally able to recognize them. Who in Beltran City didn't know about the most luxurious wine store in the capital was owned by this man right here? Ju Shen realized that the people were actually making way for them, which made things easier for them. I thought I would need Alex's help to cut the queue. He thought. And so, without any difficulty, Ju Shen and the others were able to register themselves without a problem. And even the elder who managed their registration was giving them flattering smiles. Young friend, what's your name? The elder asked as he looked at Yang Zenki with a smile. Yang Zenki's face remained cold and calm, his expression was almost the same as Ju Shen. With an indifferent expression, he answered. Yang Zenki. The elder didn't mind his attitude and he already expected it, especially after seeing their grand entrance from the skies. Young friend Yang, place your right hand on this crystal ball. It will detect your age and cultivation level. The elder smiled humbly. He didn't want to offend this group, so he had to be extra courteous. Even though he was already a 6th-rank King Realm cultivator, he could not see through the level of Ju Shen and Lu Solon who came together with these young disciples, so he was careful not to provoke them. Yang Zenki extended his right arm and placed his hand on the crystal ball, which immediately lit up upon coming in contact with him. 15 years old, early stage of the 4th-rank Knight Crusader realm. The elder exclaimed as he recorded Yang Zenki's information. Whoa! That guy is actually so strong. Looks like they are the real deal. Shush! Shut up! What if they hear you speaking about them? Yang Zenki lifted his right hand from the crystal ball and cupped his fists at the elder before he left without saying another word. The others also registered themselves after Yang Zenki, and the elder was quite surprised since all of them were actually formidable despite their young age. To think that there are actually young geniuses who are as monstrous as the 4th prince and the 5th princess. Sigh. The young would truly surpass the old. Sister Hua, it's our turn to register. Go and shock these people. He he he. The little sisters of Xiao Hua giggled as they urged her to go first. Xiao Hua smiled wryly, but she still stepped forward and cupped her fist at the elder as she said. Elder, my name is Xiao Hua. The elder smiled amiably after seeing the innocent smile of Xiao Hua. This little lass shouldn't be as monstrous as those guys, right? He thought. Young Miss Xiao, place your hand here on the crystal ball. Xiao Hua did not waste any time and immediately put her hand on top of the crystal ball. The elder's smile vanished when he saw the results and he almost fell from his seat from the sheer surprise that he felt. 17 years old, peak of the 4th-rank Knight Crusader realm. Chapter 186, Silver Dragon Auction House. Whoa! Such a young expert. And she's also as pretty as a flower. Don't even think about wooing her. Have you seen those guys with her? Especially that Yang Zenki, he's still 15 years old, but he's already an early stage 4th-rank Knight Crusader realm expert. Even the best disciples of the 3 great noble families aren't as strong as him. Hey! Have you forgotten about the son of the Shui family's supreme elder? I heard his strength had mysteriously increased, and he's now at the peak stage of the 4th-rank Knight Crusader realm. You mean Shui Tong? That guy is already 21 this year, and you're actually comparing him to a 15-year-old? What an idiot! The crowd talked among themselves as they observed Yang Zenki and Xiao Hua's group. They were about the same age as them, but Yang Xingqi and Xiao were still much stronger and their backing isn't one to be trifled with either. Master, how did you manage to increase the strength of these little brats in just a little more than a month? When I last saw them, they were not this strong. I can even sense that they reek the smell of blood and murderous intent. This is a clear sign that they've already experienced killing. Lu Sulan glanced probingly at her master. Although she already knew that her master was someone from the primordial god realm, she had no knowledge about that place. So she was somewhat mystified by Yang Xingqi and the other's sudden jump in strength. Zhu Shen was quite secretive about how he had tempered Yang Xingqi and the other youths. Even Kenya, who had supervised their training, didn't know anything about it. Don't forget that your master is a high-rank alchemist. And as to how I trained them, you'll know it after the sect is formally established. Zhu Shen replied indifferently. Lu Sulan pouted, but she didn't pester Zhu Shen anymore. She knew that he wouldn't tell her no matter how she asks him. Master, let's go to the auction house. It's still early, but it should already be opened for their guests. Lu Sulan changed the topic. She was very interested in the auction tonight, so she was a bit excited to talk about it. Zhu Shen was similarly interested in this auction, but he wasn't hoping to find something valuable in there. Could there be anything that would interest him in Immortal World's auction? That was close to impossible. Besides, he would only go there to have fun. I initially wanted to inform Elik that we are here, but since you're this eager to go to that auction, then let's go. If I'm not wrong, this Silver Dragon auction house should be owned by the Imperial family, so he should be present in the auction tonight. It won't be too late to see him by then. Zhu Shen said. After getting Zhu Shen's approval, Lu Sulan's naturally ice-cold expression suddenly melted into a pretty smile. Master, let's go. She said as she pulled her master's arms. Zhu Shen shook his head helplessly, but he still followed behind her. Sigh. This girl is even more excited than the kids. It looks like she'd truly been cooped up in their ice castle because of her past condition. Yang Zhenqi, Xiao Hua, and the others followed behind the two with excited looks. It's the first time that they would be going to attend an auction, so they were eager about it. It was not a long walk towards the Silver Dragon auction house since it was not that far from the Imperial Palace. Upon looking at the imposing building with a dragon statue at the entrance, Zhu Shen became even more certain that this auction house was owned by the Silveria Imperial family. Who else other than the Imperial family would dare to place a dragon statue at their entrance? There was already a long line of people going inside this building. It was a very big establishment, so it wasn't a problem for it to accommodate several 10,000 people. Besides, only the rich had the ability to enter such a place, as for those without background, they could only dream about entering it. The entrance of the auction house was guarded by two middle-aged imperial guards. Their cultivation level was at the early stage of the 6th rank king realm. These two imperial guards sized up Zhu Shen's group, and one of them seemed to have recalled something as he immediately said with a smile. Guests, you may go inside without paying the entrance fee. The other imperial guard was surprised by this, but when he saw his partner's signal, he swallowed the words he was about to say. Zhu Shen's expression remained calm upon hearing this, but he still nodded his head at the two imperial guards to express his thanks. He then went inside the building without even saying another word. After no longer seeing the figures of Zhu Shen's party, the imperial guard who was silent the whole time finally spoke in bewilderment. Brother, why did you allow that group to come inside without even asking for the entrance fee? The other imperial guard glared at him and replied in a reprimanding tone. I say brother, you're really ill-informed. You don't even know the famous wine master Zhu of our Beltran city. The imperial guard was stunned at this. You mean that man is wine master Zhu? I heard that he is great friends with his majesty. Not just that. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The interior of the Silver Dragon auction house was quite huge and spacious, and there was a platform at the very center where the items to be auctioned would be displayed. There were already a lot of people inside, but they didn't even occupy a fourth of the total seats inside. Such a huge auction house. Amazing. I wonder what would be auctioned later. Won't we know by then? Just stop asking questions and don't embarrass our Ice Cloud Sword sect. The young disciples of the Ice Cloud Sword sect talked among themselves excitedly. As for Yang Zinki and the others, although they were also excited about the auction, they were still able to remain calm. Hello, guests at Wine Master Ju. A sharp cry of exclamation made Ju Shen's group glance at the young lady who had greeted them. Upon seeing her face, they were dumbfounded since they knew who she was. Greetings Your Highness the Fifth Princess. Yang Zinki and Xiao Hua's group of disciples immediately greeted her. So this is why you're absent this time for work in the store? You're actually here to manage this auction house. Lu Solon teased Princess Sylvia with a smile. Ju Shen wordlessly glanced at the fifth princess and only nodded his head at her in greeting. This is Emperor Father's arrangement and he said that I would manage the imperial family's auction house in the future. He sent me here to gain experience. Never mind about that. Follow me to the VIP room upstairs. Princess Sylvia said as she forced out a smile. She was a bit embarrassed after being teased by Lu Solon. They were quite familiar with each other since they both work as a waitress in Ju Shen's store. Princess Sylvia didn't wait for their answer and she immediately led them upstairs. There were 5 VIP rooms inside the Silver Dragon auction house, and only the most distinguished individuals were allowed to go inside. 3 of the 5 VIP rooms were already taken by the Baiming family, Lu family, and the Alchemist Hall, so there were only 2 VIP rooms left. The last 2 were supposed to be taken by the Imperial family and the Shui family, but since Ju Shen was here, Princess Sylvia didn't even hesitate to offer the VIP room that was meant for the Shui family to his group. Your Highness, didn't you say that this VIP room is prepared for our Shui family? Why are you bringing people here? An old man in black and purple robes said with a displeased tone. He just came here earlier and he had already discussed with Princess Sylvia that this room was to be reserved for the Shui family, but now, he saw her bringing a group of people to this place, so how could he not be displeased? Princess Sylvia might be subdued and meek in front of Ju Shen, but she is a naughty and mischievous young girl in front of others. Did I say that? I don't remember discussing something with you. Old grandpa, please step aside. Can't you recognize Wine Master Ju and Sect Mistress Lu with your aged eyes? Princess Sylvia snorted haughtily. She didn't even spare a glance at this elder from the Shui family as she went inside the VIP room. You. The elder's beard flared and he almost lost his composure after being looked down upon by the little demoness, but he hurriedly calmed himself and put on a grim smile at Ju Shen's group before he left with heavy strides. Little lass, you are really good at making trouble. You even dare to mess with the Shui family. Lu Solon giggled as she looked at the fifth princess' mischievous face. Humph! What can that old man do? If he dares to mess with me, I'll pull his beard off. The fifth princess snorted in disdain. She didn't place anyone in her eyes at all. Ju Shen glanced at her and sighed in his heart. Looks like this little kid is still clueless about the Shui family. Chapter 187, The Four Princes Gathers. Your Highness, can you tell us what kind of treasures would be auctioned tonight? Xiao Hua asked while looking at the fifth princess with a smile. The both of them are waitresses of Ju Shen's store and they had become good friends after working in the same place for quite some time. Although they had a difference in status, the fifth princess treated everyone in Ju Shen's store as her friends without prejudice. Princess Sylvia put on a mischievous smile upon hearing that. She then replied in a slightly mysterious tone. I'm not telling you. Emperor Father had already guessed that you'd come here, and he told me to leave you guys in suspense, so I won't speak anything about it. However, I am certain that you would definitely like some of the items that will be auctioned later. Hee hee. She stuck her tongue out playfully after saying those words. Lu Solon had the urge to knock the little girl's head after seeing her naughty expression, but she held herself back and just slumped on her chair while glaring at the fifth princess. Most of Lu Sulin's time was spent inside the Ice Cloud Sword Sect's Ice Castle for the past decade, so she was a bit excited about this auction. She might already be a top expert in the profound Dragon continent, but she was still a woman who wanted to buy luxurious things to satisfy herself. Besides, her Ice Cloud Sword Sect wasn't short in true crystals. Xiao Hua smiled helplessly when she saw the expression on the fifth princess' face, and she knew that she couldn't force the latter about it, especially because it was the emperor's command. In the end, she could only flash a wry smile. "I'll have to excuse myself now, everyone. I still have to greet the other guests, or else Emperor Father might punish me for my negligence. If anyone from the Shui family makes trouble for you, just call me and I'll help you thrash them." Hee. Wine Master Ju, Sect Mistress Lu, please excuse me. Princess Sylvia smiled as she curtsied at Ju Shen and Lu Sulin. Ju Shen remained silent, while Lu Sulin gestured for her to leave. After the fifth princess left the fourth VIP room, Lu Sulin turned her gaze to Ju Shen and asked in a small voice. "Master, do you want me to tell that little girl about the Shui family? They might do something harmful to her for this humiliation." Ju Shen told his most trusted subordinates about the present condition of the Silver Wing Empire, and Lu Sulin was already aware of the Shui family's involvement with the Undying Corpse sect. She was worried that something might happen to the fifth princess considering what the latter had done earlier. Ju Shen's expression remained calm, and he was looking at the people inside the auction house through the thin glass from their VIP room. He didn't look the slightest bit worried about the fifth princess at all. He then replied to Lu Sulin with an indifferent tone. "You don't need to be worried about her. Although the Silveria imperial family looks much weaker on the surface compared to the Shui family and the Undying Corpse sect, I can tell that Elix still has something under his sleeves. Besides, I wouldn't allow them to harm her with me around here." His voice was still calm after he said the last sentence, but Lu Sulin felt a sense of coldness at that instant. She knew her master was not joking after sensing that strange feeling of coldness. Ju Shen might be indifferent to the lives of mortals, but Princess Sylvia was now a waitress in his store. She had even received his guidance in swordsmanship and cultivation. Ju Shen had already considered Princess Sylvia as one of his own, and he wouldn't allow anyone to harm his people. "In that case, I can rest assured," Lu Sulin said with a sigh of relief. Not long after that short interaction, the Shui family arrived inside the auction house. There were also 10 disciples among them, and they were led by 3 elders. One of these elders was the one that was humiliated by the fifth princess earlier, and he was now looking at her with suppressed killing intent. This elder wasn't weak at all. He was already at the early stage of the 7th rank emperor, and the other 2 elders standing beside him also had similar levels of cultivation. These 3 elders were surrounded by a dense amount of corpse qi, but the only one who could sense it was Ju Shen. Even Lu Sulin with her 9th rank Saint Realm cultivation wasn't able to sense it. Princess Sylvia snorted in her heart when she saw the elder's face, but she still put on a professional smile on her face. "Guests from the Shui family, I'm so sorry to inform you that all the VIP rooms in our Silver Dragon auction house are now occupied, but don't worry, I will arrange the front seats for you guys so that you can see the auctioned item in a much closer distance." Her excuse was flawless and she even spoke in a polite tone as if sitting at the front was something to be proud about, but Elder Quan, who was humiliated by her earlier, wasn't happy about this arrangement. The Shui family was supposed to be inside the 4th VIP room, but they were actually denied entry because of Ju Shen's arrival. If it was before, Elder Quan would never dare show his anger, but after learning the secrets of his Shui family, his confidence was increased. "Your Highness, do you really want to bully our Shui family like this?" His voice was eerily cold as if he couldn't wait to tear the 5th princess apart. The crowd sensed the tense atmosphere at the reception hall, but they didn't dare make any rash move. They just silently spectated the scene with interest. Princess Sylvia put on an innocent appearance as she replied. "What do you mean, Elder Quan? Are you dissatisfied with this arrangement? Let me tell you the truth, this is the Emperor Father's decision." Someone actually dared to snatch the Shui family's VIP room? But if this is truly His Majesty's arrangements, then the Shui family could only swallow this insult. What do you know? The ones who snatched the fourth VIP room are Wine Master Ju and Sect Mistress Lu of the Ice Cloud Sword Sect. So that's how it is. What a pity. Elder Quan glared at the crowd after hearing their discussion, which made everyone shut their mouths abruptly. They could sense that the strength of Elder Quan was greater than their own, and no one among them was foolish enough to provoke the Shui family, so they immediately ceased their chattering. Humph! Elder Quan snorted in disdain after seeing that he had scared the crowd with his gaze. He then brushed past the fifth princess as he led his group to the seats in front. Princess Sylvia made a face while looking at their back figures. She then went back to the reception hall to receive the other guests. The Emperor has arrived. The shrill voice of a eunuch echoed inside the auction house, and everyone immediately stood up from their seats while looking respectfully at the man being led by the fifth princess. Even the Elder Quan and the Shui family stood up from their seats to stare at the man being led by the fifth princess. Emperor Elik had a dignified look as he walked with steady steps. Behind him were his four sons, Crown Prince Reinhardt, second Prince Arslan, third Prince Erivard, and fourth Prince Dante. All of the four princes looked elegant and poised with different kinds of charms. Everyone was shocked to see all four of them present at the same place. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. Although everyone inside the auction house came from the most prominent families and sects in the Silver Wing Empire, none of them dared to disrespect the Emperor. Who among them didn't see his valiance when a huge dragon had come to Beltran City more than a month ago? Even Elder Quan, who had an ugly expression just a moment ago, didn't dare offend the Emperor. No need for formalities, everyone. You may go back to your seats. I just came here since I heard that my good friend Wine Master Ju is here. Emperor Elik said before he went straight to the fourth VIP room to meet Ju Shen. There was still a bit more time before the auction would start, so he could still chat with Ju Shen with the remaining time. The Emperor also wanted to see the young kids that Ju Shen brought with him to register in the martial arts contest 2 days later. Princess Sylvia led them to the fourth VIP room where Ju Shen and his group were staying. She then knocked on the door as she said, "Wine Master Ju, Emperor Father is here and he wants to come inside and chat with you for a bit." The room was silent for a moment before an indifferent voice drifted. "Let them in." Princess Sylvia grinned upon hearing his reply. She then pushed open the door before gesturing for her father and 4 brothers to come inside the VIP room. Emperor Elik saw the naughty smile hanging on his daughter's face, but he could only helplessly chuckle in his heart. Even though he was the emperor, he didn't have the heart to scold his most precious daughter. Who told him to spoil this little girl? Chapter 188, Warning the Emperor. Everyone inside the fourth VIP room was now standing after the Emperor stepped inside. Even Lu Sulan rose from her seat to express her respect to Emperor Elik. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Greetings, Your Majesty." The young disciples brought by Lu Sulan and Ju Shen bowed as they greeted the Emperor. Yang Zhenqi, Han Sen, and the others who were formerly the slaves of the imperial family glanced at Emperor Elik with complex expressions. However, their expression promptly returned to normal after recalling that they were now under a new master. They were now the swords of Ju Shen. There was only one person inside the fourth VIP room who had remained seated on his chair. Ju Shen didn't even face the Emperor and he just nonchalantly sat with a calm look. The Emperor and fourth Prince Dante, who knew Ju Shen's attitude, were unbothered by his lack of courtesy. However, the Crown Prince, the second Prince, and the third Prince frowned when they saw this. Dissatisfaction covered their faces, but it was instantly replaced by fake smiles. "Wine Master Ju, we meet again." "Ha ha ha." Emperor Elik laughed happily as he stared at Ju Shen, who was still seated on his chair. He didn't mind Ju Shen's nonchalance since he already knew the latter's strength and ability. Ju Shen didn't even glance at the Emperor, and he just spoke indifferently. "Elik, sit and we'll talk." Emperor Elik was all smiles upon hearing this, and just as he was about to walk, an unhappy voice suddenly echoed inside the VIP room, making everyone stunned. Wine Master Ju, what is the meaning of this? You didn't stand to greet Emperor Father, but I just let it slide. And now, you even dare to order Emperor Father around. Who do you think you are? Crown Prince Reinhardt said with a loud volume of voice. It was obvious that he was angry about Ju Shen's lack of respect. The second prince, third prince, fourth prince, and even the fifth princess were stunned upon hearing this. They immediately cursed in their hearts, crap. Every one of them knew that Ju Shen was not a simple man, but the crown prince was unaware of this since he was not present in Beltran City all this time. He had been moving from one place to another to gather more men to serve under him. He had also visited many noble families all over the Silver Wing Empire in order to strengthen his status as the crown prince, so he was truly unaware of what was happening to Beltran City since he had just come back a few days from his long trip. Emperor Elik glared at the crown prince, but the latter wasn't even looking at his father. Reinhardt was staring straight at the back of this so-called wine master Ju. He had heard a lot about Ju Shen after he had come back to Beltran City, but he didn't think too highly of this so-called alchemy saint and unfathomable expert. He didn't believe that there was really such a capable man in Beltran City. Ju Shen had his back facing against them, so the crown prince could still not see his face. Reinhardt, apologize to wine master Ju right now. Emperor Elik shouted angrily while looking at his foolish eldest son with disappointment. Emperor Father. This. The crown prince was surprised at the sudden outrage of his father. He was actually telling him, the crown prince, to apologize to someone? Reinhardt frowned as he thought of countless possibilities. Could it be that this man is truly as the rumors say he is? He suddenly regretted speaking without thinking at that moment, but there was no pill for regret. The second prince and the third prince smiled gloatingly at the crown prince, while the others remained silent as they looked at the scene with shocked expressions. Do you want me to repeat my words? Emperor Elik's voice was a tad louder this time, and his face also started to warp because of his anger. This foolish eldest son of mine. Why did I even confer him as the crown prince? Sigh. Before the crown prince could speak, an indifferent voice drifted into everyone's ears as Ju Shen turned to face the emperor. Elik, it seems like you failed to teach your son some manners. The crown prince wanted to retort, but when he saw Ju Shen's face, Reinhardt's expression froze. It's you. Crown Prince Reinhardt pointed his finger at Ju Shen's face, but he hurriedly retracted it after seeing the fiery look on his father's face. Lord Ju Shen. Wine Master Ju. So that's how it is. It's actually this bastard. Ju Shen turned his gaze to the crown prince and said with a disinterested look. Your Highness, we meet again. There was a tone of sarcasm in his voice when he said the word crown prince. It was as if Ju Shen disdained to talk to him. This. So it's Lord Ju Shen. I apologize for my disrespect, Lord Ju. I didn't know it was you. By the way, how is Proprietress Li Yulai? The crown prince said with a forced smile. He wasn't a complete idiot, and he realized that he had misspoken, so hurriedly changed the subject. Emperor Elik's expression softened a bit after seeing that the two knew each other. He then said with an angry look. Reinhardt, you must not talk like that to Wine Master Ju again, or else I'll beat you up personally. Yes, Emperor Father. I wouldn't dare. The crown prince bowed at the emperor with a forced smile. His father had actually spoken such words in front of a lot of people. Although he felt humiliated, he didn't dare express his dissatisfaction. He just silently cursed in his heart. This fucking Ju Shen again. First, you stole my woman, and now, you even have my father dancing at your fingertips. Ju Shen ignored the crown prince as he turned his gaze back to the emperor. Elik, you can send your sons back. I only want to talk to you. Ju Shen said. After seeing that Ju Shen actually ignored him, Reinhardt gnashed his teeth while cursing Zhu Shen's 18 generations inside his heart. Emperor Elik sensed the seriousness in Zhu Shen's tone, so he turned to look at his 4 sons. You all can go back to the 5th VIP room. He then turned his gaze to his daughter and said in a berating tone. And you? Go back to the reception hall to receive the other guests. The 4 princes and the 5th princess immediately scurried out of the 4th VIP room. They didn't want to anger their father any longer. They knew that they wouldn't end well if they remained. Now, the only ones left inside the 4th VIP room were Zhu Shen's people and the emperor. Lu Solin glanced at the young disciples and gestured for them to give space to the two. Although she was curious as to what Zhu Shen wanted to speak with the emperor, she didn't dare sit beside them. Zhu Shen flicked his fingers, forming an invisible barrier around him and the emperor which blocked the hearing of everyone inside the 4th VIP room. The emperor sensed it, but he acted normal. Wine Master Zhu, what do you want to speak about? His voice sounded calm, but he was feeling slightly anxious in his heart. Anything that comes out of Zhu Shen's mouth was something serious and usually involves his Silver Wing Empire, so he could not help but feel his heart tightening. Zhu Shen glanced at him calmly and replied. I initially wanted to tell you this at a later date, but I keep on sensing that something bad will happen to the Silver Wing Empire anytime now. Zhu Shen paused for a moment, and the emperor waited for him to continue. Elik, you have to be careful about your second son. He isn't how he used to be. Zhu Shen wanted to tell Emperor Elik about the identity of the second prince, but he held himself back. It might significantly affect the emperor's psyche and it would be detrimental for the Silver Wing Empire if their emperor's state of mind is unstable. Emperor Elik frowned when he heard that and he remained silent. His silence lasted for about 3 minutes, but Zhu Shen gave him some time. In the end, the emperor released a heavy sigh and he seemed to have aged by a few years. He was no fool, he had also seen the changes of his second son, and although he didn't know what happened to him, Emperor Elik already had his guesses. Just that, he wasn't sure of what really happened. Sigh. Thanks for your reminder, Wine Master Zhu. I'll keep an eye on that brat Arslan. The emperor said with a weak voice. Zhu Shen patted the emperor's back and said. Don't make him discover anything abnormal and just keep a close look at his movements. He's no longer the Arslan that you know. He left some clues in his words, but he didn't speak the whole truth. It was better left unsaid at this moment. Chapter 189, The Beautiful Host of the Auction. Inside the 5th VIP room, the Crown Prince punched the thick wall of the room that was made from a combination of several precious metals. Bang! A dull banging sound echoed inside the 5th VIP room. That fucking bastard! He hid himself so well. Now, even Emperor Father is so close to him. Damn it! The Crown Prince's strength carried no true essence and it only contained his raw physical power, so it didn't leave any noticeable damage to the wall. His fist bled, but the Crown Prince's face remained cold as he stood rooted in his spot. The third prince and the second prince sneered in their hearts after seeing this, but the both of them put on a consoling look as they swiftly calmed their brother. Both their faces were full of worry, and anyone would surely believe that they were close. However, only the 3 of them knew that this was merely an act. As for the fourth prince, he glanced at the Crown Prince in dissatisfaction and disappointment. Prince Dante respected his eldest brother for his strength even though the latter was a fickle man. However, everything changed today when his eldest brother disrespected the person he admired the most, Zhu Shen. Sigh. I can't believe that my eldest brother would actually end up like this. It looks like Emperor Father would pass the throne to either my second brother or my third brother, but I don't think my third brother is fit for the throne. As for my second brother, I can't understand his personality now. Prince Dante sighed in his heart as he sat down with a heavy look. He didn't even bother to glance at the fake looks of his 3 brothers. It was as if he didn't know them anymore. Big brother Reinhardt, don't be like this. If Emperor Father hears you cursing that Wine Master Zhu, he might punish you for it. The second prince, Prince Arslan said as he patted the crown prince back with a worried look. Second brother is right. You must not let this humiliation take over your head, big brother. You have a lot of time to take your revenge, but I advise you not to do it. This wine master Jew is not a simple man. The third prince, Prince Erivard added. The crown prince, Prince Reinhardt glanced at his two brothers and put on a forced smile, but he was inwardly cursing them. He knew that these two fools were laughing in their hearts after seeing him getting humiliated in the fourth VIP room. However, it wasn't a good idea to provoke them right now. He didn't want to provoke the both of them for this, or they might gang up on him in the fight for the throne. His ascension as the future emperor must not be compromised for his personal feelings. He didn't want all of his efforts to go down the drainage. These two fools. After I destroy that Zhu Shen, these two brothers of mine will be next to face my wrath. Did they really think that I don't know about their ambition? Just you wait. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Inside the fourth VIP room, Emperor Elik and Zhu Shen were still talking about important matters. The former's expression was filled with worry and unease. After all, the news that Zhu Shen told him earlier was something that involves his second son. Although his second son didn't reveal anything outstanding about his talent in cultivation, the attitude that he displayed all this time was the best among the three who were now in line in the fight for the throne. He even had plans on giving him the chance to become the crown prince, but it seems like it was not going to happen. The two of them remained silent, which made the atmosphere grew heavier, but there was a sudden knock to their room. Knock. 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 Emperor Elik heaved a sigh of relief secretly when he heard that, while Zhu Shen remained expressionlessly seated on his chair. Emperor Father, the auction is about to start. The tender voice of the fifth princess drifted from outside the fourth VIP room. Just from her voice, anyone could tell that she was excited about this auction. Emperor Elik stood up from his seat and smiled at Zhu Shen as he said. Wine Master Zhu, the auction is about to start, so I have to gag to the fifth VIP room. If you have something that you'd like in this auction, just have someone to notify me and I'll get it for you. Zhu Shen nodded his head calmly upon hearing this. He didn't take the emperor's words seriously. He wasn't optimistic about seeing a treasure in this mortal world that could move him. However, if there is a god crystal to be auctioned, then that would be a different case. Thanks. Zhu Shen said indifferently. Emperor Elik smiled as he cupped his fists. He then left the room, leaving behind a group of young disciples sighing in relief. After the emperor left, Lu Sulan swiftly sat down beside her master, but she didn't ask him what he had talked with the emperor. Not long later, a woman in her late 20s strode towards the platform at the center of the auction house. All eyes were suddenly attracted to her voluptuous figure and long pair of jade-like legs. This woman. Isn't this Vice Guild leader Tang Tianyan, the Vice Guild leader of the Mercenary Guild? To think that the Silver Dragon auction house would actually invite Vice Guild leader Tang for this auction. What an eye-opener. This Tang Tianyan is indeed the Vice Guild leader of the Mercenary Guild. Her cultivation was already at the peak stage of the 7th rank Emperor realm. She was one of the strongest women of the Silver Wing Empire. The eyes of the men among the crowd suddenly turned fiery and filled with desire as they looked at the enchanting woman at the stage. She was dressed in half-revealing white clothes that hugged her body tightly, which exposed the outline of her slim waist and her thick assets. Her succubus-like face carried a seductive smile as she walked with confident strides. Her long black hair swayed as she glanced at the crowd with a flirtatious look. She stopped walking when she was already in the middle of the platform. She then glanced at the big crowd with a smile that could take a man's breath away. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Silver Dragon Auction House. Most of you might have already known my identity, but please allow me to introduce myself to those who don't know me. My name Tang Tianyan and I am the Vice Guild leader of the Mercenary Guild. I will be the host for tonight's auction, and I hope that everyone would be willing to give their all in bidding for the items that would be auctioned later. Miss Tang, I'm willing to spend all my life's fortune to bid for the item that you desire. Just tell me. Don't worry, Miss Tang. We won't disappoint you. Miss Tang, I will spend all my true crystals today if you are willing to go on a date with me. Tang Tianyan was a beautiful woman and she wasn't short on admirers, so the instant she stopped talking, all of her suitors among the crowd immediately voiced out their feelings. It must be noted that everyone present in tonight's auction was the wealthiest and most powerful individuals of the Silver Wing Empire. Some of the leaders from many different cities even came to participate in this auction. They were the most outstanding people of the Silver Empire and they could command the winds and clouds with their power. However, some of them were still mesmerized by this beautiful host, and there was a look of undisguised thirst in their eyes. After all, it was so rare to find such an accomplished woman with strength and power, so the sight of Tang Tianyan invoked their eagerness to conquer her heart. Tang Tianyan was still smiling at the crowd. She didn't mind their suggestive looks since she was already used to it. However, a trace of ridicule bloomed in her heart as she glanced at those men who were looking at her with burning desire. Tang Tianyan raised her right arm to signal the crowd to quiet down, and they immediately stopped talking and shouting after seeing that. They didn't want this beautiful woman to be displeased at them. Tang Tianyan's smile broadened after seeing that she had gained the crowd's attention. She then said, "I'd like to inform everyone that there will be a special item that would be auctioned later. Alright, I shall no longer waste everyone's time, and I will now announce the start of the auction." Thunderous applause echoed inside the Silver Dragon auction house. Everyone was also curious about the special item that Tang Tianyan had mentioned. What could this item be? They were eager to find out more about this special item. Chapter 190, Start of the Auction. I wonder what the first item would be? It should not be too shabby, right? After all, this is the Silver Dragon auction house. They even invited Vice Guild leader Tang to be the host for this auction. That means the Silver Dragon auction house is going all out in tonight's auction. There are even some people here who are not residents of Beltran City. They should be here for the treasures that would be auctioned later. Everyone was excited about the auction, and with a beautiful woman like Tang Tianyan hosting the event, everyone's excitement was at its peak. Just then, the first item to be auctioned is a divine weapon. It is crafted by one of the best blacksmiths of our Silver Wing Empire. This divine weapon is a spear and is named as Violent Thunder Spear. The starting price is 500 true crystals. Every increment needs to be at least 50 true crystals. Tang Tianyan's tender voice echoed inside the auction house as she announced the first auctioned item. The price for a divine weapon was indeed high and it was even 5 times more expensive than Zhu Shen's most expensive wine, the Deep Sea Spring Dew. His wine was indeed helpful when it comes to increasing the speed of cultivation, but it needs to be taken on a daily basis before a big leap in cultivation can be seen. As for a divine weapon, only a person in the 8th rank divine realm would be able to control its power, and it could enhance someone's strength by a huge margin depending on the person's ability to wield the weapon. 550 true crystals. An imposing voice shouted right after Tang Tianyan announced the start of the bidding. 600 true crystals. Another voice which was no less imposing followed after that. Zhu Shen and Lu Sulan remained silent. The both of them were wearing calm looks as they watched the ongoing bidding for this divine weapon. Zhu Shen has his baleful dragon sacred sword while Lu Sulan also has her saint weapon, so they weren't really interested in this violent thunder spear. As for the young disciples who are with them, they were not yet 8th rank divine realm experts, so this divine weapon would only be useless for them. The bidding for the divine weapon finally stopped and the final bidding price was 800 true crystals. It was bought by a rising noble family in Beltran City. The next item is a rare spiritual plant that was found by a top expert near the central parts of the Endless Forest. Tang Tianyan deliberately increased the volume of her voice when she spoke about the Endless Forest. Everyone's eyes shone when they heard that. They knew quite a few things about the Endless Forest. It was a place infested by countless ferocious savage beasts, and the most dangerous part of the Endless Forest is its central part. There was a lot of 9th rank Saint Realm savage beasts present in that area, and only a few people who went there were able to escape with their lives, but whoever comes back from that place would be able to bring some high-level spiritual plants or spiritual fruits. The alchemists among the guests immediately became excited. They weren't here for the weapons or cultivation techniques. They were attracted to this auction because of the presence of some rare spiritual plants and spiritual fruits which were necessary ingredients for the making of their pills and dans. Looking at the excited faces of everyone, Tang Tianyan smiled as she said, "The next auctioned item is an 8th rank spiritual fruit called Grim Moon Mango. This is a rare type of high-level spiritual fruit that would only grow after 100 years, and it needs to be nourished by the moon's light for more than 20 years in order for it to fully mature. It has been many years since the last of this kind of spiritual fruit was seen in Beltran City, so everybody should know the rarity of this. The starting price for this Grim Moon Mango is 1,000 true crystals. Every increment needs to be at least 50 true crystals." It was indeed an expensive price for an 8th rank spiritual fruit, but no one voiced out their disagreement. This Grim Moon Mango can be used in many different ways, and it is also helpful in increasing one's cultivation upon direct consumption, but the best way to increase its efficacy was still to use it as an ingredient in making a pill or dan. 1,100 true crystals. 1,150 true crystals. 1,200 true crystals. I'm Alchemy Emperor Han of the Alchemy Hall. I bid 1,400 true crystals. An aged but powerful voice echoed from the first VIP room where the people from the Alchemy Hall were seated. Everyone immediately cursed when they heard him speak of his background. He actually used the name of the Alchemy Hall to deter others from bidding. It was a very bold move, but no one among the minor noble families dared to fight against this behemoth. They would only be courting death if they continued bidding. Do you think everyone is afraid of your Alchemy Hall? Our Shui family bids 1,600 true crystals for this Grim Moon Mango. Elder Quan shouted without fear in his eyes. He might be a bit wary of the Emperor, but he didn't think too highly of the alchemists of the Alchemy Hall since they were not strong when it comes to fighting abilities. The alchemists inside the first VIP room were incensed by Elder Quan's lack of respect. Elder Quan, don't think too highly of yourself. You're just a minor elder of the Shui family. Our Alchemy Hall bids 2,000 true crystals. Fighting using wealth against us alchemists? You must be dreaming if you think that your Shui family is richer than our Alchemy Hall. Humph. Elder Quan's veins protruded when he heard those insulting remarks, but he didn't dare behave wantonly. After all, this Silver Dragon auction house was under the protection of the Silveria imperial family. Elder Quan gritted his teeth, but he didn't continue to bid. It wasn't worth it to waste his time fighting with the Alchemy Hall for the Grim Moon Mango. It might be an 8th rank spiritual fruit, but it needs to be concocted into a pill first to increase its effectiveness. 2,000 true crystals going once. 2,000 true crystals going twice. Congratulations to the guests from the first VIP room for getting this Grim Moon Mango. Tang Tianyan smiled as she looked at the first VIP room. There were thin glasses covering the VIP rooms, but everyone could still see the silhouettes of the people seated inside. Zhu Shen was quite tempted to buy the Grim Moon Mango, but it was still a level lower for the wine that he wanted to brew, so he decided to not join the bidding for it. I might be able to see a 9th rank spiritual plant or spiritual fruit in tonight's auction. I just hope that it could be used as an ingredient for my wine. Zhu Shen muttered in his heart as he glanced at Tang Tianyan, who was at the very center of the platform. His expression remained calm, but his eyes shone with a different light. No one knows what he's thinking. Chapter 191, Demon Crystal. Those damnable alchemists. I'll let them off this time, but after Elder Ming finishes his retreat, I will destroy their Alchemy Hall. Even if their Supreme Elder is present, what could he do against the true power of our Shui family? Humph! Elder Quan snorted in his heart as he glanced at the first VIP room with a dark look on his face. After learning about the core secrets of their Shui family, he no longer feared the Alchemy Hall. However, he had to swallow the insult today so that Elder Ming's plan would not be foiled. Thinking about the unfathomable Elder Ming, Elder Quan let out a cold smirk. The next auctioned item is a demon crystal from a 9th rank demon saint. Everyone, you heard it right. Only demons who are at least at the 5th rank spirit realm level are able to produce a demon crystal, but the one that we have right now is something that came from a 9th rank saint realm demon. I assume all the guests here understand the scarcity of this item. The starting price is 1,500 true crystals and every increment should be at least 100 true crystals. Tang Tianyan's voice echoed, and the item she mentioned caused quite a stir among the crowd. Within the 5th VIP room, the eyes of second Prince Arslan flashed with momentary rage, but it was gone in an instant. This demon crystal was from the heart of his subordinate, so he was pained to see it being auctioned. However, he could only repress his anger or the emperor might discover that something was amiss. Whoa! Someone is actually willing to sell this kind of item? Is he crazy? Don't think too much. Maybe he or she is afraid of keeping such a precious item. I bid 1,700 true crystals for this demon crystal. Someone from the crowd immediately added 200 true crystals to the starting price. 1,800 true crystals. 1,900 true crystals. 2,000 true crystals. This time, Zhu Shen's dull eyes imperceptibly shone as he looked at the demon crystal displayed to everyone. He didn't have any use for it, but he could give this to Hu Xiandao. The demon crystal can only be produced by demons after they cultivate their second hearts. High-level demons have 2 hearts, and the second one that they grow was called the demon's crystal. It has the ability to enhance their physical strength and raw power. This was a very important item for body strengthening experts since it could directly increase their power. However, it was very rare to see someone from the demon race in the profound dragon continent after the peace treaty 50,000 years ago, so there were only a few demon crystals left since most were already used by the others. After seeing such a tempting item, who wouldn't bid for it? That brat Hu Xiandao is already on the verge of breaking through the mid-stage of the 8th rank divine realm. With the help of this demon crystal, he might be able to advance to the late stage of the 8th rank divine realm in one go. I must get this. Zhu Shen thought to himself as he glanced at Lu Solan. Solan, get this item for me. Zhu Shen said in a calm voice. He didn't have many true crystals with him since most of his items were only pills, wines, and different kinds of savage beast carcasses. Although he had some god crystals with him, it wasn't worth it to use it in buying demon crystal, so he could only rely on his eldest disciple. Lu Solan didn't mind this. She was able to advance to the early stage of the 9th rank saint realm solely because of her master's help. She was even given the chance to awaken her supreme physique. Aside from that, Zhu Shen also gave her pointers in sword techniques and cultivation. His help to her was immense and it could not be bought with true crystals, so she was willing to do anything for her master. 2,500 true crystals. Lu Solan's calm voice reverberated inside the auction house. Everyone inside knows of her identity since they were the most elite people of the Silver Wing Empire, so after she spoke, some people hesitated in continuing their bids. Elder Quan, who was among those who are bidding for the demon crystal, also hesitated. He knew that standing behind Lu Solan was a person that even the patriarch and supreme elder of their Shui family dreaded so much. That was also why he didn't dare provoke them even after they took the 4th VIP room from him. 2,500 true crystals going once. 2,500 true crystals going. Wait a second. I bid 2,600 true crystals for this demon crystal. The cold voice of the second prince drifted into everyone's ears. Lu Solan wrinkled her eyebrows, but she didn't stop bidding. Zhu Shen told her that he wants this item, so she didn't want to disappoint him. 2,800 true crystals. Her voice became increasingly colder as she spoke. The second prince's mouth twitched, but he wasn't willing to give up. After all, this was his subordinate's demon crystal. He didn't want it to end up as a tonic for someone. It was such a great humiliation for a demon to have his demon crystal taken after his death only to be used as a tonic. 3,000 true crystals. Second Prince Arslan's voice was a volume louder this time. He could barely hold back the rage in his heart. 3,100 true crystals. 3,400 true crystals. 5,000 true crystals. The second prince's voice now sounded like a beast. It was obvious that he was angry, and everyone could sense it. Emperor Elik frowned when he saw the expression of his second son. He hasn't seen his son display such a dark expression, so he was somewhat suspicious. He also recalled the words that Zhu Shen spoke to him earlier, "Elik, be careful of your second son. He isn't someone he used to be." "Wine Master Zhu, your words. What does it mean?" Emperor Elik thought it in his heart as he watched his second son with a heavy look. 5,100 true crystals. Lu Sulan's voice remained calm and cold, but she was inwardly displeased by the second prince's anger that was directed at her. Just as the second prince was about to increase his bid, Emperor Elik suddenly slammed the armrest of his chair as he shouted. Bang! Arslan! That's enough! The second prince's bloodshot eyes regained clarity when he heard the outburst of the emperor. "Emperor father, why are you citing an outsider? I'm your son." Prince Arslan put on a disappointed look as he glanced at the emperor. Insolence! Emperor Elik thought of slapping him, but he discarded the idea. Arslan was his son, so he didn't want to embarrass him so much in front of a lot of people. He was also feeling conflicted in his heart, especially after his talk with Zhu Shen. Prince Arslan's eyes flashed for a moment. Did this old fart discover my identity, or did that Zhu Shen told him something a while ago? Damn it! The time is not yet ripe. The reinforcements need a bit more time before they would arrive here. Do I really have to let go of this demon crystal? In the end, Prince Arslan sighed as he bowed and said, "Emperor father, I apologize for my behavior. I will step down from this bidding and I will also leave the auction house to atone for disrespecting you." Emperor Elik's gaze softened, but he still replied in a cold voice. "Leave. I don't want to see you today." The second prince rose from his seat and bowed to the emperor before he left the fifth VIP room, leaving behind three stunned princes who were looking at his retreating back figure. They were also confused as to why their father sided with Lu Sulan, but they didn't dare voice it out. 5,100 true crystals going once. 5,100 true crystals going twice. 5,100 true crystals for the demon crystal, sold. Congratulations to the guest from the fourth VIP room for getting this precious item. Tang Tianyan announced with a sweet smile. Quite a few rare items were sold after that, and Zhu Shen also told Lu Sulan to get some of them. However, he was yet to see a 9th rank spiritual fruit or spiritual plant for his wine brewing mission. Chapter 192, Blue Fire Lotus and the Damaged Sword. There are only a few items left for the auction tonight, but the remaining ones are also the best I've seen. I shall not waste your time anymore. Let's proceed to the next auctioned item. It is a 9th rank spiritual plant, the Blue Fire Lotus. Right after Tang Tianyan had spoken those words, everyone immediately erupted into a series of heated discussions. After all, this was a 9th rank spiritual plant. Its value was extraordinary, and this Blue Fire Lotus also had many different uses. The eyes of the alchemists inside the Silver Dragon auction house shone. High-level spiritual plants were very fatal temptations for them, and it would be a lie if they said that they didn't want it. However, there were quite a lot of distinguished alchemists inside the venue, and even the famous alchemists from the alchemy hall were present, so it would be hard for them to get their hands on this spiritual plant. Zhu Shen's lips curved upwards when he saw this Blue Fire Lotus. In his eyes, it was just a low-level spiritual plant that didn't even deserve to be planted in his garden, but this item could be added as an auxiliary ingredient for brewing his own recipe of wine. The Blue Fire Lotus had 9 petals in total, and each petal was 5 inches long. It looked like an ice-type spiritual plant at first glance because of its color and outward appearance, but this spiritual plant releases a blue-colored fire once every year to expel the toxins within its system. This blue fire lotus is actually a dual-attributed spiritual plant, so its value is twice as much as other 9th-rank spiritual plants or spiritual fruits. The starting price for this blue fire lotus is 1,800 true crystals, and every increment should be at least 100 true crystals. 1,900 true crystals. I must get this item for the Biming family. I apologize in advance to the noble alchemists of the Alchemy Hall. A commanding voice echoed from the second VIP room where the Biming family's people were seated. This voice sounded cold, but everyone could sense the respect he had given to the alchemists of the Alchemy Hall. Ha ha ha. No need to hold back. This is an auction, and everyone is free to place their bids here. I bid 2,100 true crystals. This voice sounded familiar and Zhu Shen didn't need to guess who it was since this person was someone he knew. It was none other than Master Fengzi. Zhu Shen glanced at Lu Sulan and the latter immediately understood her master's gaze, so she nodded her head at him. I bid 2,500 true crystals. Her calm voice echoed from within the fourth VIP room. 2,600 true crystals. The people of the Liu family who were seated inside the third VIP room could no longer sit still. They also placed their bids. This 9th-rank spiritual plant had many uses and this could strengthen the foundation of any noble family if it was used well. 2,800 true crystals. 4,000 true crystals. 4,200 true crystals. 4,300 true crystals. The bidding for the blue fire lotus continued fiercely and no one seemed to have the intention of giving up on this spiritual plant. The only ones who remained quiet throughout the entire bidding were the people from the fifth VIP room where the emperor was seated. Initially, the emperor also planned to join the bidding, but when he heard Lu Sulan placing her bid, Emperor Elik decided to stop. He knew that Lu Sulan wasn't an alchemist, so why would she need a 9th-rank spiritual plant? There was only one reason why she wanted to get it. Zhu Shen told her to do it. With this thought in mind, the emperor could only choose to let go of this blue fire lotus. It wasn't worth much compared to his friendship with Zhu Shen. 6,500 true crystals. The elder from the Biming family's side gritted his teeth as he placed his bid. Their Biming family was a military family and their wealth was not comparable to the Shui family. How much more the alchemists of the Alchemy Hall who could be considered as walking banks. The elder from the Liu family also hesitated, but he didn't continue to bid. This 9th-rank blue fire lotus was indeed a great treasure, but its worth had already exceeded the current bidding price. Besides, they still had to pay for the pill concoction after they bid for this item, and it was not even guaranteed that the alchemist would succeed in refining a pill from this blue fire lotus. Lu Sulan glanced at her master and saw him nod his head, so she immediately said, I bid 6,600 true crystals. I already have the fragrant luminous clam's pearl, the earth origin dragon fruit, the leaves of the true heart icy sword tree, and other miscellaneous ingredients. I only need one core ingredient so that I can start brewing my own recipe of wine. Where can I find it? Zhu Shen muttered in his heart. 6,900 true crystals. The voice of Master Fengzi was starting to waver. The current bidding price had already exceeded the true price of the blue fire lotus by a lot, so he was a bit hesitant to continue bidding. 7,000 true crystals. Lu Sulan's voice echoed, and it was as calm as before without any hints of hesitation, but in reality, this price was also too much for her. However, she would do anything for her master, and she could feel that her master needed the blue fire lotus for a very important reason. I buy Sai. Never mind. Congratulations Sect Mistress Lu. I give up on bidding for this blue fire lotus. Master Fengzi said with a slightly sour tone. He was feeling depressed. He thought that no one could match the wealth of their alchemy, but he didn't think that Lu Sulan was actually willing to empty the resources of her Ice Cloud Sword sect just to buy everything that her master wants. 7,000 true crystals going once. 7,000 true crystals going twice. 7,000 true crystals for the blue fire lotus, sold. Congratulations to the guest from the 4th VIP room. Tang Tianyin announced with a wide smile. Lu Sulan heaved a sigh of relief. She then glanced at Zhu Shen and she could not help but ask him. Master, what do you need this blue fire lotus for? Zhu Shen lightly smiled at her and replied. I want to use this as an auxiliary ingredient to brew a new wine. As you can see, our store only has a few kinds of wine on display, so I have to come up with a new recipe, but this time, it wouldn't be just any ordinary wine. Lu Sulan's full lips twitched when she heard that her master wanted to use it as an ingredient for his wine brewing, but she still didn't regret bidding it for him. The wine that her master makes were all precious and it could even help cultivators increase their cultivation level and power. Thinking about it, she could already envision herself drinking the first batch of this wine with a satisfied expression on her face. The next auctioned item is a saint weapon. It was found on an ancient battlefield where countless remains of the top experts from over 50,000 years ago can also be seen. This saint weapon is damaged, but its power is still astonishing and it could be compared to a mid-rank saint weapon. Expert blacksmiths said that this was a god-rank weapon, but unfortunately, it was damaged so it only has the power of a saint weapon at this moment. Tang Tianyin said in a regretful voice as she pointed at the rusty sword placed inside an open sword box made from rosewood. The dark blue blade of the sword had long lost its luster with quite a few nicks and scratches, and a major part of it was covered in rust. The handle of the sword appeared to be rusty as well, but everyone could see that it was cleaned by an expert blacksmith. Too bad this sword is damaged. If it was in pristine condition, then the Silver Dragon auction house would surely not auction it off. If this sword only had a few scratch marks and damage, I would be willing to bid for it, but from the looks of it, it could break any time from now. What a pity. Sigh. Looking at this sword, everyone felt that it was such a pity. This was indeed a god-rank weapon, but it had lost the prestige and might of a weapon at such a level. However, it still has the power of mid-rank saint weapon, so its price was still high. Looking at the expressions of the crowd, Tang Tianyin sighed, but she still put on a smile as she said. The starting price for this sword is 1,000 true crystals, and every increment should be at least 50 true crystals. Everyone hesitated, but someone from the crowd placed his bid after a moment of hesitation. 1,050 true crystals. 1,100 true crystals. Zhu Shen's eyes narrowed as he stared at this damaged god weapon. He used his spiritual perception to take a look at the components of this damaged sword and he found out that it was indeed a god weapon. Furthermore, it wasn't just an ordinary god weapon. It was an origin god weapon at the very least. Sulan, this is most likely an origin god weapon. If you can get it, I will help you repair this sword to its peak condition. Zhu Shen's words made Lu Sulan's eyes twinkle in anticipation. She was a bit envious of her junior brother's supreme eternal knife set, and she truly wanted to have a god weapon of her own. Now that she had this chance, she wouldn't let it slip by. Chapter 193, Should I Change Profession? 1,200 True Crystals. Lu Sulan placed her bid with a calm tone, but she was inwardly screaming in excitement. According to her master, this damaged sword was an origin god weapon. She wanted to get this sword so that she can already change her main weapon. Although her current sword was a saint weapon, it no longer holds any significant value to her. After all, Zhu Shen had continuously widened her horizons after interacting with him for more than a month, and she could sense the disdain in his eyes every time he looked at her saint weapon. 1,300 true crystals. The people from the Biming family placed their bid. Quite unexpectedly, they also appeared to be interested in this damaged sword. However, Lu Sulan remained unfazed at this. My Ice Cloud Sword sect has vast amounts of accumulated true crystals, so it wouldn't be a problem even if the three great noble families bid against me for this damaged sword. I'm just worried about the Alchemy Hall since they are definitely the richest guest in tonight's auction. I hope they won't join in the bidding for this sword, Lu Sulan thought nervously. 1,500 true crystals. The Lu family placed their bid. 1,550 true crystals. The Baiming family added 50 true crystals. They weren't as rich as the other noble families because their power lies in their individual strength. 1,700 true crystals. Lu Sulan shouted calmly. Why are they fighting so fiercely for a damaged sword? Are they idiots? This weapon might have the power of a mid-rank saint weapon at this moment, but from how it looks, it seemed as if it is about to break. They might not even be able to use this on a battlefield, so why waste our true crystals on this? Elder Quan muttered coldly as he watched the bidding process of the damaged sword with contempt. He didn't think too much about this sword since it looked like a rusty piece of garbage. Elder Quan glanced at the 10 disciples of his Shui family and saw that none of them looked interested in this sword, so he let out a satisfied smile. These kids are smart. They can be nurtured well. 1,800 true crystals. 1,900 true crystals. 1,950 true crystals. 3,650 true crystals. The elder from the Baiming family shouted with clenched fists. The bid was almost reaching his bottom line, and from the looks of it, the damaged sword wasn't fated to be owned by his Baiming family. 3,800 true crystals. The elder from the Lu family continued to bid. 4,000 true crystals. Lu Sulan wasn't the least bit intimidated by the price. She was willing to get this sword no matter how expensive it was. Sigh. You both continue. Our Baiming family won't join in the bidding for this sword anymore. The elder from the Lu family hesitated, but he still shouted. 4,300 true crystals. This was the final bid he could place, and if Lu Sulan would continue, then he would stop by then. Lu Sulan could sense the hesitation of her competitors, so she could not help but smile excitedly. 4,400 true crystals. She shouted. 4,400 true crystals going once. 4,400 true crystals going twice. 4,400 true crystals for the damaged sword, sold. Congratulations to the guest inside the 4th VIP room. Tang Tianyin announced with a smile as she lightly clapped her hands. Lu Sulan's smile widened and she also heaved a sigh of relief. She then glanced at her master and asked curiously. Master, is this damaged sword really an origin god weapon? Zhu Shen nodded his head calmly and replied indifferently. I'm 80% sure that this is an origin god weapon, and even if it's not, I have my ways to upgrade it one level higher. Lu Sulan's eyes brightened upon hearing that. There are still 2 items left for this auction. The next one is a 9th rank cultivation pill called the Expanding Essence Pill. It has the effects of increasing one's cultivation level, but one should be at least at the 7th rank Emperor realm in order to consume this pill since the ingredients used in concocting it are very potent. One may explode if they eat it without sufficient strength. The starting price for this pill is 4,000 true crystals and every increment should be at least 100 true crystals. Tang Tianyin said as she slowly explained the effects of the Expanding Essence Pill. She was also quite tempted to get this pill, but she knew that she had no way of fighting for it in front of these tycoons. A 9th rank pill was indeed expensive. Not to mention something like the Expanding Essence Pill which could permanently increase someone's cultivation level. Whoa! There is actually such a high-level pill auction tonight. In the Profound Dragon Continent, the only known alchemy saint is the Supreme Elder of the Alchemy Hall, Supreme Elder Qi Hongqian. Is he the one who concocted this pill? Hey brother, don't be stupid. There are a few other alchemy saints in our Profound Dragon Continent. It is just that they are not as high profile as Supreme Elder Qi Hongqian. Even so, the possibility that Supreme Elder Qi Hongqian concocted this pill is high. Zhu Shen glanced at the 9th rank Expanding Essence Pill that was placed inside a small jade bottle, but his eyes twitched when he saw it. That is indeed the Expanding Essence Pill, but this is only at the high state, so its efficacy is not that strong. It could at most enhance a 7th-rank emperor's strength by 2 minor realms. As for the others, they could only enhance their cultivation by 1 minor realm after consuming it. What a waste of ingredients! He muttered in his heart. There are 6 levels of pills according to their efficacy: low state, medium state, high state, peak state, perfect state, and profound state. The expanding essence pill that was on display was only at the high state, so Zhu Shen's disdain was understandable, but in the eyes of others, this level of pill was already valuable. Lu Sulan was also disinterested in this cultivation pill. Her master provided them with high-level pills from time to time, so she wasn't even tempted to bid for this pill. Other than Zhu Shen's group, everyone else discussed animatedly when the expanding essence pill was taken out. Even the emperor appeared to be tempted to bid for it. In fact, he knew that this was concocted by Supreme Elder Qi Hongtian, and he even tried to directly buy it from him. However, Supreme Elder Qi Hongtian declined his offer since he wanted to auction it off to gain more profit. 4,500 true crystals. 4,800 true crystals. 5,000 true crystals. The bidding for the expanding essence pill became chaotic. Everyone was eager to get this pill since it could permanently increase their strength. Who wouldn't want such a treasure? Zhu Shen wasn't surprised by this sudden spike in price, but he still felt a bit dumbstruck by the crowd's enthusiasm for such a low-level pill. Should I change profession? Maybe I can earn more as an alchemist. Of course, this was merely a passing thought for Zhu Shen. Chapter 194, Accepting 2 Alchemy Disciples. The bidding for the expanding essence pill concluded and the final winner was the emperor. He got the 9th rank pill with an astronomical price of 9,100 true crystals. Even the noble families participating in the auction gasped at the wealth of the Silveria imperial family. It wasn't a surprise because the Silveria imperial family reigned the Silver Wing Empire for more than 50,000 years and their accumulated wealth could even drown the other households. There were several items auctioned after that and almost all of them were taken away by the 3 great noble families. The other noble families couldn't do anything about it since they weren't rich enough to bid against them. As for Zhu Shen, he remained silent when the other auctioned items were displayed. He didn't even show an ounce of interest when he saw the auctioned items. Only Lu Sulan placed her bid occasionally, but she didn't manage to outbid the others since she didn't bring many true crystals with her. However, she wasn't disheartened about this because she already had the damaged sword which was actually an origin god weapon. The auction concluded after that. Some people went out of the Silver Dragon auction house with wide smiles on their faces, while the others left with regretful looks. Zhu Shen and Lu Sulan went to retrieve the items that they bid for in the claiming area of the auction house. Some people were also there to do the same thing, and they even saw a few familiar faces. Greetings, Wine Master Zhu. Greetings, Wine Master Zhu. Supreme Elder Qi Hongtian and Master Fengzi bowed reverentially at Zhu Shen as they greeted him. They didn't even bother to hide the admiration on their faces as they glanced at Zhu Shen who had an expressionless face. Greetings, Supreme Elder Qi. Greetings, Master Fengzi. Lu Sulan cupped her fist at the 2 old men to show her respect. They were the ones who helped her when she was still succumbing to her illness, and she was grateful for their help. Lu Sulan then glared at her disciples and Yang Zhenqi's group. The youths immediately understood her gaze, so they hurriedly greeted the 2 old men as they cupped their fists respectfully. Greetings, Supreme Elder Qi. Greetings, Master Fengzi. The 2 old men smiled at them with a warm look. They then shifted their gaze to Zhu Shen who merely nodded at them perfunctorily. Looking at this, the 2 old men could only smile wryly. During the past month, they always pestered Zhu Shen to accept them as his alchemy disciples, but Zhu Shen remained unmoved and he rejected them every single time. This didn't stop the 2 old men, and they continued to beg him almost on a daily basis. Wine Master Zhu, I. Supreme Elder Qi Hongtian said, but Zhu Shen cut him off. I accept. Zhu Shen said without letting him continue to speak. His eyes remained calm and indifferent as he stared at the two old men in front of him. "Hey? What do you mean, wine master Zhu?" Supreme Elder Qi Hengtian's heart thumped as he asked with a bewildered tone. Did Zhu Shen just accept them as his disciple? He wasn't certain. "I said I accept you both as my alchemy disciples," Zhu Shen replied calmly, but his words came as a surprise to everyone who was listening to them. This. Supreme Elder Qi Hengtian and Master Fengzi glanced at each other with perplexed looks, but their expressions turned into excitement not long later. They were already expecting to be rejected, but Zhu Shen actually accepted them without even letting them speak. Did they finally move his heart after begging him non-stop for more than a month? Zhu Shen sighed in his heart while looking at Supreme Elder Qi Hengtian and Master Fengzi. The other one was more than 100 years old, while the other was more than 80 years old. In any other circumstances, he wouldn't even bother to glance at them since their talent wasn't even comparable to the talent of the servants that he had in his past life. However, this wasn't a problem to him since he had a way to nurture them into top alchemists, but since they were already old, the best that they could reach would be at the level of an origin alchemy god. Sigh. I have no choice. There are just a few talented individuals in the art of alchemy, so I'll just train these two and let them handle the concoction of my future sect. It would be better if they agree to incorporate the alchemy hall into my section. Zhu Shen said in his heart. Don't get happy too soon. Come find me in my store after the martial arts competition is over. This isn't a good place to pay respects to me, Zhu Shen said. The two old men glanced at each other before they turned to glance at the crowd who were looking at them curiously. They didn't mind kneeling before Zhu Shen as his disciples, but it appears that their master didn't want to embarrass them so much. This made them feel grateful in their hearts. Master, we will do as you command, Supreme Elder Qi Hengtian said respectfully. He didn't mind calling Zhu Shen as his master despite how young the latter looked. Alchemy proficiency wasn't based on someone's age or strength, it was based on someone's ability to refine a pill or dan. Besides, Zhu Shen wasn't just an alchemy saint. The two could still remember the day when they saw how the one-armed barbarian Huzaiyandao managed to regrow his severed limb after he consumed Zhu Shen's body refurbishing heaven's pill. They knew that the minimum requirement to concoct that pill was to be at least a nascent alchemy god. In the minds of the two old men, Zhu Shen was already an immortal who had transcended the realms of mortals, so how could they not respect such a man? Zhu Shen nodded his head at them. He had the thought of taking the alchemy hall under him, but he still had to convince Qi Hengtian and Master Fengzi. Zhu Shen was confident that he could convince them, so he didn't take this matter too seriously. You both may leave. Just come to my store after this contest is over. I have matters to discuss with you too, Zhu Shen said. Supreme Elder Qi Hengtian and Master Fengzi bowed their heads and cupped their fists as they said. Yes, Master. Yes, Master. Lu Sulan was happy for the two of them, and she could already imagine them calling her senior sister in the future. Just the thought of it made her feel slightly embarrassed since the both of them were much older than her. Please read author's note for more info. Chapter 195, Shocked Emperor Elik. Zhu Shen stashed the demon crystal and the blue fire lotus. The first item was prepared for Huzaiyandao, while the latter was prepared for his wine recipe. Master, how are you going to repair this damaged sword? Lu Sulan asked while looking at the sword box in her hands. Lying inside of this sword box was the damaged sword that Lu Sulan won in the auction. Zhu Shen glanced at her calmly and explained. It's not that difficult to repair this sword. Just that, we need a few materials before I can repair this. The sword's body isn't broken, but the sharpness and flexibility of this sword were severely affected after being left to rust for thousands of years. We need some rare metals and other resources to sharpen this sword. As for its flexibility, I can refine it again using an array formation. I will give you a list of items later, and you have to gather them first before I can start repairing this sword. Although the sword was indeed a true origin god weapon, it was greatly damaged and it would be difficult for an ordinary weapon maker to repair it, but to Zhu Shen, this wasn't a problem at all. He also studied the art of weapon making in his past life and his attainment in it was even more remarkable compared to his alchemy proficiency. I understand, Master. Lu Sulan felt slightly disappointed when she heard that. However, she knew that weapon making wasn't as easy as what her master said. In the whole profound dragon continent, there were only a few high-level weapon makers and all of them were respected individuals with profound levels of cultivation. It wasn't easy to contact them, and one needs a lot of resources to pay in order to get them to make a weapon. Lu Sulan was also shocked because one needs to be a weapon maker so that they can repair a damaged weapon, and the weapon in her hands wasn't just an ordinary weapon, so the fact that her master could repair it was slightly surprising to her. So aside from master's high cultivation level, and high mastery in alchemy, he is also a peak-level weapon maker? He even mentioned about array formation. Is he also an array formation maker? Lu Sulan felt herself going dizzy with just the thought of it. Don't think too much about this. You can begin searching for the materials after the martial arts competition is over. For now, you should focus your attention on this contest. You can see the progress of your disciples through their battles. This is a valuable opportunity for them, so you must not take this lightly. Zhu Shen said as he patted the shoulders of Lu Sulan. Yes, Master. Lu Sulan nodded her head in obeisance. Wine Master Zhu. Sect Mistress Lu. How's the auction? Were you surprised about the auctioned items? Ha ha ha. The familiar voice of Emperor Elik resounded beside their ears. The Emperor had a wide smile on his face as he walked towards Zhu Shen's group. Following behind him were 3 of his sons and his only daughter. The second prince wasn't present since he excused himself before the auction ended. Lu Sulan cupped her fists at the Emperor as she greeted. Your Majesty. No need for formalities, Sect Mistress Lu. By the way, where are you guys planning to rest for tonight? Emperor Elik asked with a smile. Zhu Shen remained silent, so Lu Sulan answered for him. Your Majesty, we will look for an inn and have our rest there. No way. That won't do. How about this? Your group will come with us to the Imperial Palace and I'll have my people arrange accommodations for you. What do you think? Emperor Elik said. The Crown Prince and the Third Prince frowned when they heard that, but they didn't voice out their thoughts. They had seen how their father reacted when the Second Prince opposed Zhu Shen, so they just remained silent and hid their disagreement inside their hearts. Lu Sulan thought that it was a good idea because they could save a lot of time if they could come with the Emperor inside the Imperial Palace, but she still turned to look at Zhu Shen to seek for his opinion. Master, what do you think about this? Zhu Shen was silent for a moment before he eventually nodded his head. All right. We can go with you, Elik, but I don't want people disturbing our rest after we arrive in the Imperial Palace. He said indifferently. These words made the Crown Prince curse silently in his heart. He was already planning to make things difficult for Zhu Shen's group once they were already inside the Imperial Palace, but it seemed like it wasn't possible to do it now. Emperor Elik slightly furrowed his eyebrows. He could sense that Zhu Shen was intentionally saying those words, but he still nodded his head with a smile. Don't worry, Wine Master Zhu. I'll have my Imperial Guards protect your rooms, so you don't have to worry about this. In that case, I accept your offer. Zhu Shen said. Emperor Elik laughed heartily as he led everyone to the Imperial Palace. He felt flattered to have Zhu Shen in his home. Wine Master Zhu, these kids look familiar. Are they? Emperor Elik's voice trailed off as he stared at the youths behind Zhu Shen. He wasn't able to take a closer look at them when he went inside the 4th VIP room in the auction house since he was focused on his conversation with Zhu Shen. However, he could now see that the young men behind Zhu Shen were definitely part of the 100 slaves that he gave to Zhu Shen. No need to guess. They are indeed among the batch of slaves that you brought to me. Zhu Shen replied calmly, but he felt a bit proud in his heart since he was the one who nurtured them from the very start. Emperor Elik was stunned and he could not help but take a clearer look at the youths. His eyes widened and he felt that it was incredulous. What the hell? If I remember correctly, the kids I brought that day were yet to start cultivating. How come these kids are already this strong? The strongest among their group is even at the early stage of the 4th rank Knight Crusader realm. Just how did Wine Master Ju train them? This. After just a little more than a month, you were able to train these kids into elites of the younger generation. In the whole continent, I think only you are capable of achieving this, Wine Master Ju. Emperor Elik didn't skimp on the flattery since he was too astonished about the growth of the youths. The Crown Prince, the 3rd Prince, the 4th Prince, and the 5th Princess were dumbfounded after hearing the Emperor's words. These young men only took a little more than a month to reach their current level of cultivation. Even the 5th Princess and the 4th Prince, who were recognized as the most talented youths in the younger generation of the Silver Wing Empire, needed several years to reach their present level of cultivation, so how could this not shock them? Ju Shen remained silent after hearing the Emperor's praise, but an imperceptible smile flashed on his lips for a second. Chapter 196, Day of the Martial Arts Contest. The day of the martial arts contest finally arrived and the 100 battle platforms were already surrounded by countless onlookers. It was crowded with people, but no one was dissatisfied about this because this was the same venue and atmosphere since the founding of the Silver Wing Empire. I heard that the arrogant young patriarch of the Liu family will join in this contest. I don't know what kind of wine he drank in Wine Master Ju's store that it actually made him join this annual martial arts competition. He must have gone crazy, or maybe he was forced by the patriarch himself. Are you talking about Lu Mendi? He's such a joke. I heard that he's still an early stage 3rd rank Crusader realm at the age of 21. It might be high compared to other youths, but for someone heavily nurtured by the Liu family, his talent seems fairly ordinary. How did he have the guts to join the competition this year? Lu Mendi sat together with his father and some of his subordinates. The Liu family also sent a few of their young elites to participate in the contest, but they didn't sit together with their young patriarch. Seeing the behavior of his so-called family members, Lu Mendi snorted in his heart. Just watch closely. I will show everyone that I am the only one deserving to become the patriarch of the Liu family. Lu Mendi was one of Ju Shen's first customers and he was even forced by the latter to buy his wine during their first encounter. However, he was now one of Ju Shen's most loyal customers and he was also a frequent visitor of his store. This guy had been putting up an arrogant facade in front of everyone to make them feel that he was a silk pants young master. However, no one knew that this was actually just an act that he had been putting up since he was young. Lu Mendi knew that his uncles were vying for the position of his father, and they would do anything to get it, so he devised a plan together with his father to fool the rest of the world. And now, he was planning to let everyone know who the true Lu Mendi was. In a different spot, the patriarch of the Baiming family, Baiming Liqiang, led his young elites to their seats. The faces of the youths behind him were rigid. It was as if they were soldiers who were about to join a war. More notable sects and noble families arrived with their young disciples and young elites, but the most noticeable were still the disciples of the 3 great noble families and the elites brought by the imperial family. Look! It's Wine Master Ju's group. They are on top of flying swords again. Following that shout, everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. They saw more than 20 flying swords descending to the ground. Even though they already saw this during the registration, the crowd still felt surprised at this. No one was able to achieve this kind of precise control in true essence, so this sword technique made everyone admire Ju Shen. That pretty lady. She's the prettiest woman I've seen in my life. I would be willing to die if I could make her mine. Are you tired of living? Can't you see that she has a close relationship with Wine Master Ju? I wouldn't even be surprised if I found out that she is his wife. Everyone's gazes weren't focused on the youths behind Ju Shen. They were looking at the new member of his group. She was a tall young lady with long purple hair. She was wearing a long white dress that stuck closely to her body, exposing her curvy figure and bountiful assets. The men could not help but fantasize when they saw this woman. Who is she? What is her relationship with Zhu Shen? No one knows. Is that Wine Master Zhu's daughter? She looks cute. Like father like daughter. The heavens is truly unfair. Sigh. Zhu Shen walked calmly despite the crowd's piercing gaze. Everyone could see that he was carrying a young girl with short white hair in his embrace. They could not help but speculate in their hearts when they saw this little girl. Is this little Lolita Wine Master Zhu's daughter? If that's the case, then the woman beside him should be his wife. Zhu Shen continued walking wordlessly. He didn't know what the crowd was thinking, but even he learned about it, he would still not give an explanation and just remain silent. Who gives a damn about them? Emperor Elik went forward and greeted Zhu Shen with a smile. He also took a brief look at the purple-haired young lady beside him and the little girl in his embrace. Could they really be a family? Emperor Elik was curious, but he didn't speak about it. Wine Master Zhu, come with me. I've already prepared the seats for your group. Emperor Elik said. Zhu Shen nodded his head at the emperor to express his thanks. Emperor Elik grinned when he saw that. He then led Zhu Shen's group to the area just right beside where the Silveria imperial family were seated. The crowd frowned when they saw how courteous the emperor was to Zhu Shen, but no one said a word. They were afraid of the emperor's might and they didn't want to offend him just because of a sitting arrangement. Elder Quan of the Shui family snorted in his heart when he saw this. Enjoy your high and mighty positions now, since it won't be long before my Shui family will trample you all. Shui Tong, are you confident that you can beat the fourth prince? He should be the strongest competitor in this martial arts contest. Elder Quan glanced at the young man beside him. This was Shui Tong, the son of Supreme Elder Shui Yankan. Shui Tong's bearing took a drastic change after his sudden growth in strength. He wasn't the same blindly arrogant young master anymore. His cold pair of eyes turned warmer as he looked at Elder Quan. Strongest? Elder Quan, I must admit that the fourth prince is indeed strong, but if we had the same level of cultivation, I could defeat him in less than 10 moves. Shui Tong said with confidence. If it was before, he wouldn't even dare utter such bold words, but after the special training he had undergone in the Undying Corpse sect, his confidence was sky-high. Elder Quan smirked when he heard his reply. He had seen the astonishing growth of Shui Tong, and he was also confident about his strength. Even with Shui Tong's growth, it might still be hard for him to defeat the fourth prince at this moment, but this is not a problem. It wouldn't take long for him to surpass the fourth prince's level after a few more months of training. I'm just worried that the Silveria imperial family would no longer be there to see the growth of our Shui family. Ha ha ha. Elder Quan guffawed in his heart and he could not conceal the cold smile on his face as he looked at where the emperor was seated. Chapter 197, Competition begins. Wine Master Zhu, I prepared this area for your group. What do you think about this spot? Emperor Elik smiled as glanced at Zhu Shen. Zhu Shen stared calmly at the emperor and replied. Thanks. Emperor Elik felt slightly uncomfortable by his casual reply, but he did not take this to heart. He merely smiled wryly at Zhu Shen as he said. You're welcome, Wine Master Zhu. Anyway, I shall not stay here any longer since the competition is about to start. Good luck to your disciples. Zhu Shen nodded his head calmly at the emperor. Emperor Elik took his silence as a signal for him to leave. The emperor was not offended by Zhu Shen's attitude. He knew that the man was just like that and he could not blame him for this. He also wanted to ask Zhu Shen about the identity of Long Meili, but it seemed like Zhu Shen did not want to speak about it, so he tactfully chose to stay silent as he walked away with his group. However, the emperor was still curious about this as he thought to himself. I wonder who that young lady is. Also, that little girl in his arms. Could it be that they are truly Wine Master Zhu's wife and daughter? but I do not think he is the sort of person who would have a family of his own. In that case, just who are they to him? Long Meili sat beside Zhu Shen unceremoniously, while Lu Sulan sat on his other side. Lu Sulan stared at the purple-haired beauty who was sitting beside her master. This was not the first time she had seen this young lady, but she was still clueless about her identity. Her master did not tell them anything about her, and he merely said that she was her subordinate. Lu Sulan was knowledgeable about the top experts of the profound dragon continent, but she could not recall anyone that looked like Long Meili. Long Meili could sense the gaze that was directed at her, but she chose to ignore it. She was disinclined to care about anyone else's thoughts. All she cared about was Zhu Shen, and nothing else mattered to her. Zhu Shen was unaware of what everyone was thinking, since his attention was focused on the young disciples participating in today's competition. He was confident about Yang Xingqi and the others, but he was curious to know if there would be anyone that could give them a hard fight. In his opinion, the only ones that could make Yang Xingqi and the others use all of their skills are the disciples of the three great noble families, but upon closer inspection, he was able to discover a few talented youths that weren't part of the three great noble families. Some of them were even commoners. This discovery made him slightly interested in the battles later. Looks like Yang Xingqi would have a hard time getting the first place, but all 10 of them should have no problem in getting into the top 50. Yang Xingqi and Han Sen should be able to get into the top 10 if there are no mishaps. Zhu Shen thought to himself. The pairing for the fights was chosen randomly by the organizers, and no one objected to this arrangement, since this was how the annual competitions were done back then. Of course, the organizers were part of the Silveria imperial family, and no one dared to question their impartialness. While the organizers were pairing the participants, an elder from the Silveria imperial family hovered in the air using a flying carpet. It was a flying treasure, but its quality wasn't that high compared to Liulai's flying boat. Everyone! Welcome to the annual martial arts contest of our Silver Wing Empire's young elites. Today, the best of our empire's younger generation would battle it out to find out who among them are the best of the best. The elder continued his speech with an excited tone that managed to garner everyone's attention. The crowd was infected by the elder's excitement, and they all cheered in unison, making the entire venue erupt into sonorous and joyous exclamations. Not long later, the more than tens of thousands of the participants were separated into 100 groups, since there were 100 battle platforms prepared for this event. The elder, standing on top of the flying carpet, announced in a loud voice. All right. There are exactly 100 battle platforms, and each of which has at least 200 participants. Now, I would like all the participants to go to their respective battle platforms to prepare for the first part of the competition. Everyone held their breaths. They knew what would happen in the first part of this contest. The participants that were grouped in the same battle platforms would fight a battle royale until only 128 people are left standing. The remaining ones will then proceed to the next part of the next contest. Yang Xingqi and the others stood up and bowed at Zhu Shen before they went towards their assigned battle platforms. They were excited and nervous about this, since this was the first martial arts competition that they had participated in. However, they silently told themselves to not disappoint Zhu Shen. Luckily, all 10 of them were separated into different groups, so there would be no way that they would fight in the first round. It took more than 20 minutes before the participants were able to go to their respective battle platforms, but everyone waited patiently. The elder on top of the flying carpet cleared his throat and said, I assume all the participants already know about the first part of the competition, but for the sake of those who don't know, I will explain it again. Look at the people around you, all of them are your opponents. All of you will fight a battle royale, and only the last 128 participants standing would be able to proceed to the next round. Let me remind you guys. No one is allowed to kill. No one is allowed to cripple anyone's cultivation. And no one is allowed to use poisons and berserk pills. The elder paused for a moment before he continued. There are elite Imperial guards spectating each battle platform, and whoever is seen breaking the rules, they would immediately be disqualified and they will also be punished accordingly, so I hope that no one would be stupid enough to break the rules. I will give every one of you 10 minutes to prepare. After the 10 minutes is up, the battle royale would begin. The elder pressed something in his sleeves and a pale blue light flashed through the skies, letting everyone see a gigantic timer. The crowd spectating the event erupted into loud cheering after the elder's announcement. They were also looking at the participants with excited expressions. Do you think that Lu Mendi would survive this battle royale? I mean, he's only an early stage 3rd rank crusader. In his battle platform, he would be fighting against an early stage 4th rank knight crusader from the Shui family. I don't think Lu Mendi could even last one strike from that guy. Who knows? Maybe a miracle would happen and he would come out as the winner. Ha ha ha. Chapter 198, A Father's Resolution. Zhu Shen took a glance at the battle platforms of Yang Xingqi's group. He used his spiritual perception discreetly to check the cultivation levels of their opponents. In just a few seconds, Zhu Shen was already able to picture out everything about their opponents, including their cultivation level, weapons of expertise, etc. And from what Zhu Shen saw, he was confident that Yang Xingqi and the others would emerge as the winners of their respective battle platforms. Yang Xingqi, Han Sen, and the others shouldn't have a problem winning in the first round. As for Sulan's disciples, although their cultivation level is almost similar to Yang Xingqi's group, their battle experience is practically non-existent, so some of them might have a hard time getting past the first round. Zhu Shen's eyes continuously scanned the young disciples on the battle platforms and he already had his guesses on who among them would be the final 128. However, this was merely his assumption based on what he had seen from his spiritual perception. Many things could happen in a fight. Not to mention a battle royale such as this which involves the best of Silverwing Empire's younger generation. Zhu Shen may be able to deduce the power of the youths, but he could not guess the final outcome of the first round. After all, he wasn't a seer or a prophet. Zhu Shen then glanced at Lu Mendi, who was silent throughout the entire time. Right from the beginning, he knew that the young man was concealing his strength. Everyone could sense that Lu Mendi only had an early stage 3rd rank Crusader realm cultivation level, but Zhu Shen knew that this guy was actually an early stage 5th rank spirit realm. His strength was on par with the 4th prince, so their talents should be almost on the same level. The kid truly knows how to hide. He even deceived the entire Silverwing Empire into believing that he is just a silk pants young master of a noble family. He must have his reasons as to why he is doing this. Zhu Shen muttered in his heart as he observed Lu Mendi, who was surrounded by multiple youths who were eyeing him with malicious intentions. From the looks of their eyes, they wanted to kick Lu Mendi out of the platform and make him as their stepping stone. From Zhu Shen's experience, he could somehow guess Lu Mendi's reasoning on why he was keeping up a facade all this time. According to the intel that Ren Zhuang gathered, the Lu family's internal affair is unstable. Lu Mendi's uncles are vying for the patriarch position, and they are merely waiting for the death of their supreme elder before they would snatch it with force. Their supreme elder is already in his twilight years and it is only a matter of time before he leaves this world. To think that a kid as young as him actually managed to fool everyone. Such a talent. A pity that he does not have a supreme physique. However, it isn't a problem to let him join my section. On Lu Mendi's battle platform, he was in the encirclement of more than a dozen youths. Each of them carrying different weapons, and their eyes revealed their contempt. Lu Mendi smirked coldly in his heart, but he put on a calm expression on his face throughout this ordeal. The youths that surrounded him were merely 3rd rank crusaders, and there were even some at the 2nd rank elite warrior. It was truly laughable for them to believe that he was just a soft cotton that they could casually knead. I've been waiting for this day to come. I've had enough of everyone's contemptuous stares. This is the day that I, Lu Mendi, would be known by the whole Silverwing Empire as a young elite. Lu Mendi screamed inside his head. His heart was beating wildly in excitement as he glanced at the group of youths around him. Young Master Lu, we apologize in advance for our offense. If you don't want to get hurt, you can jump out of the battle platform. That's right. We don't want to offend you, young Master Lu. You're an elite of the Lu family, so it shouldn't be a problem if we join hands to take you out. A voice filled with sarcasm echoed about. Lu Mendi frowned and stared at the young man who had just spoken. He had a short black hair and he was wearing a battle suit that fitted nicely to his bulky frame. The young man was 2 meters tall and he was holding a giant axe with both his hands. This guy was the strongest among the group of youths that surrounded him, and he was already at the peak stage of the third-rank Crusader realm. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Lu Mendi covered his face with his left palm as he guffawed exaggeratedly. Everyone was stunned at his sudden peals of laughter, but they promptly shook their heads with different kinds of expressions. Some of them felt pity, regret, disdain, and even happiness. Looks like Lu Mendi had gone crazy after being cornered like this. Sigh. If I had his resources, I would have already been a 4th-rank Knight Crusader. Everything that was given to him was practically wasted. Beat him up. Beat him up. He is just shaming the Lu family's prestige. A few people from the crowd voiced out their scornful remarks. They weren't afraid of the Lu family because they were also from noble families. The Lu family might be one of the 3 great noble families, but it did not have the power to oppose multiple noble families simultaneously. The Lu family's patriarch had a dark look when he heard the insulting remarks aimed at his son. He knew that his son was merely hiding strength. In fact, he was the one who told Lu Mendi to hide his cultivation level. The situation of their Lu family wasn't good, and his brother's foxtails were already showing. In a few months, they might try to assassinate him to get the patriarch position. Thinking about it made his heart filled with sadness. He then recalled the things he talked about with Lu Mendi the night before the martial arts contest. Son, show the world your real strength. And you don't have to worry about the retaliation from your uncles. Your father will handle them for you. But father, if I show everyone my true power, those bastards would surely feel threatened and they might ignore the Supreme Elder and kill you. Our plans would fall apart if we do this. Son, I've already made up my mind. I have planned about this a few months ago, and I am confident that I could kill those bastards. Remember, the position as next patriarch of the Lu family is only yours. The patriarch of the Lu family clenched his fists tightly as he watched his son on his battle platform. He had a proud smile on his face as he looked at Lu Mendi. My son, Lu Mendi, show them who you truly are. Don't worry, I will handle everything in the Lu family. Even if I die, the position of the next patriarch can only be taken by you. Chapter 199, Lu Mendi's Speed. Lu Mendi ceased his laughter. He then took a glance at the cyan necklace on his wrist. It was an item that helped him hide his true strength from everyone. If he was wearing it, other people could only see him as a 3rd-rank Crusader. However, this item was only effective to cultivators who are below the 9th-rank Saint realm. A 9th-rank Saint could easily see through his true power even he had this bracelet on himself. This item was called the Essence Sealing Bracelet. It was an item capable of sealing someone's strength 2 levels lower, so if a 5th-rank Spirit Realm cultivator is wearing it, their strength would regress to that of a 3rd-rank Crusader. Lu Mendi glanced at the youths around him and smirked coldly in his heart. I don't even need to unequip this Essence Sealing Bracelet to defeat these bugs. Hey! What are you looking at? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lu Mendi ignored the guy and shifted his gaze to the huge timer in the skies. 3:02. 3:01. 3 o'clock. Only 3 minutes was left before the start of the Battle Royale and he was already itching to show his real strength to the world. He wanted to shock them with his feats. Lu Mendi slowly took out his sword as he calmed his turbulent feelings. He was too excited that he couldn't stop the shivering of his arms. However, this was taken differently by the crowd. Look! Lu Mendi is shaking in fear. Ha ha ha! What a coward! He's finally showing his true face. What a pity! It looks like the Lu family's young patriarch isn't worthy of his position. The tall and bulky youth who was holding a huge axe stared at Lu Mendi with unconcealed disdain as he said in a voice laced with mockery. "Young Master Lu, don't worry. I will be very gentle with you. How about you give up now? You won't be injured that way." Ha ha ha. The rest of the youths laughed in response to that. Their gazes towards Lu Mendi was filled with derision and contempt. Lu Mendi's breathing was already calm, but his shivering arms was still evident. He then looked at the timer above. 12:10. 12:09. 12:08. 12:02. 12:01. Midnight. Bang. A loud bang was issued to signal the start of the battle royale. Lu Mendi suddenly let out a smile as his silhouette disappeared from where he previously stood. Whoosh! Smack! 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 A series of smacking sounds echoed as Lu Mendi smashed his sword that was still on its scabbard onto the heads of the youths who were around him. They weren't even able to see his movements and they could feel a stinging sensation at the back of their heads as they slowly plopped to the ground while grimacing in pain. Lu Mendi's swift movements created a light gust of wind and he looked like an agile savage beast that speedily attacked its prey. Lu Mendi glanced at the tall youth and smashed his sheathed sword towards the latter. The tall youth was also unable to see the movements of Lu Mendi, but this time, he could feel that the attack was aimed at him. He took a step backward as he raised his gigantic axe with both his hands. He was confident that he could block Lu Mendi's swift attacks with his gigantic axe. He was honestly surprised with the speed that Lu Mendi showed and his contempt was long gone. It was replaced by a serious and grim expression. Bang! Lu Mendi's sheathed sword smashed on the youth's giant axe, making the both of them stagger and take several steps backward. The crowd was stunned at what they saw and their mouths unconsciously opened to form an O shape. Was this still the flamboyant young Master Lu who always used the name of his Lu family to scare everyone? Was this still the young Master Lu that everyone never took seriously? They couldn't contain their shocks at all and the crowd was rendered speechless by the sudden turn of events. Among the group that surrounded Lu Mendi earlier, more than 10 youths were now lying on the battle platform while grimacing in pain. They were not yet unconscious, and they were still within the battle platform, so they were still eligible to join the battle royale, but with their current status, it was obvious that they could no longer fight. It was truly amusing to think that they were still laughing contemptuously at Lu Mendi just a minute ago, but now, they couldn't even muster the strength to stand on their feet. Lu Mendi's smack might have looked weak, but he had skillfully hit everyone's weak points. He was already merciful enough to not claim their lives. Not to mention that he was yet to unsheath his sword. The tall youth stared nervously at Lu Mendi and he reflexively tightened the grip on his weapon. Lu Mendi smiled warmly at the youth, but his next actions made the latter gulp anxiously. Lu Mendi was slowly unsheathing his sword. Shing! His sword didn't look too precious and it was fairly ordinary in appearance, but those with keen eyes knew that this sword was actually an earth weapon. "Friend, how about you jump out of this battle platform? That way you won't be hurt," Lu Mendi said with a smile, but his voice was filled with sarcasm. He was just throwing back the same words that were spoken by the youth. "Since you insulted me, then don't blame me for insulting you." The tall youth gritted his teeth as he glared at Lu Mendi. "Lu Mendi, you might have taken them by surprise, but you won't be able to do the same to me. I am a peak stage 3rd rank crusader while you are only an early stage 3rd rank crusader. What right do you have to act arrogant in front of me?" The youth shouted through gritted teeth. Lu Mendi suddenly smiled when he heard his words. He cupped his left hand into his ears and said while looking at the youth in a taunting manner. "Can you repeat that, please? I wasn't able to understand it because I don't know the language of dogs." His words and expression made the tall youth incensed. The latter then raised his giant axe while sprinting towards Lu Mendi with a dark look. "Damn you, Lu Mendi! I'll beat you up." Lu Mendi remained composed as the youth dashed towards him. The smile on his lips was still hanging on his face. When the tall youth was just 10 meters away from him, Lu Mendi suddenly slashed his sword multiple times, leaving behind a series of white lights in the air. Zhu Shen, who was looking at their battle from his seat, silently praised Lu Mendi in his heart. From what he saw, Lu Mendi already reached the first level of sword comprehension, sword intent manifestation. Sword comprehension is a sword cultivator's understanding of the sword Dao, and it has 5 levels. Sword intent manifestation, sword ray manipulation, heart of sword, birth of sword soul, extreme sword Dao. The deeper someone's sword comprehension, the stronger their sword attacks would become. In the primordial god realm, there were only a handful of people that managed to reach the final level of sword comprehension, and all of them were considered as the strongest sword cultivators. Of course, Zhu Shen was included on the list of those that reached that level. One of the 3 celestial emperors was also included on the list, sword god Jian Wang. It must be noted that sword comprehension could only be achieved after countless battles of life and death, so the experience that Lu Mendi had wasn't small. This kid has potential. Zhu Shen muttered quietly.